My lords, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for coming today for what I hope will be a most enjoyable but also informative conference on the life and legacy of Lady Thatcher. You don't really need me to tell you anything about this other than that we have an extraordinary cast of advisors to Mrs. Thatcher, those who worked with her in Downing Street, those who wrote about her time and those who take her legacy on in contemporary politics. Thank you for your attention, and may I ask you now to please give it to the President of the Danube Institute, John O'Sullivan.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, today we are a few days away from the 100th anniversary of the birth of Margaret Thatcher and 12 years since her death. Not a long time in the sweep of history, but it's already clear that the title of this conference is not a misnomer. She has left a legacy. That's not as inevitable as you might think. Very few prime ministers leave anything that can be called seriously a legacy, unless the word is expanded. In the last century, Churchill did, of course, ditto Attlee, perhaps Mr. Heath, if Britain's membership of the European Union were to be resumed, Harold Wilson, Douglas Hume, Jim Callaghan, John Major, Tony Blair. They all did good and bad things in the course of their premiership, but they can hardly lay claim to a legacy of achievements that significantly changed Britain, unless the word's meaning is expanded to cover serious failures and misjudgments. Mrs. Thatcher's record is not, of course, without failures and misjudgments. The poll tax was a domestic policy failure. Her opposition to German reunification, a misjudgment. Her legacy, I shall argue, was mixed, but the balance was overwhelmingly positive. Ignore my own verdict. However, when we consider privatization, the Falklands War, the reform of union law, the defeat of the miners' strike, and much else, it's undeniable that the Thatcher premiership had significant impact on Britain, for good or ill. One substantial and impartial proof of this is the number of books written about her. In the year of her death, 3 new full-dress biographies appeared. Earlier biographies, and those have been republished since, notably the 1-volume compression of John Campbell's biography, her own memoirs, the biography by Robin Harris, who speaks to us today. Other political and economic studies of Thatcher and Thatcherism are published at frequent intervals. At least 3 books about her have been published and republished by speakers at this conference, not including my own. And then there are movies, at least 2, innumerable documentaries, television plays, stage plays, and even several musicals about her and around her. An unintended consequence of some of these latter productions, however, is that works intended to weaken or condemn her end up by making her more sympathetic and more popular. In many respects, she is the Frankenstein monster of the left. Maggie, the 100-foot woman who turns upon her creators and devours them. That level of bipartisan interest establishes that she has indeed left a legacy. What is it? Well, that's what we're here to discover. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. I will add this business note. The documentary, it's not a documentary, I should say, the video of the discussion between the conversation between Richard Pearl and Charles Powell is about 10 minutes longer than expected. So it's a good 10 minutes, by the way.
The video you're about to see should have taken place in person here, but very sadly, Charles Powell is not fit for travel at the moment, and Richard Pearl is in the United States. I think it's fair to say of both of them that there were no more important foreign policy advisors to Mrs. Thatcher and Mr. Reagan than the respective speakers. They were formative on their thinking and their approach to foreign affairs, and with them throughout their periods in office. So I hope that you enjoy and are interested in this as much as we are. Thank you.
Thatcher became Prime Minister in 1979. Ronald Reagan, President in 1981. 4 or 5 years before that, Leonid Brezhnev in 1975 had boasted that the correlation of power was such that no great questions could be decided in international affairs without the acquiescence of the Soviet Union. So my question really is, when they came into office, how serious and how bad was the situation internationally? Charles, would you like to start?
Well, I think the situation was pretty bad internationally because Soviet power was present really all over the world. It was in Angola, parts of Africa, almost everywhere you could think of. And the policy of détente was in effect a policy which would have led towards defeat. So they inherited a pretty poor situation, and they both realised it, not to speak of, because the internal situation in the UK, with a socialist government that had surrendered to the trade unions and an economy which was falling to pieces.
Richard, your view?
We were in very bad shape militarily, and what appeared to be a big buildup, military buildup in the United States was in fact a catch-up program because of obsolescence of the critical systems on which we depended. So it was a pretty dire situation. You had an American president who rejected the concept of détente and believed that the right approach was to say to the Soviet Union that we win, you lose. Or maybe he said it, you lose, we win. But that was not the mentality that preceded his time in office or Margaret Thatcher's time. And I think she was entirely with that. It was she was maybe the only European leader who thought the idea of fighting the Cold War was actually a pretty good idea.
Well, coincidentally, in fact, Reagan and Thatcher had met in 1975, just after she was elected leader of the Conservative Party. At that meeting, which went on for quite a long time, longer than expected, they both agreed to stay in touch with each other. I think Ronald Reagan sent her his magazine articles and radio talks. In retrospect, of course, that sounds significant. Was it really so, or are we just inclined to read too much into that meeting?
I think it was significant, really significant. And she referred to it often. You remember, she wrote, not at the time, I think probably in her biography, but I met someone who thought as I thought, felt as I, and who shared a philosophy of government and of human nature with me. I think it was really foundational to her time and their ability to work with each other. I can't think of any relationship which she regarded as more important in all her 12 years as Prime Minister.
Would you say that was so on the other side, Richard?
I can't think of a relationship between two heads of government closer before or since than the relationship between the two of them, and it was based on intellectual agreement and on two personalities who were prepared to fight for the things that they believed in. Very unlike most of the politicians in
I like
it seemed to me they had maybe at least four things in common. One was in terms of character. They were both strong characters, knew what they wanted, and were not easily deterred from going after them. Then there was their convictions, which were strong, and they stuck to them. They were not derailed by opposition, even with their own political parties in their own countries. So that was important too. They had, both of them, by great talent for communication, getting over the message, which was so important to politics. And in Margaret Thatcher's case and in Ronald Reagan's case, it was the clarity in which they could do that, which was so impressive. I mean, most politicians, we all know, sort of waffle on at great length, and they could get straight to the point and make the point very strongly. And lastly, I would say, the thing that really, really mattered was neither of them was afraid of change. They were both determined to change things in their own countries, change things internationally. But we've not seen anything like that before or since.
Well, Mrs. Thatcher was, of course, something new when she arrived. A strong female leader leading on the international stage and arriving in Washington to meet and to get the backing of the new president, his support and cooperation. Richard, you were on the other side of the negotiating table with Mrs. Thatcher. How would you describe her negotiating style when you were there?
Unlike many negotiators, she never veered from her critical objectives. I mean, absolutely laser-like, determined to achieve her objectives. That's rather unusual. What you see more commonly are people who, at some point, become overwhelmed by the desire to get an agreement, an outcome, and they begin to make concessions that erode the position that they were hoping to achieve. But that never happened with her, and it never happened with Ronald Reagan, and I think that was one of their common traits that really bound them together in the sense that each admired it in the other.
I think one of the first people to comment on the Reagan-Thatcher relationship, Jeffrey Smith, said that in her dealings with the Reagan team, when she was disagreeing strongly with something the president was advancing, she would turn to you or some other member, another ally next to him, and say, Richard, I really don't see why you're doing this. Is that in fact correct? And did it work?
I believe that's right. I believe that's right. I mean, she had an extraordinary command of every situation, and was deft in the way she used the resources available to her. You know, I can remember vividly one discussion about the American Strategic Defense Initiative. And that was a difficult issue for her and for the United Kingdom and for our many allies. I think it turned out that neither they nor the Soviets appreciated how profoundly that was going to affect the future of the free world and the Soviet Union. But I remember a conversation in which Jeffrey Howe felt obliged to remind Mrs. Thatcher of the Foreign Office view on the matter, which was not entirely the same as hers. And she blurted out, Jeffrey, don't be silly. It was slightly embarrassing for the rest of us in the room, and I think it may have contributed ultimately to the coup against her, which he led. But she was outspoken always and perfectly prepared to use the interplay of others in the room to achieve her objective, which I think was the point you were making.
I think I remember the same meeting as well, Richard, and it was the one in Camp David, I think I'm talking about. And she was quite crafty there, because she had doubts about the Strategic Defense Initiative, but she didn't want to air them too strongly with the president, and so she threw in her references to the anti-ballistic missile treaty and the importance of not undermining that, but then was keen to move on to lunch, leaving a certain young civil servant to draft a note which would be acceptable to her, and she thought to the president. And we handed it in to her during lunch, and she read it quickly, nodded, handed it to the president, who sort of looked at it and handed it back to her. And we concluded that represented an agreement, which was a useful thing to be able to do.
Before we move on to other specific cases of disagreement, because of course there were a number of serious ones in the 8 years in which they were both in power, let me just ask the question, what were the key fundamentals in that relationship that meant they could disagree, because there was this really fundamental stratum of agreement? What were the key things that you think made this relationship so possible, so strong?
Well, I would say, if I can jump in, first of all, her enormous respect, first of all, for the office of president. She always believed that, at the end of the day, her role was to support the president, not to be telling him what he ought to do, or at least not too obviously. And so that mattered. Secondly, she really liked him. She really liked him. And she felt comfortable with him. And although she was often quite formal, she would never really call him Ron if there was anyone else around, private. There were just 2 or 3 of them together, she would. And that helped too, because you have to preserve a certain formality in the relationships at that level, and that helped. Some people said she had a rather romantic view of him, which could be true. I have a photograph in my downstairs bathroom of the two of them embracing under the heading "Gone with the Wind." That, I think, expressed rather well the relationship between them at some stages.
And you, Richard, is that view, or do you see other elements in the relationship that made it so strong?
Well, I think there was a very deep, profound mutual respect based on fundamentals of their common view of both domestic and international questions, and the conviction that each of them had, and quite correctly, that the other one was a person of great integrity and rank. And so it was there was also the personal side. I think Ronald Reagan deployed a sense of humor as an instrument of state in a way few political leaders do, and Margaret Thatcher had a sense of humor too. And this is a bit of a digression, but I remember the very first meeting that Ronald Reagan had with the new head of NATO, Lord Carrington. And the Defense Department team and the State Department team had worked for hours on briefing books, and we had thick briefing books, 50, 80, 100 tabs, I don't remember. I was in the meeting, and Ronald Reagan began with a joke. This prompted a joke from Lord Carrington, which prompted another joke from Ronald Reagan. And when I looked up half an hour later, not a single tab had been employed in the discussion, nothing out of the briefing book, just an exchange of very amusing stories, some of them old stories. And as I went back to the Pentagon, my first reaction was all this work, none of it came to any use. But then I thought they'd established a relationship, and in a unique way, and that is going to prove important in the long run. And I think Margaret Thatcher related to people in very much the same way. So there were many elements to what was an extraordinary relationship. I don't think I've seen one since that's anything like it.
Well, let me then...
Very interestingly, their style was rather different, wasn't it? I mean, the president was relaxed, bonhomous, he was wanting things to go well. Margaret Thatcher would tend to be fairly tensed up and anxious to get through the agenda and get to the detail and all that sort of thing. And in a way, the interesting point is that two people whose characteristic style is so different could get on so well, work so well together. I mean, she could really be difficult to manage, particularly for. I mean, nothing that a whiskey would solve, but preferably not two whiskey, one whiskey solves. But it was necessary sometimes to relax her sufficiently to not strain the president's nerve too much.
Let me though now bring up the points, the moments of disagreement. I mean, I'm going to single out four and see what you both have to say. One is the Soviet pipeline dispute, which you were particularly involved in, I think, Richard. Then there was Reagan's appeal to her at the end of the Falklands War, which she rejected, to actually settle with the Argentines without a final victory. And the third would be her reaction to the president's apparent willingness to trade away nuclear weapons at Reykjavik, and finally the Grenada, which of course is not a major issue in a sense, but became a major row. Charles, shall I ask you to begin and see what you have to say about one or two of those?
Well, I mean, I think I'll leave the first one to Richard, because he was dealing with it at the time. I mean, her basic point was the sanctity of conscience, and she believed that British firms had signed contracts, and a contract signed had to be honoured. But Richard would have a deeper appreciation of that one. I've forgotten which the second one was. Was it the nuclear one, I think you said?
Yes. And, yeah.
That really shook her to her foundations when we heard about it. It was a Sunday, I remember it very well, and I'd gone out into the country for a lunch, and suddenly got a almost hysterical telephone call from her saying, "Come to check us at once. The President is giving out nuclear weapons." And, but, I mean, the great strength of the relationship was they could both believe rather different things and yet reconcile them. I mean, he took the view that SDI was probably unlikely to happen for a long time anyway. He took the view that it was reasonable to maintain nuclear weapons, and the President recognized that maintaining nuclear weapons, at least while the Soviet Union had vast majority of weapons, conventional weapons in Europe, was not unreasonable. And so, in a way, it was part, again, of the strength of the relationship, that they could reconcile because they recognized common interests. And so disputes did not really tear each other apart. I mean, I think all our disputes, except for Grenada, were pretty good-humoured and calm. So that was the strength. Grenada, as you say, John, was a difficult thing. I mean, here was the United States intruding on the Queen's domains, and we had trouble from the palace and this sort of thing. That may not loom very large in American political calculations. And whether it was a case of magnificent presidential absent-mindedness, or whether, as I believe, that the Americans decided that if they didn't tell us they were going to do it, we would stop them somehow. So they went ahead without doing it. What I do remember is that when it was pretty well all over, and the President rang Margaret Thatcher, his opening comment was, I feel like one of those Western cowboys who has to throw his hat through the saloon bar door before he comes in, so they can shoot it.
Richard, would you like to comment on any of those? And particularly, I think, the pipeline dispute.
Yes, I think we saw the pipeline as an important way of diminishing Soviet economic resources. This was a country that depended so heavily on the sale of oil, and it was an opportunity to deal with. The Prime Minister had a lot of British economic interests worried about, including companies that were selling hardware associated with the pipeline. So there was a real difference. There were bound to be some differences, but this one was very real. It reflected the different goals. The Prime Minister certainly was not eager to strengthen the Soviet economy, but she had companies that were going to have to fire significant numbers of employees if they weren't permitted to sell into the pipeline. So it was one of the few irreconcilable. My member, Charles, may see it differently.
I would say
by contrast, they were very much of one mind, and I happened to have the privilege of being the official who had to sign off on the things that were going from us to UK forces. And I say it was a privilege because I was a rubber stamp. My instructions from the President and Secretary Weinberger, Secretary of Defense, were to approve everything. And I approved everything. And I don't think the story has ever been fully told about how huge was the American material contribution to the UK victory in that war. It was enormous.
yes.
Absolutely. I mean, there were two factors really. There was the American contribution from within the administration, even though kept reasonably discreet, which was vital, and also the sort of pretty high level of courage of British forces, and bringing those two together made it unanswerable.
In fact, the impression when one gets from both the Grenada case and from Falklands is that there were storms in the relationship before, but in fact, they both came out astonishingly well in the end. After all, I think the palace was quite happy to see at the end of the day that their relationship with Paul Scoon had been restored, and of course we were quite pleased too at the end of the Falklands War to see that a more reasonable Argentinian government was elected. So the Argentinians even did well out of it.
But John, you have admitted the most serious division of all. You don't remember the dispute over Ptarmigan, which was a radio system which the US Army decided to buy. And it was not British, as we've been told there would be a British radio system. It was French. And she rang him up in a huge rage. Do you realise, Mr. President, you're buying a French radio system? And he was completely nonplussed. He said he never heard of it. Looked very alarmed.
Now let me try and turn to a very broadly very happy topic, which is the relationship with Mr. Gorbachev. Mrs. Thatcher declared famously that he was a man I can do business with. She passed that judgment on to Ronald Reagan. My first question really is to Charles. My impression, Charles, is that this was not a simple reaction of Mrs. Thatcher, but the culmination of a fairly long-considered piece of British diplomacy, finding the right guy in the Kremlin.
Well, yes, we certainly were looking for the next generation. And as I remember, we came up with 3 or 4 candidates. One was a man called Romanov, who I think he was the party secretary in Leningrad. And there was a man called Grishin, who was head of the trade union movement. And there must have been a third one who I can't remember. So in that sense, yes. But we were fortunate in having issued invitations to all of us to visit London. Gorbachev was the one who accepted. And we didn't really know that much about him. He was, after all, the newest and youngest member of the Politburo. But what was really so extraordinary about it was she decided to receive Gorbachev in Cheka as a Prime Minister of the country resident. Had a great hall, vast, burning fire. And the second he came through the door into that hall, we knew that everything was changing. This was just a different sort of human being than anyone we'd ever dealt with from the Soviet Union before. He was smiling, he was bouncing on the balls of his feet, he was cheerful, he was sociable, everything like that. His slightly more severe white quality, but that wasn't enough to dispel the impression that, we were just, things had changed, and they would not go back to being the old Cold War style. So I can't really claim that we were enormously perceptive in knowing about Gorbachev until she actually saw him and could, she argued with him all through lunch on equal terms, and they had a so-called private meeting, which I was at after lunch, scheduled by the protocol people for the last 20 minutes, 2.5 hours, where he kept producing bits from the New York Times and referring to them. Yeah, it was an extraordinary moment, almost a sort of new vision. And it was at the end of that meeting that she said, look, this is a man I can do business with. We must send a message to the president straight away to tell him about him. And it was, one could argue that was, in a way, the moment the Cold War was destined to end.
I'd like to come back to the end of the Cold War in a moment, but Richard, could I just ask you, how long did it take the Reagan administration and Reagan himself to establish the same kind of faith and relationship with Gorbachev?
It took a while, and I think Margaret Thatcher's remark about a man I can do business with actually ended up having a profound effect, because the near consensus within the American administration, skepticism, extreme skepticism about Gorbachev. And I think that the Prime Minister's remark caused people to think again about their instinctive hostility, anticipated hostility toward Gorbachev. So I think it was actually a very important remark. And Reagan could be counted upon to take seriously anything that Margaret Thatcher said. Didn't always agree, but he always took her seriously. And as the relationship began to evolve, I think that was at the back of his mind. And in that sense, she really led the way for both of us.
Obviously...
Can I add one thing about Argentina, which I just found amusing? I went to Argentina to participate in a conference not long after the end of the Falklands War. And someone in the conference, mostly Argentinians, mentioned the Prime Minister. And I thought that the next 20 minutes would be a furious condemnation. And in fact, they said, we are enormously grateful to Margaret Thatcher because she has helped to free us from the junta. And I've always found that amusing.
And I think a certain amount of effort went on in the war, on the British side, to make plain that although obviously we had no doubt about the justice for our cause, nonetheless we did admire for example, the courage of the pilots on the other side. And there were a number of statements by ministers which were intended, I think, and I hope did to some degree achieve the idea of ensuring that this war should not become a permanent breach in Anglo-Argentinian relations. But let me just move back to the Cold War. Let me ask you both, when you think the moment when the Cold War ended, I mean, was it, for example, the stationing of American missiles in Europe? Was it at one of the, or the series of summits that occurred between Reagan and Gorbachev? What was it? Was the moment when, in a sense, you said, well, we've really won now, and now we've got to make sure that we win in a way that is permanent and doesn't leave too many scars?
You mentioned two moments, and I think they were both very important. The success in deploying intermediate range missiles could have ended the Cold War badly. If we had failed, I think it would have, I can't tell you how much it would have prolonged the Soviet Union, but it certainly would not have shortened its future. At Reykjavik, I think that was the moment when it was over. Because from that moment, Gorbachev, having made a number of concessions, all tied to our relinquishing the future of ballistic missile defense, left without an agreement. But those concessions could never be taken back. Once having agreed to the elimination of intermediate missiles in Europe, intermediate missiles globally, and once having agreed to very deep reductions in strategic forces, that was permanent. He made those concessions in the hope that it would derail the Strategic Defense Initiative. And when it didn't, what remained was both the Strategic Defense Initiative and the concessions. So I think that was a moment in bringing the Cold War to an end.
Charles?
I think Richard's analysis is spot on. I mean, I was toying with saying, when President Reagan said, was in Berlin, and said, tear down this wall, Mr. Gorbachev, as being a sort of unmistakable signal that that was the way things were going, and therefore the Cold War was effectively going to be over. But I think Richard's analysis is better.
I am sitting here in Budapest.
John,
Yes.
Can I put a quick question to you?
Yes, of course.
Every one of Ronald Reagan's most memorable lines in connection with the Cold War was opposed by the speechwriters and opposed by the Department of State, the Department of Defense, the Treasury, and everyone else. Reagan kept putting those lines back into the speeches, including Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, including the evil empire. Those lines were fought over. Now, you know something about Margaret Thatcher's speeches, and I've always wondered whether there was a similar guerrilla war over what the Prime Minister would say.
Well, on foreign policy, I think that Charles would be the one to answer that. I will say, I did notice this in domestic policy. The education department strongly resisted using the phrase, and now we have created independent state schools. And they did everything they could to get that out because they didn't really want to have a battle. But Charles, you of course wrote the famous Bruges speech.
Yes, that was a bit of a battle with the Foreign Office, that's certainly true. It went on long after it had been delivered. But my memory is that one of the greatest problems with Margaret Thatcher's speeches was the speechwriters, very talented ones like John, would put in jokes. And she never got the jokes. Everyone else could see them and thought they were funny. She insisted on taking them out. She couldn't see what they were about.
Yes, well, there's someone at the conference who has got a very good story about that involving himself, so I'm not going to destroy it now, but because I know he'll definitely use it. But yes, I think we all, I mean, obviously, people have to be, politicians like to be held back from saying things at times. Mrs. Thatcher was a rare exception to that. You couldn't frighten her with the civil service point. Very courageous of you, if I may say so, Prime Minister. She was perfectly content to be courageous. But let me go on to something else. I am in Budapest here. Charles, you visited Budapest with her, I think in '84. That seemed to me to be quite an important moment in the British diplomacy towards this part of the world.
You're right, John, it was. It's the beginning of putting into effect a strategy of trying to open up Eastern Europe ahead of developing a relationship with the Soviet Union. And Hungary was really the very first step in that. We'd had Mr. Kadar to London, and he had come to invited her back to Budapest. And she'd been particularly impressed by the market in Budapest, the great weekly market, daily market, I can't remember. And indeed, toured it at some length, bought several items, for which I am still owed, principally something of about £30 from the British government, who've never paid up. But it was, as you were saying, it was part of a strategy. It was followed, the next one was Poland, and then it was the Czech Republic. And in each one, she was trying to begin to detach them from their allegiance to the Soviet Union, which of course had already diminished a bit with Mr. Gorbachev taking over by the time we got to Poland at least, and the Czech Republic. And it was a slightly dangerous step. Pursued too actively, it could have just led to flashback by the Soviet Union, further intervention, attacking of some leaders in Eastern Europe, all sorts of things. So it had to be pursued quite delicately. But I think she got it just about right. It was the right strategy.
Let me turn, if I may now, to something else, which is the one episode in her memoirs. Mrs. Thatcher says that her policy on German reunification met with failure. I wonder if I could ask this one to Charles, really. In retrospect, is that why did it fail? And was there another policy really available to her that could have done better? And if so, what?
Well, fundamentally, the reason why it failed was that President George Bush decided, as it were, to take the German side. Margaret Thatcher had feared that too rapid progress towards German reunification would upset the balance of power in Europe. She wanted to proceed in a slower manner, perhaps initially a confederation between West Germany and East Germany. But Kohl managed to sort of sweep that away by the momentum he created, and President Bush decided that the American interest lay in sticking with the Germans and supporting them on that. And so that is why she considered it a failure. Was there a better policy available? I have to say I'm not sure her preferred policy would actually have worked. I think a stately progress in 5 years of confederation or something was just too procedural, too bureaucratic in the highly charged mood of the time. So she had some reason to feel resentful about some of her allies. I mean, in talks before this happened, between her and President Mitterrand, he was way ahead of her, saying we will stop the Germans from uniting and so on. But come the moment when they agreed to some bilateral arrangements in Europe to France's benefit, he changed position very rapidly, and she was left rather high and dry. So she had some reason to feel scalded on that. But I can't say, honestly, I think there was a significantly better policy. There could have been a policy which could be pursued more diplomatically. She was too rough, I think, on the Germans at that stage, and more than she need be. The last point I make is the whole dispute over continued stationing of NATO forces in East Germany. I think she supported that and believed it should happen. But again, Genscher, the then German foreign minister, prevented that. And although I know it's still disputed with the United States as to whether that was a viable policy or not, it didn't happen for very long.
I'd like to just ask you to cast your minds a bit forward now from those years. to the fact that the relations between Russia and the West, between the Soviet Union and the West and Russia, have really deteriorated. Not immediately, but in the years, in the most recent years. Some of your remarks about the pipeline dispute, Richard, sounded almost contemporary in today's, when you look at today's newspapers. Why, in your view, did the breach between the West and Russia develop so badly? Could it have been avoided? And would it have been avoided if Reagan and Thatcher had, so to speak, still been in charge? Well, that's not a third question, but I'm asking it anyway.
This will sound simplistic, but I think the one-word answer, two-word answer is Vladimir Putin. I mean, Putin may be one of the best illustrations of the effect of an individual leader on the course of history. He has not improved history. No, I think when you have a man like Putin in power, whose resentment at the Soviet defeat, and that's what it was in the Cold War, has never moderated. Who famously said that Soviet defeat in the Cold War was the worst event in human history, or something hyperbole quite like that. It was bound to deteriorate the way it has. And I have to say, I think Putin never misses an opportunity to act in a way that is adverse to Western interests, and American interests in particular. So that's my answer. It's not very complicated.
Thank you very much. Charles?
I would have given exactly the same answer as Richard. Vladimir Putin. Could President Reagan and Margaret Thatcher have made it different? One can speculate about possibly Putin being more cowed by their evidence, experience, and general evidence of their determination to prevent the Soviet Union having its way. But I think even then I wouldn't put much money on that. I'm afraid there was no way back when Putin was deputy.
Well, let me then come to a final summing up. In the light of the things you've been saying, let me ask a three-part question to both of you. How would you sum up the legacy of Margaret Thatcher? How would you sum up the legacy of the Reagan-Thatcher partnership? And finally, how would you sum up the legacy and prospects of that partnership in relation to the special relationship that has existed since 1942 between Britain and the US?
Charles, do you want to go first? I guess.
All right. I think the most important part of their legacy both of them change. I think I said at the beginning, they both changed both their own societies and they changed the global scene, international security and so on. I don't think we've seen a period of change since then, and we're unlikely to, unfortunately. We seem to be slipping backwards rather than going towards further change. Your second point was...
the partnership, yeah.
Well, yes, I mean, they obviously made the special relationship more special. I think it's the closest relationship between an American president and a British prime minister. Some people might say, frankly, Roosevelt and Churchill, but I don't think that would be actually accurate. I think in personal and philosophical terms, Thatcher and Reagan were much closer than that. And that has continued the power of the special relationship long before many people expected it to be dead. And the way that even current President Trump refers to the special relationship and seems to regard it as a plus, as a bonus, is is helpful to us, helpful, I hope, in the United States too. And I think it has a good prospect of continuing. And the third one, John, I was sorry, my memory is fading. You had 3 points.
Sorry. Well, the partnership, the person, the partnership, and this special relationship. So I think you have in fact dealt with
the
those
personal
three.
relationship was obviously at the very core of the whole thing. I mean, we were just fortunate that their times in office and their time in power overlapped so closely, and that together they were a far more powerful force than either of them could have been individually. Obviously, the President of the United States is more important, something that Margaret Thatcher always recognised, always rejected the idea that she was trying to boost her role in the relationship. She always saw her role as being to support the President, not to give the impression that she was in charge or leading the way.
Thank you, Charles. I seem to remember, Richard, that when Dennis Healey said that when President Reagan asks Mrs. Thatcher to jump, she says, "How high?" And you retorted that that wasn't your impression. I think you then used the phrase, "rather the reverse." May I ask you to deliver that summing up?
Well, on the relationship, I think Charles is quite right to recall the Churchill-Roosevelt relationship, which achieved a level of intimacy quite extraordinary. I just finished reading a book about Churchill in the White House, and he spent, I believe, 75 nights sleeping in the White House. Now, nothing like that has ever happened since. And without adjoining bedrooms, Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan achieved an intimacy that politically and morally and politically was about as close as two leaders can be. I want to say just a word about the Prime Minister and, for that matter, the President in relation to Hungary. I think Hungary and the other countries of the Warsaw Pact really, we talk about legacy, really owe their freedom significantly to Mrs. Thatcher, and I think it's marvelous that this is being recognized in Budapest, and I hope elsewhere as well. The dedication to fighting for the freedom of others, which is now very controversial in the United States. We've always had an unfortunate isolationist tendency. And you now find people saying that we mustn't be involved in wars that are principally for the benefit of potential or actual victims. But Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan believed deeply in individual freedom and individual liberty. And that was a core motivation for how they approached political issues of their day. And the legacy of the two of them is significantly the freedom of countries once dominated by the Soviet Union.
Well, that's a very good note on which to end. Charles, Richard, thank you very much for appearing. I look forward to meeting you both in person sometime soon and again. And in the meantime, thank you for this extraordinary exchange.
Thank you, John.
Wonderful to see Charles and John. I haven't seen you for a long time. I hope we'll fix that.
We shall.
All the best.
Good. Thank you so much.
Now for our first panel discussion to continue talking about Mrs. Thatcher, Mr. Reagan and the Cold War, may I ask to come to the stage Tony Abbott, the former Prime Minister of Australia and a distinguished fellow here at the Danube Institute, Professor Dr. Geza Jasenski, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs for Hungary and Ambassador to the United States, Dr. János Mártonyi, another former Foreign Minister of Hungary, and John O'Sullivan, the President of the Danube Institute. Tony, would you like to perhaps begin with your reflections on this, and perhaps to give the Australian perspective of how these two titans of the Anglosphere work together on the Cold War?
Well, thank you very much, David. Thank you very much, John. It's wonderful to be here. And look, I think it's good that we're turning from yesterday to today and tomorrow, because we study yesterday to better understand today and to make tomorrow better. When Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher came into office, the Western world was at a low ebb. The 1973 oil crisis had created stagflation. The US had comprehensively lost the Vietnam War. There was a pervasive sense of malaise embodied in the high-minded but ineffectual presidency of Jimmy Carter. Britain had just gone cap in hand to the IMF. Communists' insurgencies were rampant in Central America. There were Marxist regimes in Southern Africa, and there was a Russian-backed government in Kabul. A decade later, the world was transformed. It was, so to speak, morning in America. Britain had won the Falklands War and had become the miracle economy of Europe, and the Berlin Wall was just about to topple. As John, you make clear in your magisterial book, three people, Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher and Pope John Paul II, were the key to victory in the Cold War, because each saw it in essentially moral terms, good versus evil, or at the very least, light grey versus very dark grey. And each had a clear program of action. The Cold War was won because Britain and America strengthened their militaries, revitalised their economies, and restored their national and cultural self-confidence. And eventually, the relative success of Western countries compared to the relative poverty and persecution of Eastern ones produced an irresistible popular tide that led to the collapse of the old Soviet bloc. That was then, this is now. We are in the throes of a second Cold War. The democratic West is under challenge from a militarist dictatorship in Moscow, an Islamist dictatorship in Tehran, a communist dictatorship in Beijing. Russia wants to dominate Eastern Europe. China wants to be the world's top power and to create a world very much in its own likeness with the party overall. And Iran wants an apocalyptic global caliphate. All three malign powers are loosely coordinating with each other because of their hatred of the West. Now, in all of this, complacency is our biggest enemy. The current battlefield stalemate in Ukraine, Israel's recent stunning military coups against its adversaries, and the absence for now of escalation across the Taiwan Strait does not mean that things could not escalate very quickly to a potentially existential crisis. Now, it seems to me that there are three big differences between Cold War I and Cold War II. First, Communist China is a first-rate economy that is rapidly building a military to match. It's been very well integrated into the global economy, and there is a significant Chinese diaspora in all of the significant countries of the West. All up, Communist China is a far more formidable competitor than the old Soviet Union ever was. Second, the West, the Anglosphere, especially, and President Trump's actions notwithstanding, is comparatively economically stagnant, comparatively societally fragmented, and culturally confused as never before. The Marxists that failed to get the working class to revolt in the name of equality have been much better at persuading the middle classes to revolt in the name of saving the planet and ending discrimination. The politics of climate and identity are driving the Anglosphere into grave economic and societal self-harm in the insane rush to replace reliable fossil-fuelled power with intermittent wind and solar power, which can drive a house but not an economy. And mass immigration, while well-intentioned, is making our countries, again, the Anglosphere in particular, poorer and less cohesive. And this readiness to be self-critical, one of Western civilisation's greatest strength that I used to think would guarantee its survival, has degenerated into a destructive self-loathing, again, in the Anglosphere especially. America is angst-ridden over slavery, Britain is angst-ridden over its empire, and Australia is angst-ridden over the dispossession of the original Aboriginal inhabitants, even though no countries on earth are less racist and more colourblind. And third, with Trump a partial exception, there is no leadership. Is there a national leader anywhere in a major Western country with a coherent plan to revitalise the economy, to reinvigorate institutions and to restore national pride? And sure, people like Macron and Starmer will talk about these things, but by failing to control immigration, failing to cut taxes and regulations, and imposing politically correct straitjackets on institutions, they are actually making a bad situation worse. Other than in America, is there anywhere in the Western world an elected and accountable government that is clearly in charge of their relevant country, as opposed to a clerisy of judges, bureaucrats and so-called experts? And as for Trump, yes, I think there is much to his credit. Drill, baby, drill. Excellent. Only 2 genders. Excellent. Build a wall. Fantastic. Make government more efficient. Of course. Drive woke ideology out of business and the military. Fantastic. But why antagonise Canada, mocking a great country as the 51st state? Why antagonise India, which is the essential democratic counterweight to China? Of course, I think that the President is doing more good than bad, but as a character, he's hardly in the same league as Reagan and Thatcher. I have to be honest and conclude on this note, that while there are few grounds for optimism, there are, as always, reasons for hope. As Thatcher said, the facts are conservative. Sometime before the last heavy industry closes, people will realise that cutting emissions is not nearly as important as reliable and affordable power. Sometime after enough doctors have been sued for malpractice, people will realise that it's best to stick with the body they've been born into. And sometime, as the military challenge intensifies, people will realise that freedom is worth striving for and that there are worse things than death. Because for all the apparatus of repression, for all the brainwashing of ideology, there is a yearning for freedom and an instinct for decency in almost every human heart, no less so in other countries than in our own. As John O'Sullivan points out in closing his marvellous book, we today have one advantage that Reagan and Thatcher lacked. We have their example. We have their legacy. It's the close study of those who rose so magnificently to the challenges of their time that should best inspire us to overcome the challenges of ours. If I might close on this note, I know we should be cautious in recruiting the dead to fight the battles of the living, but I feel absolutely sure that a reincarnated Margaret Thatcher would utterly reject a policy that put climate action ahead of energy security, would not tolerate for a second the peaceful invasion of Britain now happening across the English Channel, and would never be bluffed by someone like Vladimir Putin out of giving every possible help to gallant Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Dr. Jasensky, would you care to follow on?
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to be together with John O'Sullivan. Our friendship goes back to the early 90s, to those nostalgic years. Prime Minister Abbott talked partly about the present problems, and my happy task is to call back to those early 90s, or the great changes when the whole world, but certainly we in Central Europe, were full of hope about the future. I think it is obvious even for the younger generation that 1989, annus mirabilis, when the communist dominoes rapidly fell after each other, which is already a generation away, is unforgettable and was an epoch-making event, perhaps not as lasting as we expected in those years. We, the surviving witnesses and the participants, should not allow that to be forgotten. What a historical watershed it was. It was the end of the Cold War and the danger of a nuclear holocaust. It was the end of the 20th century, which started amid great optimism about progress, but led to world wars, genocide, and totalitarian dictatorships. 1989 brought the end of the term Eastern Europe, which was a synonym of the communist bloc, which we in Central Europe never accepted. We thought that Eastern Europe is Russia, basically, and not Central Europe. And of course, this term and the system was thoroughly disliked by the vast majority of the citizens living in the eastern half of Europe. In 1989, contrary to Marx's predictions, it was not the state that withered away, but Marxist communism. By the 1980s, communism was obviously losing the race with capitalism on every front. Prosperity proved to be the best weapon of the West in the Cold War. And British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher was one of the leaders who brought those great changes about, as John O'Sullivan's book, The President, the Pope, and the Prime Minister, is a worthy testament to that, and we heard already today some reminders of that. We who grew up in the former Soviet captive nations have every reason to see in her one of our liberators. It is relatively well known that she was the first Western leader who noticed that Gorbachev differed from all former Soviet leaders he was not so sure about the inevitable victory of communism. The famous phrase that I can do business with Mr. Gorbachev was one of her comments after their first meeting in 1984. And it was Mrs. Thatcher who in 1984, in the very year, decided to visit Hungary, which was then called the jolliest barrack in the communist bloc. And that was her first official visit to the world beyond the Iron Curtain. Kádár, the communist boss of Hungary, who was installed by the Soviet army after the suppression of the 1956 revolution and war for freedom, Kádár was clever enough to see that the survival of the regime required steady improvements in the standard of living of the population, and especially filling the stomachs of the hungry people in the communist bloc. And he also understood that there was a necessity in the economy to allow some private initiatives, particularly in agriculture. And that also captured the attention of Gorbachev, as we know, as we remember, that feeding the population of the Soviet Union was an increasingly difficult task, and Gorbachev thought that Hungary may offer a kind of solution, keeping the kolkhoz system but allowing more production by household farmers. Prime Minister Thatcher sensed that the example of Hungary may be contagious over the communist world, so she decided to see it personally. She knew that the best way for weakening communism was to loosen the ties between Moscow and its satellites and undermining the communist system with the image of Western prosperity. Her visit to Budapest in February 1984 really gave a boost for the reform-minded Hungarian economists and politicians. In Hungary, and I'm sure she was quite much aware of that an Anglophile attitude had long traditions going back to the early 19th century, and of course to the sympathy shown by the British people towards the Hungarian War of Independence of the mid-19th century. Mrs. Thatcher must have been also aware and she certainly cherished the memory of 1956, the rising of the Hungarians against communism. Kádár was flattered by the attention the two-day visit brought about, and the Hungarian public was enthusiastic to see the famous Iron Lady, the daughter of a grocer, tasting Hungarian fruit and buying Hungarian hot paprika at the Grand Marketplace, that large, beautiful Art Nouveau version of the Covent Garden. And yesterday, Hungarian ambassador to London quoted some of the words of Mrs. Thatcher, so I don't have to repeat that. The visit helped Mrs. Thatcher to understand what so many journalists and Sovietologists failed to see, that, to quote her, human beings in communist countries were not, in fact, communists at all, and retained a thirst for liberty. Western Europe, unlike Germany and Russia, traditionally underrated the importance of Central Europe. In the second half of 1989, everything changed, prompted by the pan-European picnic in Hungary at the end of August, which led to tens of thousands of East German so-called tourists being allowed to cross the border into Austria. The result was that the Berlin Wall fell, and the dominoes fell after each other. It was pulled down and torn to pieces by the people, to the consternation and somewhat reluctant applause of Western Europe. The Poles and the Hungarians made the greatest contribution to the West, winning the Cold War without a shot being fired, obviously not alone, and with all these great leaders, Reagan, Thatcher, the Pope, and a few others, perhaps Chancellor Kohl may be also included. Prime Minister Thatcher was much more than a sympathetic observer of all those changes. She followed events in Central Europe very closely. At the Britain Salutes Hungary reception on the 25th of April at the Barbican in 1989, she said, quote, "Hungary, by virtue of her history, and particularly her post-war history, clearly likes freedom, and she clearly is blazing a trail in Eastern Europe for freedom. I thought there is the basis here of a market economy. I was practically mobbed, and I must tell you, everyone knew my name. And I was so sorry that they did not have a vote." Mr. Gorbachev, having been here recently, said Mrs. Thatcher, he is in fact following the trail. He has seen the way in which Hungary is going. Hungary will go ahead and lead the way, and we shall support her as much as we possibly can, because she, as a small country, has untold courage. We are going on to a new period of history, and Hungary's success will be very important for all of us. She invited the last and reformist communist Prime Minister Miklós Németh to London on the 13th of December and said at the luncheon also very nice things, just a quote of something. "None of us will forget that Hungary was right at the forefront of change in Eastern Europe, the first to undertake economic reforms, the first to allow freedom to travel to the West, the first to tear down its border fences." Your own, and turning to the Prime Minister Németh, your own readiness to take the hard decisions which are required is evidence of your political courage and steadfastness, and we hope you will receive the support you deserve. I may mention that Prime Minister Németh was a member of the Communist Party, but coming from independent farmers, he, just like Mrs. Thatcher said, he was not really a communist in heart. I know it. Hungary was the first to hold free elections in 1990. The most likely, but far from certain, winner, József Antal of the Democratic Forum, was showered with invitations to the Western capitals. In mid-February, the British Prime Minister sent a message that she too was eager to see Antal. At that time, in the middle of the election campaign, and even a short trip to London seemed difficult to accomplish. But then a Hungarian living in Vienna, Adam Batthyány, coming from a most distinguished Hungarian family, managed to rent a special small aircraft to pick up Antal, Batthyány, and myself, and we flew to London. From the airport, we were driven immediately to 10 Downing Street. Mrs. Thatcher welcomed us as the hopeful leaders of a new democratic Hungary. She was more certain than we that the center-right, conservative-leaning Democratic Forum would win the elections, and shared with us some of her ideas how we should proceed. She advised moderation in the political process, in style and language, no witch hunt of the discredited representatives of the old order, but determination and speed in the economic transition and in privatization. Sound finances, incentives to work hard, property as the guarantee of responsibility. That afternoon meeting lasted about an hour, and having served in government, I especially appreciate now the time given to us then. Upon leaving Downing Street, we immediately flew back to Budapest. Then, having won the elections with the Thatcherite slogan, freedom and property, Mrs. Thatcher came back to Budapest on an official visit. I had the privilege to welcome on 18th September her and Mr. Dennis Thatcher at the airport. At the ensuing official dinner, Prime Minister Antal quoted Shakespeare's famous lines from Julius Caesar. To quote, "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood leads to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures." Very prophetic words or advice. It was exactly how we felt in the first weeks of the freely elected Hungarian government. The talks centered upon the tasks and the difficulties of our government facing decades of communism. Mrs. Thatcher promised investments and other practical help to Hungary. She quoted in her speech, Széchenyi, quoting her, "The Germans write a lot, the French say a lot, but the English do a lot." She gave strong support to Hungary's wish to join the European community, to quote her, "in which each country can preserve its traditions and its nationhood." Hungary to become a full member as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it took another 14 years to achieve that. Sadly, soon after her visit to Hungary, the Conservative Party wavered on some issues, and that compelled Mrs. Thatcher to resign. I can say that Antal and myself regretted her resignation very much, as she was such a staunch friend of Hungary and Central Europe as a whole, and we shared her vision of a future Europe. Baroness Thatcher continued to take a strong interest in Central Europe. During the war in Yugoslavia, when the world just watched the horrors, she called for international military action to stop the brutalities. In September 1991, visiting Japan, she literally bumped into Antal, who was on an official visit there. The two had a long conversation on Yugoslavia, finding a remarkable identity in the assessment of the situation. Antal thought that Mrs. Thatcher would be the right person to lead and guide the international community in dealing with the conflict. It was not accepted. When in 1992, the former British leader was given a peerage, Prime Minister Antal sent her a very warm congratulatory letter. The sympathy was mutual, as reflected in the memoirs of Lady Thatcher. To quote from that, "In József Antal, the Hungarian Prime Minister, the country was in the safe hands of a genuine conservative. I had met Mr. Antal on several previous occasions, and he and I shared very much the same political approach. Mr. Antal had the skills and was quickly developing the authority to give Hungary the leadership and continuity it needed." When Antal died on 12 December 1993, Lady Thatcher came to Hungary to express her condolences personally. She paid a visit to the headquarters of the Hungarian Democratic Forum, where I had the honor to receive her. She recalled her meetings with Antal in the most warm terms. I still remember her face as she bowed her head in front of a portrait of Hungary's late Prime Minister. Margaret Thatcher did a great service to her nation and truly belongs to the ages, not least for what she had done for the liberation of Central Europe. We who knew her will always cherish her memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jasenski. And now, Dr. Mortoni, would you care to make some remarks?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. For me, it was a very special pleasure to recall those events and developments. Also, Géza Jeszenszky has been just talking about. And in fact, I don't want to repeat what you said, Géza, because that would perhaps be a little bit a waste of time. I can perhaps, to cut it short, I can just confirm what you said. So I would say that I would agree with everything which he said. Well, in those years, I don't want to go back to my personal memories, but we had a common task, and in fact, he was my boss. He said once that first he was my boss and later on I became his boss, but of course it's not exactly the same story because he then became ambassador in the United States. But anyway, those were crucial and memorable years. I was a state secretary in the Ministry of what we used to call at that time Ministry for International Economic Relations, well, Ministry of Foreign Trade, simply said. And I got a telephone call in mid-November 91 from a very important person, and he told me that you should go over to the Foreign Affairs. I said, Prime Minister, I have no experience. I'm not a diplomat. Never mind. So at what time do you wish me to go over, Prime Minister? And he said, well, in about 2 weeks. Fine. So that's how my story with Géza Jeszenszky started. At that time, of course, he was Minister for Foreign Affairs. And of course, very important years came. And speaking now, or rather turning to the subject, I try to refresh my memories about this outstanding and unique personality, Baroness Thatcher. And the first things which came to my mind, I mean, actually 2 words. The first word was gratitude. And I think Géza already referred to this, that she played a key role, a vital role in helping Central Europe in general, and of course specifically Hungary, to join the Western family of nations, the Western alliances, all the organizations and so on. We all believe that her contribution in this respect was crucial and extremely important. So, of course, this was something which we will never forget. At the same time, I think we also have to say 1 or 2 words about her economic policies, because also at that time there was much debate about that. There was a somewhat misleading concept represented by some people on both sides, by the way, both in the West and the East, and that was this hazy concept of convergence, as if convergence would have been possible at all between free market economy and a kind of what was called socialist economy. Of course, whether this was socialist or not, that's a completely different question. But all in all, there was this false concept of convergence. And I think one of the basic messages Baroness Thatcher conveyed was that there is no such convergence. There is one thing, which is market, which is free market economy, whether you accept it or you do not accept it. If you accept it, you have to follow those basic tenets which are the fundamental, let's say, core elements of a free market economy. And her contribution in this respect, with special regard to Central Europe and to my country, was crucial and inevitable. So that's why I believe that the first thing we have to keep in mind when we speak about Madam Thatcher is gratitude. We owe a lot to her, and I think we should, as I said, never forget them. Well, she was of course an adamant defender of free market economy. We should not forget that many, as I already referred to, hazy concepts emerged, and also in this country they were represented by some people. So the situation for her was clear. That must be a free market economy. Apart from that, I think, and some people would perhaps underline it much more than I can, she was a very friendly, a very warm and strong person. I didn't have too much opportunity to experience it, but I of course knew it from all the friends around, and she established very quickly very good relations with, as it has already been said, Joseph Antal and others. And there was, of course, a personal element here. When I met at that time, or also later on, with British politicians who worked with her, I always felt the deep emotional impact Madam Thatcher exercised upon them. I would even say, and don't misunderstand this, that one of his former ministers, he confessed to me during a lunch here in Budapest that in fact he was in love with the that time Prime Minister. So I was a little bit surprised, but of course that was just a message in a more symbolic sense that yes, she was adored and she was very much respected and loved by all his collaborators. I think this is something which a politician can really long for, and she achieved that as well. Now, as I said, and that has to be underlined again, that her role in the overall political and economic transformation in Central Europe, including, of course, Hungary, was fundamental and indispensable. And that is why I think we are still very grateful to her. That's why I believe that this is, of course, a very, very, very good idea to have this conference, because we have to cherish this legacy and we have to preserve it, because this is important. It's important now as well. Situations, of course, are changing. Now, we cannot, of course, automatically apply all the consequences and all the conclusions which were drawn in those years. But, of course, the basic message, the basic value element must be preserved. And that is what I would underline again and at the end, that the basic fundamental thing about her was the value of freedom. The value of freedom, of course, freedom has different aspects, economic freedom and so on, but I think for her and for us, this is the idea of freedom which we have to preserve, which we followed to the best of our efforts, and we still have to do it in the same way. And I think her legacy is a very, very helpful contribution to this task, to the preservation of freedom in a general and also in an economic sense. So that's more or less what I wanted to say briefly. I didn't really prepare for making a speech. My understanding was that we will have a friendly conversation about her achievement. Well, that is, after all, what we are having in a different way. But the most important thing is that we have to keep her in our memory. We have to respect her contribution. We have to respect and follow her legacy. And I think many people, most people in this country, in Hungary, fully share this view, older and younger people as well. And another task is, of course, that we kind of transfer and transmit this legacy and this message, which is, I believe, is as important as ever to the younger generations. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Mortoni. And now, of course, John O'Sullivan.
First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the previous speakers and the speeches on the debate and discussion that was held by Charles Powell and Richard on a moment beforehand. I'm very grateful that we've been able to gather together such a distinguished group of people who actually participated in the historical events which Geza so memorably himself just announced. It was a great privilege to be, so to speak, sitting on the sidelines or in the anteroom of those events at different times and in different guises. But I first want to say I'm grateful to Viktor Orbán and the Hungarian government for erecting the statue. I'll follow very much what Richard said in the videotape. It's a very important thing that we remember historical achievements of which we were the beneficiaries, and certainly the Hungarians have done that, not only with the erection of this memorial to Mrs. Thatcher, but there are two memorials also to President Reagan and to first President Bush in the park outside the U.S. Embassy. In fact, somebody wrote recently that if you go to the statue of Ronald Reagan, you will see that one hand is both hands are worn away by people being photographed shaking hands. The ladies stand holding hands with him with his left arm, so to speak, and the gentlemen have the other hand, but it's now worn away by people shaking hands, men shaking hands with them. This, I think, is a testimony to the popular support for the kind of memorial we're having. And by the way, I was going to make some remarks about the special relationship, but I think we've heard quite enough about it already this morning, and I'd like to I'll just say one or two other things. First of all, Mrs. Thatcher was a remarkable woman in all kinds of ways, one of which is that it does appear from almost her earliest years, she was someone who loved debate and argument. She was obviously brought up by her father, whom she revered, to be interested in current affairs, to read history, to be knowledgeable. But also, she just loved the cut and thrust of debate. I discovered this in a very amusing way, but also, for me, important way. When I was a young journalist for the Daily Telegraph, sketchwriter, in the 70s, she was the Minister for Education. The sketchwriters, and the sketchwriting, I should say, as the MPs present noted their cost, it is a form of journalism in which a journalist gives a kind of newspaper critic's account of what happened in the House of Commons yesterday as if he's reviewing a play. And this gives him plenty of scope for mockery, ridicule, and occasionally kindness. This was a group, therefore, of journalists who were used to dissing, as the phrase is, politicians. Mrs. Thatcher came along. She gave a very good presentation. She then took questions and, so to speak, debates. I asked her about, this is 73, I asked her about educational vouchers. And she said, oh yes, a nice idea, but never work. I had just returned from a study of educational vouchers in the United States. My head was stuffed with facts, figures, and statistics about how marvelous they were. And I took issue with her. She responded strongly. I countered strongly. It went on for some time. And eventually, she had to go. The civil servant tugged her elbow and said, not the Prime Minister. So she got up and she moved towards the door, stopping to look at me and say, I shall remember you, which I took to be menacing. But at the moment that she'd gone through the door and the door was closed, every other journalist around the table fell about laughing. And one of them said, you are the only journalist in the room who has any time for that woman, and you're the person whom she really savaged. But I discovered later that Mrs. Thatcher liked people who argued with her. I'm sure Peter can give his own testimony to that. She liked that, and so before long, she was recognizing me in the corridor, and eventually I got a job offered with her. Now, on the issues that we've been discussing this morning, when I was writing speech, I had no influence on policy. Obviously, I was a special advisor, but not on those issues, and a speechwriter. But I did, of course, have often to work with her on how to express them. And one of the interesting things is she was extremely interested in the countries of this region. She felt that they had been lost to Western civilization, and Western civilization should reclaim them. And in the famous speech that Charles Powell wrote for the Bruges speech, she refers to cities like Warsaw, Budapest, and Prague as cities which belong to Western civilization and should be recovered. And the other element in those speechwriting days were her insistence on the importance of spending on defense, because she used to make the argument again and again that if you are strong enough, other people are not going to challenge you. And she therefore strongly defended and supported a defense not only in the House of Commons, not only in international forums, but most important of all, in elections, because she considered obviously, political speeches were a form of popular education. People had to know what your basic understanding of politics was, what the firm positions you held were, and the arguments, and they had to know the arguments for those positions were sound, which, of course, I think they were. I would cite, in particular, a phrase she liked, was in the manifesto for 1987, which was attacking the Liberal Democrats and the centre parties for their willingness, as she put it, not to get rid of the nuclear weapon exactly, but to not spend any money on it, so that it would, as she said, wither on the vine. At his first press conference, one of the leaders of the party, David Steele, no, I think it was the other David, was very angry about this and made the whole press conference about it. We couldn't have been more delighted. When a political party you're fighting makes an issue of the issue on which they are weak, then you should let them carry on making that. I think General said, didn't Napoleon say, never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake? And I think this was a wonderful example. Now, after I left, I went from Downing Street to edit National Review in New York. I did that in July 1988. The result was I was there as the amazing events of 1989 were unfolding. You know, at first, we were possibly the most famous anti-communist magazine in the world in National Review. While I was there, these events started occurring, and at first we couldn't believe that they were. I never thought that they were a deceit, but I did think that they would be unlikely to continue for very long. After all, they'd always been repressed in the past. But of course, as they went on, it became clear that this was a momentous historical event of the level of the Reformation, something like that. Well, it looks slightly less than that now, but not a lot less. And when we came to and when they had occurred, and I was still in contact with her during this period, helping to write speeches and so on. She was absolutely clear, more clear than any other European leader, possibly the later Italian President Francesco Cossiga was very clear too, that this was a major historical change and should be supported. And she didn't have the doubts that assailed others. Not only that, but after they had occurred and we were looking at a new Europe, I asked for her support. I was in starting something called the New Atlantic Initiative, which existed to try to get the countries of essentially the Visegrad countries at first, and later a wider group of Central European, a wider group of countries, into NATO and the EU to smooth their path. Henry Kissinger, I got his support through because my specialist editor on defense and foreign policy, the late and brilliant Peter Rodman, had been one of his closest aides. So I was able to send out a letter to, I think about 400 people in America and Europe, beginning with the words, "I have been asked to write to you by Margaret Thatcher and Henry Kissinger." So all of my letters were returned. I mean, they were all responded to. And we held a conference at which she was a speaker, gave a great speech encouraging our aims, get these countries fully accepted back into civilization. Well, they were already in civilization, but back into a more cooperative relationship with Western Europe, and that was extremely important. And it had one or two comic elements in it. Geza, I remember that you and I we had a dinner which a lot of very distinguished Hungarians attended. At that dinner, there was agreement to move forward and do what we could, and I'm very grateful to you and to the other people there. Not at that dinner, but at a lunch the next day, was Viktor Orban, and I've always been enormously grateful to the Prime Minister, because obviously from the word go at the lunch, he was sympathetic and indeed did play a major part. Three of us were at a conference, remember, in Karlovy Vary, which was the very small conference that launched this this institution, and which played a useful part, I think, in getting the countries back into Europe. But when I came to pay the bill, my credit card was 1 day old, and I had to rummage around in my pockets to find if I had enough change altogether to pay the bill. So I've always been grateful to the Prime Minister for not deciding right away that this obviously was not something that would ever happen, because it did, and it did play a part in that way. Wouldn't have happened without the support of Henry Kissinger and Margaret Thatcher, and it's important to think that they were taking time out of busy lives in order to promote something which at the early stages did not have a great chance of success, even though it did really achieve something. I don't say it was the only organization pressing for the reintegration of Central Europe, but I do say it was one of the most effective to give you. So I won't say any more about that. It seems to me that at the present time, we are facing decisions we have to make about the future of Europe. And I know that on the question of the Ukraine war, there are different points of view in this room, and we've heard Tony, and we'll hear other points of view, I think, later. Well, I think that's what happens in democratic politics. I mean, democratic politics is about debate, it's about division, it's about difference. It's not about cheerleading. And I think we need to have serious conversations on all of the questions that seriously confront it. That was Mrs. Thatcher's view. As I said, she liked debate, she liked argument, she felt it was necessary to thrash things out. And she never shrank from doing that, as you will recall from the great final speech she made on the day that she is in effect compelled to retire. So I feel that this celebration of her achievement, and as I say, we're grateful to the government for the role they're playing and for their assistance with this conference. I would like to say what a pleasure it is to be with an audience of people who obviously feel as strongly as I do in favour of Lady Thatcher, and speakers who have been able to give us really good, solid, new reasons for having such a high regard for her. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, John. So as we go into the panel discussion, I'd like to begin by asking you all, it seems that the thread through all your remarks about Mrs. Thatcher and about President Reagan and the Cold War was their moral clarity, which informed their worldview. It informed them on domestic policy, on international policy, and perhaps reinforced their status as statesmen. And Tony, one of the threads of your discussions here and in other fora over recent years has been your view that statesmen are not part of the international scene now. Do you think it is because they lack that moral clarity and because they have not thought through from first principles why they wish to be in politics?
Well, thanks, David. I was very lucky in that when I was a kid at school, we did narrative as opposed to episodic history. When I was a student at university, I got very involved in all the various controversies of the day, and I then went from that to being a leader writer and opinion page writer for various magazines. So there were very few contemporary issues that I hadn't thought about and indeed published upon when I went into Parliament and as I rose up the various ranks of public life. One of the extraordinary things about most politicians today is that so many of them haven't had long experience in government. They get to the top very young. Those that come in from outside often don't have very serious jobs. They've been talkers rather than doers. And so many of them, while they're there, don't really say anything other than what they're told to say by their advisors. And I can remember thinking when someone who I won't name became Prime Minister of Great Britain, that she has risen almost entirely without trace, has not given any evidence of any substantial thinking on any major topic before she became Prime Minister. On the other hand, Boris Johnson had given a lot of evidence of serious thinking on many topics and then appeared to abandon it all when he became Prime Minister. So this can go both ways. But what I'm really saying is, yes, I do think that the calibre of our public life is much diminished from a generation ago.
Geza, perhaps you'd like to respond.
I'm sorry, exactly. Responding to...
Do you think that there is the fundamental difference in the quality of our statesmen compared with those whom we've discussed is that these people, Mrs. Thatcher, Mr. Reagan, had a vision of politics based on their moral clarity and having considered political issues from first principles, which gave them a stronger way of operating politically than those contemporaries now?
Yes, nowadays many people question the moral position of politicians, thinking that, well, their only aim is to hold on to power and to receive all what goes with that. When I grew up in a communist system, we looked upon most Western leaders, perhaps with a kind of idealizing them, but I think as a historian, looking back to the Cold War period, that yes, most of them, especially the great leaders from Kennedy to Reagan, and of course European, British statesmen as well, they had strong convictions, not only about foreign policy, not only about the Soviet Union, but about democracy itself, and that gave them a kind of moral superiority over politicians of other countries who were not really dedicated or not believing in democracy. But what distinguished both Reagan and Mrs. Thatcher from their European contemporaries, that they did not reconcile themselves to the so-called realities of the time. They did not accept that division of Europe as final. And that's why we in Hungary, I'm sure in other countries, certainly in Poland, were so happy when we first heard the statement from the president that the evil empire, many Western observers, politicians, journalists regretted it. Well, how could you say such a thing? But we thought that was really up to the point. And the same could be said that we already heard several kind of arguments or reminders how Mrs. Thatcher had the same attitude, and well, the two leaders reinforced each other's opinion, and especially myself and other people, non-communists in Central Europe, were worried very much that, well, we will be forgotten. After all, there is now peace. There is no danger of a war, a world war, and we have to pay the price to remain silent and accept our lot. Well, during the Solidarność crisis in 1990-1991, Western European leaders, with the exception of the British, accepted Jaruzelski's coup and started to talk to him. Or in 1991, August, after the coup in Moscow, I'm sorry to say, some Western leaders immediately thought that, well, okay, there will be a new man, Yanayev, the so-called, I think the term is incorrect to say that they were conservatives, but the hardliner communists well, we have to live with them. Yes, on this very day, Manfred Werner, Secretary General of NATO, who was a great friend of all the Central Europeans and was an advocate of NATO enlargement, gave a phone call both to Prime Minister Andal and myself, expressing sympathy, but he did not say, and he could not say, that if the Russians come back militarily, they just withdrew a few weeks earlier, NATO will come to our help. He could not say that. That is what I think was so important, that the vision of Mrs. Thatcher and Reagan was the right one. And events in 1989-1990 really proved that instead of appeasing now the more acceptable or less fearful Soviet leaders, we will ensure a future peace, but that would have been a large part of Europe being left under the Soviet system. And without such people, such leaders, I think it could have happened. We still might live under a communist system if, these two great leaders had not taken time by the forelock, and they did not rise to the opportunity given by Gorbachev. But it was not inevitable. I never accepted Marxism that history runs a kind of set course. It is great leaders who influence history, and so we were very lucky. My generation was very lucky that our dedication, our belief in the superiority of Western values was realized, and I hope that this will continue in the present rather difficult times in Western Europe. So we need people like these leaders were. My wife often complains, like many other friends, that, the present leaders of the world are so far behind the leaders of the great changes. Well, let's hope that Vladimir Putin may help the West to realize, to go back to these principles, as to stand up to the very principles which were realized in the great changes.
Thank you. John, would you like to comment?
I think the question is a fair one, but difficult to answer. One point to bear in mind is that the leaders of the generation we're discussing, Reagan and Thatcher, and for people sometime after them, they were educated either before or during the Second World War or in the years immediately after it. The education, and therefore the formation of our leaders at an early stage, as it seems to me, declined very, very badly since those years. It may have declined actually less badly in some of the communist countries before the change, because the educational fads and follies were much more readily accepted in America and Western Europe earlier than the Soviet bloc. And there's no doubt about that. If you don't have a good education, you are handicapped. Mrs. Thatcher received a very good education. Ronald Reagan, I think, a pretty good one. He didn't go to a great college, but he did, but he did have a solid education. His understanding of American history and the Constitution was extremely strong. He never stopped reading. An aide to Reagan said once that the only time Reagan, who was a very amiable boss, had ever spoken roughly to him was when he'd been interrupted at a time he'd set aside to read something, and he was really annoyed at this. That's very interesting, because we don't think of Reagan as a highly educated man, but he was well educated by the standards of today's world in two ways. One, he was educated, and the second was he wasn't miseducated. And that we now have a generation which is very largely miseducated, and hence so many of that's why the problems we face in terms of woke and their influence on institutions, national and local institutions, is shaped by mistaken, well, I was going to say mistaken points of view, but I would say, let's be honest, it's a kind of propaganda and brainwashing a lot of the time. And the people we're talking about often can't make a very strong case for their own views. So that's the main thing. On one other point, I would say, you have to have the opportunity to be a great man or a great woman. It's not enough to be capable of it. It has to be there. I would say that somebody who fell below the level of greatness of Reagan and Thatcher, but who was a very able president and maybe the most intelligent man to have ever occupied the White House, is Richard Nixon. Now, we conventionally say he was brought down by his flaws. That's in part true. But it's also true that he was subjected to an extraordinary campaign of denigration and hostility from day one, and a determination to bring him down. But his conduct of the presidency was, in the main, very, very able. And I once had the opportunity of a conversation with Henry Kissinger in which he said, the achievements of the Nixon team were surely as remarkable as those of Reagan and Thatcher team. And the answer, which he accepted actually, was they were standing on his shoulders. That's one thing. But the second thing was, he did say something interesting. He said, if and this was 1988, if the Soviet Union were to collapse on the time scale that we've been discussing, namely in the next 5 to 6 years, then I would concede that Reagan had great achievements. My own view, he said, is that the collapse will happen, but it won't happen for another 20 or 30 years. Later, he said, well, he'd accepted that test, and he had to live with the result. But certainly, if you look at other presidents and prime ministers, some just don't have the opportunity of greatness. They have to solve problems, but they're not the problems that rise to the level of a civilizational change, such as the one we've witnessed and are now talking about.
Helps János.
I would distinguish two different issues in your question. One is the relationship between politics, political decision making, political activities in general, and morals. What is the role of moral values in the reality of political life? Another question is, of course, the role of persons, of personalities, because we are now discussing basically about outstanding personalities who had a fundamental, as we said, major impact upon history. What would have happened in their absence? We do not know. Would there have been other persons to take over and to use the opportunity, which was also there, no doubt. You need a situation, you need opportunities, but you also need, and this is indispensable to my mind, personalities. And that's what we had in the person of those we are discussing today. And the main message is that, of course, we have to help to create opportunities. For instance, we have to make proper institutions. But at the same time, we definitely need, in some situations, persons like the ones we are now discussing about today. And that's why I believe that the first thing, which I already said, thing to express is gratitude, and to keep these persons in our memory and to try to preserve the legacy as much as we can. We'll have no situations. We'll have no persons. We will have different persons. But persons will always be indispensable in human history. So, of course, we all learned many decades or years before the Marxist theory in the school that the real actor in human history, of course, is the people. And persons may be a little bit important, but not that much. Because after all, history is built upon objective, primarily economic rules of society. Okay. We all knew already at that time that this was not true. And the subject of this morning, of this conference, I think amply and eloquently demonstrates that this is not true. History would have been, I would say, substantially different in the absence of these persons. And what will be, of course, in the future? We will also need persons. And we have to be careful about, as it has been just said, education. And we also have to pay special attention to some moral values. Or, to put it just briefly, some values. I mean, that is the indispensable element of any successful policies. We understand that there are pragmatic approaches, there are realities we have to take into account, but at the same time, we should never forget about the fundamental values behind I would say, all human actions and human history.
David, may I offer a little response?
Please, yes.
Janos, the whole point of political management or leadership is to do good, to make things better. And sometimes that'll be a question of judgment, but other times it'll be a question of basic morality. And I think when it comes to how do we best run the NHS, that's a matter of judgment. When it comes to do we or don't we liberate the Falkland Islands, for instance, that's a question ultimately of morality. And I think the great thing about Thatcher is that she got that in a way that no one else in her cabinet remotely approached. I mean, John, you are familiar with these guys. I don't think that's being unfair to say that Thatcher was head and shoulders above almost everyone. I mean, Nigel Lawson was a very impressive man. There were other capable people in the cabinet, but Thatcher was a giant. And history is not determined by impersonal forces. History is shaped by the decisions that individuals make, for better or for worse. The world changes for better or for worse, person by person, and Thatcher and Reagan, in their own way, did magnificently.
I think, by the way, that, just to respond, Tony, I think that Mrs. Thatcher, if she were asked particularly about one crisis she had to face, namely the 1981 budget crisis, I think she would have given credit to others as well, namely, oddly enough, to Geoffrey Howe, who was a very stalwart chancellor, as Nigel Lawson was later. When you look back at the Thatcher cabinets now, they do seem extremely impressive compared to later cabinets, not simply. So, yes, I of course agree that she was head and shoulders, but then she had that opportunity. And it was a credit, really, to the Tory party that all those chaps voted for her.
It's been mentioned a good deal on this panel that the opportunity needed to be great, but it seems to me that those opportunities are legion at the moment, both domestically and geopolitically. You have the threat of China, as Sir Neil Ferguson said, the resumption of the Cold War. Domestically, across the West, you have debt crises, the crisis of wokeism, and what you might call the cultural wars. So given this plethora of opportunity, why do you think that the modern equivalents of Reagan and Thatcher have failed to emerge so far?
Well, David, I think there's a difference between leaders and managers. And I just think that we've got too many managers who are worried about the opinion polls, what the so-called experts will say, what the newspaper headline might be. We don't have enough leaders who are prepared to say, well, the fundamental issue here is whatever it is, and this is what I'm going to do. I mean, whatever you think of Trump, he is a leader, and whatever you think of Netanyahu, he is a leader. But it's pretty hard to see too many others, at least amongst the good guys.
I don't want to shortchange this, but I think I want to pay tribute to the organisers because they have assembled a group of rather distinguished leaders who've had in this room at the moment, both on the platform and in the audience. So I think we should pay tribute to the fact that...
Before we conclude, I would like to raise... There was one more person who was much involved in these great changes, whose name was not mentioned, George Herbert Bush. And I would also add him to those people who played a role. On the one hand, he very much followed in the footsteps of President Reagan, he was selected to some degree by him, and he made an extremely important decision in the summer of 1989 to visit Poland and Hungary against the advice of people around him who thought that, well, you should go to Moscow and to negotiate with the Soviet leader Gorbachev how to make life more acceptable, easier in Central Europe. And instead, he came to these two capitals where already there was a very strong movement for change, and with his very presence, he really gave a boost to these movements and endorsed them. Again, unlike many European leaders, so I think not on the same level, but certainly President Bush also deserves mention when we talk about these changes.
Well said. Thank you. Well, that concludes this morning's session. Thank you, gentlemen, all for your contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now invited to lunch. For those of you who are attending rather than speaking, that lunch will be in the gallery on this floor for the speakers and our guests. That will be on the first floor. Please do all reassemble in 1 hour at 12:45 for the resumption of what is a very busy conference and one that I'm sure will not fail to hold your attention. Thank you all. Your Excellencies, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon session will now commence. So if you'd be kind enough to take your seats, we can let our distinguished panel give you the benefit of their wisdom and experience. Thank you. This panel will be on Mrs. Thatcher, Reform and Recovery, and it will be moderated by my colleague at the Danube Institute, Adam Labor, who is one of our visiting fellows. And we're delighted to have on the panel Václav Klaus, the former President and Prime Minister and Finance Minister of Czechoslovakia and the Czech Republic, Lord Griffiths of Forestfach, who was the head of the No. 10 Policy Unit under Mrs. Thatcher, Peter Lilly, Lord Lilly of Offa, former Secretary of State for Trade and Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party, by video link from London, John Lloyd, who was the editor of the New Statesman, and here in the room again, Dr. Robin Harris, Mrs. Thatcher's biographer, who worked with her at No. 10 and wrote his speeches for her, and of course worked with John there. So if I may ask Adam to commence proceedings, I hope you enjoyed this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Welcome everybody this afternoon. We had a very distinguished panel this morning. It's going to be a hard act to follow, but I am confident that with our distinguished and esteemed panellists today, we're certainly going to rise to the challenge. We're going to be looking more at Mrs. Thatcher's domestic role and domestic legacy, how she reshaped the country, and how the decisions she took then still reverberate and have reshaped Britain as it is now. So we're going to start this afternoon with John Lloyd, who hopefully is going to be joining us online.
Hello, Adam. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, wonderful. So John is an extremely distinguished journalist and editor. He's the former editor of The New Statesman, which is the thoughtful centre-left weekly. He was a rival to The Spectator, and currently a contributing editor at the Financial Times, and also one of the founding editors of the Financial Times magazine. And in my own time as a journalist, I've written a few articles for him. So John is going to give us his reflections on the era of Lady Thatcher, especially its impact on the left, on Labour, and the way that she still has almost reshaped the Labour Party as well as the Conservative Party in Britain. But I will say no more and hand you over to John.
Thanks very much, Adam. As you indicate, my contribution will be very much based upon Mrs. Thatcher's view of the unions and the Labour Party, both of which she enormously changed. It's not just me who thought that. I was then industrial editor of the Financial Times, but it was the view both publicly and privately expressed by Tony Blair, who succeeded as the Prime Minister. Mrs. Thatcher was a new kind of conservative. She had promised to bring peace, but in fact her instincts were to oppose especially socialism of the Labour Party and the unions, the so-called Labour movement. And she also opposed, less obviously, but increasingly so, she opposed the centrism of many of her colleagues, including colleagues in the cabinet, people that she came to call the wets. She saw the trade unions as foes, except those as the electricians' union, run by a man called Frank Chappell, who was actually an admirer of Mrs. Thatcher, and the engineering union, who were both on the right of the movement, who were opposed at least as much to the left of the movement, the left of the trade unions, as they were opposed to the Conservative government. Arthur Scargill became leader of the National Union of Mine Workers, I think in 1982. He was elected president of the NUM. He had been a communist and had left the Communist Party largely because he saw it as becoming, in its own terms, a bit wet. It was becoming less of a revolutionary force and becoming revisionist. His industrial policy, in a union which was widely recognized as being the most powerful union in the country because of its grip on coal, which was the main fuel stock then, he saw his industrial policy was what you might call an activist socialist policy. He regarded the strike weapon and the strike which he threatened in 1982 and which actually he began in 1984 was aimed at least as much and probably more against the Conservative government and Mrs. Thatcher than for any industrial, for getting higher pay or for better conditions and so on. He argued that no pit, and there was something like 200 coal pits in Britain at the time, should close when there was any coal left in the mine. And the practice was to leave quite a lot of coal in some mines, but difficult to get to and far too expensive to get to. But he used that as a main weapon. The strike was called in March of 1984, but not according to the rules. The rules were that there should be a national strike of all the various areas of the National Union of Mine Workers. He called them out. There were strikes in his own part of the world, in Yorkshire, which was a militant area, but he then commanded or demanded a general strike on the back of that, which caused especially the more moderate parts of the NUM a good deal of opposition to him, which began to become more and more important. Thatcher had backed away from an earlier threatened strike in 1982, but by 1984 she had made preparations. The preparations included making large coal stocks at the power stations, talking to the police to ensure that there were enough police in the hundreds, even thousands, in the mining areas to deal with protests. And at the same time, she hired Ian McGregor, who was a Scot by birth but had worked most of his life in industry in the United States. He came back, was head of the British Steel Corporation, which he slimmed down fairly radically, and then Mrs. Thatcher appointed him as head of the National Coal Board, with the same kind of brief as he had at Steel. In other words, to cut away these areas, these mines, which were unprofitable. From the beginning, some of the areas of the National Union of Mine Workers, especially Nottinghamshire, were against Scargill, never had liked him, never voted for him, and many of the workers in Nottinghamshire continued to work. And there was a good deal of protest about that from the striking miners, pitched battles with the working miners and with the police, but they carried on working, encouraged actually by their regional leaders, who after a while broke away and founded a new union called the Working Miners' Union. The Labour Party was then led by a man called Neil Kinnock, who came from who's Welsh, came from a mining family, and of course supported the strike, as did others with varying degrees of happiness. It was harder on the centre-right of the party because their constituents, as well as their colleagues, grew increasingly restive, calling for a deal. And that became much more passionate when halfway through the strike, some striking miners got on a bridge over a motorway and dropped a weight, I think a large stone on a car, which was carrying working miners, and resulted in the death of one of them. And of course that meant that the Labour Party was very much on the defensive. It could not do anything else but condemn it, and a gulf widened between militants in the NUM and the Labour Party, and of course the working miners. As 1985 went on, more and more miners returned to work, including militant areas like South Wales and Scotland, and even a man called Mick McGahey, who was a communist and a vice president of the union, privately began to say this must end, something which Scargill refused to listen to.
And John, how important do you think Mrs. Thatcher was in defeating the miners as a leader herself?
She had put the weapons needed to end the strike. She'd prepared them carefully with other members of her cabinet. As I said, she oversaw the creation of large stocks of coal in the power stations, and perhaps most of all, she had put in as head of the National Coal Board somebody, Ian McGregor, who was extremely conscious of the need which had been impressed upon him by Mrs. Thatcher to close down uneconomic pits. The problem was then, as he said, you could get coal much, much cheaper on the Amsterdam market for coal than you could by digging it in the UK.
So her strategic thinking was very important here.
Yes, it was very important because it actually weakened from the very beginning the National Union of Miners. Scargill, as I said, weakened it too by refusing to go to a national strike, which twice before he had lost and feared to lose again. So you had a kind of an inner problem for the NUM, and one a well-prepared Conservative government, which became more and more important as the strike went on and as more and more miners went back to work. At the end, when it ended almost exactly a year from beginning in March 1985, having begun in March 1984, the very, very few working miners, non-working miners rather, striking miners went back to work. Very quickly after that, the pits began to close, and by 10, 15 years, all 175 pits which had been open were closed. Now, I think there's one new deep mine pit still working, but by and large, the miners were paid off relatively well, but very quickly the mining areas became and have remained areas of poverty. The miners' union has ceased to exist. The labour movement had lost its most feared weapon, industrial weapon, and this in part was the effect of the miners' strike, although at least as much and probably more so, it was part of the deindustrialisation of the UK, which was certainly not unique to it, but it was probably a bit more rapid than, say, in France or Germany or elsewhere in Europe or in North America.
Well, thank you, John. Thank you very much. Sorry, we've run out of time, but thank you very much for that really insightful account and memories of really a key moment in modern British history, the defeat of the miners, and which set in train the process of deindustrialisation, which was arguably inevitable anyway, but there's still many debates and disputes going on about how it was handled and its continuing legacy nowadays. And one of the most important aspects of that led to the rise of what we call Blairism and Tony Blair and the reshaped Labour Party. So we can see that particular struggle, political struggle and economic struggle of Mrs. Thatcher and her government has reshaped Britain in many ways that continue to reverberate now. Thank you very much, John. And now, if I may call on President Václav Klaus to give us his reflections and perhaps memories of Mrs. Thatcher and the Thatcher era.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I feel honored to be here today and to have the opportunity to say a few words at this important gathering devoted to one of my heroes, Lady Thatcher. In fact, she is not one of my heroes. She is the hero, at least in the political sphere. It is more than appropriate to celebrate 100th anniversary of her birth, and I am sure I speak for all of us. I thank John O'Sullivan, Melissa, and the whole Danube Institute for organizing this event. I must confess, John, that after getting, as a consequence of your invitation, I was immediately motivated to organize a similar event in Prague, which will be done next week. I think that Margaret Thatcher should be celebrated even now. I don't intend to speculate on how Margaret Thatcher's centennial will be celebrated in her own country, in a country that was so fundamentally and in the eyes of many of us positively changed by her leadership. I am sure many Brits will do celebrate, but I have doubts about her own political party, which is going through difficult times, partly, or in my eyes mainly, because of forgetting her legacy. I have even stronger doubts about the current Labour government. but I'm not British. Perhaps I underestimate British good manners and innate politeness. I may be positively surprised. We, in the communist Czechoslovakia, saw Lady Thatcher as a hero who succeeded in returning Great Britain to capitalism, who resolutely defended the main conservative ideas, free markets, free trade, and unrestricted political freedom, who succeeded in winning important political battles, first of all the miners' strike, which was discussed here a few moments ago, who opposed communism and socialism in all their forms and disguises, and who, together with Ronald Reagan, with their resolute stance towards Soviet communism, significantly contributed to its fall. Until our Velvet Revolution, we had a chance to follow Margaret Thatcher's activities only from a distance, across the Iron Curtain. I myself visited Great Britain for the first time as late as in the 1990s as Minister of Finance of the newly free Czechoslovakia to sign a double taxation avoidance treaty between our two countries with Norman Lamont. Some of you may remember his name, whom I still occasionally meet. Until that moment, Margaret Thatcher had been for us an untouchable, very distant personality. I couldn't even imagine get a chance to meet her. Even without having any possibility to visit her country, we saw her as someone who had changed the world and the course of history. We admired her views, her stance, and her policies. We considered the leading European continental politicians who believed in the beauty of the so-called Helsinki process as implicit fellow travelers of socialism and communism. We were convinced that only the sharp political stances of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher could help us to make a real change to our lives. As an economist and as a true believer in Friedrich von Hayek and Milton Friedman, I was very much in favor of Margaret Thatcher's policies and regarded her as a role model. In the final days of the already tired, non-functioning, weak and soft communism in my country and in the whole of Central and Eastern Europe, by the way, which is something not very much stressed by the Danube Institute, this phenomenon, she became a symbol of the hopeful future. Both before and after the fall of communism, she was seen as someone who spoke to us and understood us more than other Western leaders and politicians. What we considered important was that she listened to us. She consistently opposed all kinds of third ways, and that was exactly what we were trying to do at that time. From that time comes my even now sometimes quoted statement, which I made somehow almost innocently in Davos in January 1990, when I said that the third way is the fastest way to the third world, which has been quoted all over the world since that time. It should also be mentioned that even in the communist days, we had strong doubts about the project of the European integration, about the very problematic shifts undergoing already at that time in the European community. It began moving from economic integration to political unification. This process was later institutionalized in the Maastricht and Lisbon treaties. That was not our ambition, our goal, our aim. Even at that time, we understood the importance of her Bruges speech, by the way, something which has not yet been mentioned after 6 hours of our debate this morning, to my great surprise, in 1988. And we were disappointed that it didn't get the support it deserved in Western Europe. To our great regret, the West Europeans didn't want to see the incoming dangers. I think that Bill Cash was one of the few who saw the dangers years in advance. Margaret Thatcher was the only Western leader who raised doubts, and this was mentioned by John this morning, who raised doubts about the one-sided or entirely positive reaction of Western Europe and the whole West to the German unification, which fundamentally increased the strength and role of Germany in European affairs. Margaret Thatcher understood it very clearly at a distance from a remote island relatively close to Europe. We, the Czechs, with our centuries-long historical experience with that neighbor of ours, had similar concerns. I had the opportunity to meet Margaret Thatcher many times and was extremely honored when she once called me her best pupil in the newly free countries of Central and Eastern Europe. I'm sure that Hungarians were offended at that time, you know. But Minister Jasenski left the room before I started to speak, which is good, probably. I was indeed her true supporter and follower. She made an official visit to Prague in September 1990, and we understood each other very rapidly. In my domestic political conflict with the hero at that time, Václav Havel, who in reality didn't want capitalism, didn't want free markets, and didn't want genuine political parties, she stood resolutely on my side, and she told him so explicitly in my presence. Her exit from politics was anything but voluntary. We were shocked seeing her sudden political fall in November 1990. It was the consequence of the very fragile state of affairs in the British Conservative Party at that time, especially as regards the European project. Many leading conservatives wrongly believed in the beauties of European unification and of the suppression of nation states. Her fall was a great loss for all of us. Being here in Budapest, I have to mention something which was already mentioned by Minister Jasenski. I can't forget sitting next to her for several hours at the funeral of Josef Antal, the first post-communist Prime Minister of Hungary, on a chilly December day in front of the Hungarian parliament. And she was very lightly dressed, so we were sitting close to each other to not to be frozen. I similarly can't forget the unveiling of Winston Churchill's statue in Prague. At that time, Prague is much more to the north, so it was not in a chilly but in a freezing weather. I remember a strong speech she made when awarding me the honorary Doctor of Science at her University of Buckingham, where she served as Chancellor at that time. I will never forget our long conversation in a Washington hotel in 2004 when we both came to attend the funeral of Ronald Reagan. We had a long debate whether she should speak in the Washington Cathedral the next morning live or just use the pre-recorded video. I must confess she didn't believe already at that time in 2004 in her ability to speak live, something I contested, and I tried to persuade her that she should speak live. She didn't. We also know that she very carefully organized her own funeral, the selection of guests, the speeches, the music. And I took as an expression of friendship and mutual understanding when she seated me in the first row of the St. Paul's Cathedral next to Henry Kissinger. And I will stop soon. Margaret Thatcher's legacy is alive and will stay with us on condition we will keep it alive. Much to my regret, today's political reality, the current intellectual climate, as well as the public mood, have moved far from her views, very far from her views and her era, both in my country and in the whole of Europe. We need another Bruges speech. I tried to make something similar once in the European Parliament. Viktor Orbán is courageously doing it again and again these days. The newly constituted Patriots for Europe promise a similar approach sometimes in the future. I am nevertheless afraid that we are slowly but steadily moving into the brave new world, the world which Margaret Thatcher so successfully opposed during her life and political career. We would need her with us now. Thank you very much for your attention.
I would like to thank President Klaus for a very poignant, insightful and moving speech, which we hear very rarely when statesmen and women and politicians are talking about each other, how they're touched on a human level and how their ideas have touched them on a human level. So thank you for, as we say nowadays, thank you for sharing. It reminded me also of a quip when you were talking about German reunification and Mrs. Thatcher's concerns about that. I'm never sure if it's apocryphal or not, but the story goes that when Helmut Kohl was kind of arranging German reunification, Mrs. Thatcher was very unhappy about this, and and they said to her, Mrs. Thatcher, it seems like you don't like Germany very much. And she said, oh, I like Germany immensely. That's why I'm really happy when there's two of them. And on that note, we'll say no more. And may I call on Lord Griffiths, former head of the Number 10 Policy Unit under Mrs. Thatcher and a former International Vice President of Goldman Sachs. Thank you, Lord Griffiths.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I have a text, but I think it's better if I just speak, because otherwise it's rather boring sometimes. Not, I have to say, with the President who just spoke. I thought that was a great speech, President Klaus. A great speech. But I would like to re-echo your sentiments to John and Melissa. This is a terrific occasion and nothing less than what Mrs. Thatcher really deserves. I've been asked to speak specifically on economic policy. Mrs. Thatcher became Prime Minister in May 1979. It was a time when the British economy was suffering from the so-called British disease, and the country was known as the sick man of Europe. We just emerged from what was termed the winter of discontent. There'd been, throughout the winter, strikes, industrial disputes, some official, others unofficial, uncoordinated, local. It followed a time when inflation had reached 27.4% in 1974. And in 1979, when she came to power, it was still 13% and rising to 18% in 1980. Dennis Healey, as Chancellor, had been forced to go to the IMF because basically in the mid-70s, Britain was bust. Nobody would lend us money, and we had to go to the IMF because there was nothing. In addition to that, we'd seen the downfall of three governments: Wilson in 1970, Heath in 74, Callaghan in 79, because of trade union militancy and mismanagement of the economy. So I believe that when Mrs. Thatcher came to power, there were really three key ideas and areas that she was interested in. The first was controlling inflation. The second was reducing the power of the state. And the third was strengthening the market economy. She thought that in controlling inflation and having financial stability was absolutely the foundation of any thought of economic growth and productivity improvement. Inflation was something which had created uncertainty, deterred business investment. It was hated by the public. There was a perverse redistribution of income to more well-off people, and particularly people in debt. And the first thing she did was to get rid of prices and incomes policy, which were clearly ineffective. And also, in a very short time, Geoffrey Howe, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, abolished exchange controls. Mrs. Frank, I found Mrs. Frank, I should say, by the way, I used to see, there were 9 of us in the policy unit, and we were a significant number within number 10, which was very small. Our people wrote to her and saw her all the time. I had a policy that I wanted every person to be continually in touch with her. So each member of the policy unit had a different area for which they were responsible. I saw her whenever I wanted to, but I saw her every Friday by herself for 1 hour with one civil servant. So I can honestly say I really saw her more than many ministers would have seen her. What I found was she was very practical. She was very proud to be a scientist, but she was really interested in ideas. She was genuinely intellectually curious. And from time to time, she'd invite various people into Number 10, but who were distinguished in their fields, historians, environmentalists, educationalists, theologians, architects, and so on. And in the field of economics, she really loved meeting people like Milton Friedman and Hayek, Brunner and Meltzer, people like that, but also very practical people concerned with inflation, like Ottmar Eminger and Karl Otto Perl, who'd been president of the Bundesbank, and Fritz Leutweiler, chairman of the Swiss National Bank. And unlike many who she met from the Treasury and the Bank of England, she found that these people said controlling the money supply is actually critical to getting inflation under control. And that's why our policies have been successful. There are also a few people in Britain who felt the same. Among them, people like Alan Walters, who was a colleague of mine at the London School of Economics before he went to Number 10, and Harry Johnson, who had a joint chair at the LSE, the University of Chicago. And she reached the conclusion herself that you couldn't achieve control of inflation by following some vague concept of liquidity or credit, that actually focusing on money, because it was key to transactions, was very important. However, she soon discovered that it was far easier said than done. How was it to be measured? How easily was it to control in the short term? How stable was the demand for money? How might it change if you had changes in the regulatory structure of the banking system, the City of London? Or if there were external shocks to the system, as subsequently the great financial crisis, for example, proved. But she pursued with the policy and a lot of acrimony between her, the Treasury, and between her and, on the other hand, the Treasury and the Bank of England. However, by 1986, inflation had fallen to 3.4%. But she also recognized that if you were controlling monetary policy and controlling the stock of money, you also had to control fiscal policy. And she allowed Alan Walters, in conjunction with the Treasury, to construct something called the medium-term financial strategy, in which, if, for example, you said, we want to see money supply rising on average over the medium term at, say, 5%. In order to do that, you had to make sure that public sector borrowing and the public sector deficit were such that they were compatible with that. You couldn't have a wildly high number for borrowing if you were trying to have monetary control in that way. Alan Walters said about this medium-term financial strategy, it's difficult, he said, to exaggerate the importance of it. It provided a frame of reference for all financial and economic policy. Never in the post-war history of Britain had the spending programs and the revenue and taxation consequences been so closely associated at the highest level of government decision-making. And yet, despite that, in 1981, we had a very tough budget, and 364 economists were rounded up by two professors from Cambridge, Frank Hahn and Robert Neal, to sign a letter to the Times in which they said this budget was absolutely wrong. It should be a very expansionary budget, not a contractionary budget. And, of course, the budget turned out to be the beginning of Britain's economic renaissance. And as someone, obviously, who never signed it, you feel you still have pleasure in her good judgment. We've already heard from the first speaker about the battle with trade unions, and therefore I won't carry on with that. But in terms of reducing the power of the state, one area where she really made, I think, a huge difference was privatization. It started very tentatively, and people like my colleague here on the right did a huge amount, and John Whittingdale also here, and Robin Harris. They did a huge amount to support this. But the privatization, whether of steel, of airlines, telecommunications, Jaguar cars, gas, electricity, aerospace, petroleum, coal, she ventured down this way. And after something like 10, 15 years, it spread like wildfire across the world. Everyone was privatizing, and everyone in Europe was privatizing. She also, I think, did something which was really significant, important politically. She allowed people who were council house tenants at subsidized prices to buy their own homes. So there was a redistribution of income to lower income families who never expected to own their own homes and pass something on to their children. And that was very successful and significant. And I think the third element of Mrs. Thatcher's policy was strengthening the market economy. And in this, she was hugely influenced by Keith Joseph. I never forget, between 74 and 79, I was walking one day near the Palace of Westminster, and I saw Keith. He was standing very erect and carrying a book under his arm. And he stopped me and he said, "Brian," he said, "have you read this?" And then he showed me it was Hayek's The Constitution of Liberty. And he said, "It's changed my life." And I mean, he had all the enthusiasm, the boyish enthusiasm of a sort of convert. Suddenly he'd seen the light. And certainly, he made the case, and Hayek, of course, and the Austrian school made the case for the market economy, much more, incidentally, than the English neoclassical school of Adam Smith and Ricardo and Marshall and so on. And she was convinced, however, that, and so was Keith, that you had to place the markets in a social context. It wasn't enough to be a libertarian in economic policy. And she was very struck, almost hurt, by a publication of the Church of England in 1985, the autumn of 85, which argued really that her policy was about individualism and greed and so on. And she believed that you needed some backup to a free economy in terms of looking after people who are in health, in age, in deprivation. If you say, as we look back, I believe her policy had great coherence to it. It certainly reduced inflation. It reduced the size of government spending in GDP from 43% to 35%. It strengthened an enterprise culture. She particularly loved family businesses. It extended home ownership. It privatized state-owned industries. There's one final point I'd like to make, which is slightly personal, but I make it. Mrs. Thatcher had, underlying her economic and social policy, she actually did have a worldview. Some political writers have said she had an unidentified morality. I don't believe that for 1 minute. I discussed religion with her often. She would raise it, not me. Her view on politics, economics, and markets, it wasn't just a world view as an intellectual framework. It was, I'm no expert in the German language, but I have researched, and I think I can say, Weltanschauung is much more than simply an intellectual framework. It is an intellectual framework, but it is a driving force in one's life. It's the purpose of your work. And I finished with an anecdote. It was a Thursday evening. It was about between 5:30 and 6. And a senior member of Number 10, who was a permanent civil servant, who was in charge of things like the appointment of Regius professors in Oxford and Cambridge and so on, but also in relations with the church, asked me, would I look over a speech he was about to give to the annual conference of the Church of Scotland, which was Presbyterian. And I took a look at the speech, and I went back and said, I think this is a terrible speech. If you make a speech, you should at least try to convince the people in the audience. This speech will convince no one. Friday morning, I was in the office by 9 o'clock or so. 9:05, I get a call from this gentleman. The Prime Minister would like you to come down and see her in her study. I went down, and the study was actually quite a small room. There was a coffee table, and she'd kicked off her shoes. She was kneeling at the coffee table, and next to her was a waste paper basket, and she was picking out crumpled sheets of A4 from this basket. And as I entered the room, she looked up and she said, Brian, you were right. And I was in fear of my life as to what she would say if she heard what I'd said about the speech. She said that was not the speech I wanted to give. And what she gave was her speech, which identified for her the three beliefs of the Christian faith. And what is more important, she said, it is my personal belief in the relevance of Christianity to public policy. She never wanted to make a great song and dance about her faith. She never wanted to be accused, as she told me on so many occasions, I never want to be accused of using my faith as a way of getting votes. But the one thing I can assure you is for her it was very real. And for me, therefore, my memory of her most of all is of someone who was a practicing Christian, who never went around, using a loudspeaker to proclaim it, but who nevertheless very thoughtfully and faithfully pursued it in her own life.
Thank you very much, Lord Griffiths, for a really wonderful combination of economic policy and human anecdotes that explain what Mrs. Thatcher believed and what she wanted to do with the economy, but also, like all our other speakers, bring her alive as a person. Thank you. If I may call on now Lord Lilly, who was in government with Mrs. Thatcher and has plenty of insight to share with us as a former cabinet minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I echo the previous speaker's remarks about the fittingness of this event. My thanks to John and Melissa for inviting me to participate and giving me a chance to come back to this beautiful city, which I first visited in 1969, when it was under different control. I've been asked to speak about an aspect of Mrs. Thatcher which we tend to take for granted, but of which she was very proud. She would often boast, I am the first British Prime Minister who is, long pause, a scientist. It was far more important to her that she was a scientist as Prime Minister than that she was a woman as Prime Minister. She studied chemistry at Oxford under Dorothy Hodgkin, who was a Nobel Prize winner in crystallography. Her first two jobs were as a research chemist, one in plastics, one in the food business. I haven't been able to establish the truth or otherwise of the urban myth that she played a part in the development of Mr. Whippy ice cream, but certainly she was involved in the chemistry of food, and she was a Fellow of the Royal Society. She actually went beyond claiming to be, rightly, to be the first British Prime Minister who was a scientist in cabinet shortly after I joined. She said, I forget apropos of what, of course, I'm the only person in the cabinet, she said, who is a scientist. And I sort of, as the newest and youngest member of the cabinet, sort of leant forward and said, actually, there are two of us. And she looked at me with a look of withering scorn, as if to say, with you, young man, there are one and a half. But she was unusual in being a scientist. How significant was it that she was a scientist in the way she performed as a Prime Minister? I believe it was actually very significant, and it informed her general approach to policy. The great majority of people in British public life, in the governing class, civil service or in Parliament, are nowadays graduates in PPE, politics, philosophy and economics, or other humanities, in the past perhaps in classics and history. And for them, words are supreme. Manipulating words elegantly, lucidly, persuasively is what they're trained to do. But to a scientist, it is facts that are sovereign. Theories which contradict the facts are wrong. I was educated when I was studying science by Richard Feynman, the one of the greatest physicists of the last century, said it very emphatically. If your theory leads to observations which contradict the facts, it's not the facts that are wrong, it's the theory. It doesn't matter how elegant the theory, how brilliant the person who proposed it, how well-intentioned it was. If the theory disagrees with the facts, it is wrong. A lesson not learned by the 364 economists, none of whom recanted, even though they were all proved wrong by the success of the budget, which they predicted would fail. So she had an approach to look for the facts, to challenge theories by comparing them with facts. And it was this challenging approach, this determination to get things right so that they would work in reality, which lay behind her approach. Now, it probably wasn't entirely because she was a scientist. She may have been partly a scientist because that was her approach to life and it reinforced it. But I discovered quite early on, I worked for a bit in my spare time when she was in opposition, and in her first parliament, I was not elected until 1983. But I learned how she would challenge even ideas which were sort of brought to her in the expectation she would love them because they were, in line with her prejudices. She would challenge those perhaps even more vigorously than others. Now, I was used to that. But when I did get elected in 1983, I was one of a group of her most ardent supporters called the No Turning Back Group, who were determined that she should continue what she'd started in the first Parliament and not give in to the pressures of the Wets to revert to the status quo ante. And we wrote a pamphlet about education policy as it happened and sent it to her and said, would you come and discuss it with us over dinner? And she came and discussed it with us over dinner. She was very open to that sort of thing. These were her most ardent supporters, and we put it to her. And she tore it to shreds. And we came pounding back. We thought about that. No. And she tore that to shreds. And she was aggressive, and not a bit of it would she admit was right. And she went away. And my colleagues, who'd never experienced this before, were totally disillusioned. They say it's true what they write in the newspapers about her. She's arrogant, she's rude, she doesn't listen to you, and so on. I said, but we won the argument. They said, well, that makes it even worse. She didn't take it on board. I said, she's taken it on board. She's gone back, and she's given hell to the people who briefed her. And sure enough, almost everything in that pamphlet duly became government policy. But she arrived at the truth by challenging it, by seeking evidence that it was right, and looking for evidence that it might be wrong. And that, I think, was a great strength in the way she went about governing. But there was another aspect that was important, result of her being, unlike most of the governing class, a scientist, was she was numerate. So she wanted to know how much it would cost, what the impact would be quantitatively on the average household and so on, and not just take it all as large numbers beyond the comprehension of most of those dealing with policy in the governing classes. But there's one area, surprisingly enough, where many of her disciples now, looking at her legacy, are most concerned and most uncomfortable with that legacy. And that's her enthusiastic advocacy of action to tackle global warming. She made 3 major speeches about it. First, when she was invited to speak to the Royal Society, the principal scientific society in London, of which she was an honorary fellow, and she was eagerly adopted it, and she made her speech about the subject. Again, she addressed the United Nations Assembly as the first leader of any major country to take up the issue of global warming, and then finally at a conference of the UN on action to deal with the climate just 2 weeks before she was finally defenestrated and chucked out of Downing Street. She was persuaded to take up this issue by a diplomat called Crispin Tickell, later Sir Crispin Tickell. I found myself sharing a platform with him, a rather unlikely platform, in that I was invited to address the Liberal Summer School along with Crispin Tickell on environmental matters, and he told me that he had got her to be interested in this subject by flattering her as a scientist. And in a way, it was the fact that she was a scientist which made her open to flattery on the subject, and perhaps may have led her somewhat astray. I remember a story about Disraeli, who used to say, when you're dealing with royalty, you should lay on flattery with a trowel, and he flattered Queen Victoria, who'd published some of her diaries, by referring to as "we authors, ma'am," because he had written many novels. But Crispin Tickell couldn't say "we scientists," because Crispin Tickell was not a scientist. But he'd written a book back in 1975-6 entitled "The Impact of Climate." What was it called? The Impact of Climate. Climatic Change in World Affairs, it was called. Arguing that climate change could be a threat to us all, but he rather hedged his bets as to in what way it might be a threat and what would actually cause climate change. In the book, in the introduction, he says, climate may be stable for considerable periods, but it could one day jounce over and bring a new ice age, or indeed hothouse Earth. So he wasn't quite sure what could go wrong, but he knew something could go wrong and we should do something about it, was his thesis. By the time he met her in 1984 and got to know her and see her more repeatedly, he'd hardened up that the threat was not going to be an ice age, it was going to be global warming. And he persuaded her that this was important, and she looked at it, and she looked at it thoroughly. And she took the science very seriously. In her final speech 2 weeks before she was defenestrated, she said, no one can say with certainty that it is human activities which have caused the apparent increase in global average temperatures. The IPCC report is very careful on this point. And again, nor do we know with any precision the extent of the likely warming in the next century, nor what the regional effects will be, and we can't be sure of the role of clouds. There's continuing mystery about how atmospheric carbon, including the small extra contribution from human sources, is being absorbed. Is most of it going into the ocean, or is it being increasingly absorbed by trees and plants? And then she goes on, global climate change within limits need not by itself pose serious problems. Our globe has, after all, seen a great deal of climate change over the centuries. And finally, the real dangers arise because climate change is combined with other problems of our age. For instance, in the normal list, population explosion, deterioration of soil fertility, increasing pollution of the seas, intensive use of fossil fuel, and destruction of the world's forests. So she was pretty cautious, very realistic, and thoroughly scientific. She assessed the evidence and she related it. So why did she go down a path which is increasingly disowned by many of her most ardent disciples? And I think it was partly because of this flattery to her of the fact that she was a scientist. She alone among world leaders could understand this issue. She could take it up, which she did, and got quite a lot of praise that she was ahead of the game of what was becoming fashionable, that she took her eye not off the science, but off the cost, off the feasibility of getting international agreement by particularly major developing countries like India and China to hold back on their use of fossil fuels, and on the option of adaptation to rising temperatures rather than trying to prevent it. She's often, I did find a memo that was sent to her in preparation of that final speech, which mentions that action to do this could double electricity prices, but saying not to worry because that will be offset by other factors and will have a very small effect on living standards. She's scribbled in the margins, and I've got it something on my computer in the hotel, because I'd like someone who understands her writing to be able to tell me what she has scribbled in the margin. But she clearly didn't put her off giving that speech. She's often excused for doing so because it said she was very keen to move away from reliance on coal and move to gas, which only produces half as much CO2 per therm, as it were, and to nuclear power. Though, actually, when you read her speeches, though that gets a mention, it clearly wasn't the primary motivation. And in her book Statecraft, in her retirement, which I'm sure Robin probably wrote, she does sort of rein back and talk more about the scientific uncertainty, but still hasn't focused on the cost. I'm convinced that had she remained in power, had she been here, she would have become increasingly worried about the costs and more concerned about the feasibility of getting international agreement and the folly of unilaterally doing things when the rest of the world wasn't. And sure enough, we have in Britain ended up with electricity prices twice as high as they were yet again most and the highest in the developed world. So that was, as it were, a weak point of being a scientist, was that it leaves you open to flattery. But in general, I think it made her a better Prime Minister, a more effective Prime Minister, and one, I hope, which will be followed by others. It's a small comfort to me to know that the present leader of the Conservative Party, they're not a scientist, and an engineer, and engineers have a similar practical approach to life, because if you design a bridge and it falls down, you're out of favour, and you can't argue your way out of it like a PPE graduate. So I end on that thought that we were lucky to have a Prime Minister who was a scientist. Strangely enough, the one area of science policy which she took up, we should emphasise now the economic costs and the political costs, even though she got the science broadly right.
Thank you very much, Lord Lilly, especially for illustrating an aspect of Mrs. Thatcher and her legacy that most of us don't always think about so much. And it's reassuring to hear also that she loved to have her own beliefs challenged as well as other people's. It's not always the case with people in public life that they welcome such challenges. So thank you again for that. Dr. Harris, Dr. Robin Harris, historian, biographer, former special advisor to Margaret Thatcher and author of Not for Turning, The Life of Margaret Thatcher. Currently president of the Centre for the Renewal of Culture in Zagreb, Croatia.
Somebody said if you want to renew culture, it's quite a large job, but thinking about Mrs. Thatcher, perhaps she could do it.
Yes.
Just before getting on to the main points, I would just like to carry on with what Peter was saying. She was much influenced by Tickell, who I'm afraid I think was an intellectual fraud, and also at the very worst point by James Lovelock and Gaia, which is absolutely neo-paganist nonsense. But that period, I think, didn't last that long. But it was a little bit before I came there. But by the time that I was there, and I was there throughout 1990, the emphasis was very much, as Brian will remember, on the cost of all these things. And she was actually moderating very much her line. Now, where it would have finished up, I don't know. But also Nick Ridley was involved in the debate. And so it was actually moving in what I would say was a more sensible and economically oriented direction. Well, in these few minutes, I want to touch on a couple of things, which are three things, some of which I'm afraid have been touched on before, but I will adapt to that. One thing I'd like to say is that I want to set the record straight about what I think her objectives were. And, of course, most of her time, as Brian Griffiths has brilliantly explained, in government, most of her time was spent on the economy, because it had to be, because of the dreadful condition of the economy that she inherited. But I would say that she did not believe that economics was everything. And she passionately believed in what I must call British greatness. Now, she knew that there was no other way to make Britain great again, to coin a phrase, than to sort out the finances and to achieve economic growth. That's what she proceeded to do, but it was really just the start for everything else. Government's role was, in her view, to create a framework within which private individuals could operate, pursuing their own objectives, but at the same time advancing the interests of the country. Now, this did not involve that, to my mind, dreadful term, used nowadays even by nominally conservative leaders, a plan. Planning is a socialist concept. And the only thing worse than when the 5-year or whatever plan didn't work was when, at the cost of unbelievable human suffering, it occasionally did work. Well, Mrs. Thatcher had instead a philosophy and a strategy. She was a believer in what Hayek calls the spontaneous order of a free society. The outcome could not be willed, but it could be enabled. The work of government was to create a framework of sound money, limited borrowing, low taxes, and light regulation. It was to help those who genuinely could not help themselves without encouraging the scourge of dependence. It was to keep the country and all British territory safe from external threats and to prevent and to repress crime. Now, the criticism which can be made of all this, which I suppose you could call classical liberalism in a conservative form, is that it was too liberal and not conservative enough. And I must say that now, speaking to you, I half agree. Looking back from today's social collapse in the West, I think we can say that both Thatcher and Reagan were overconfident that values and culture would look after themselves. But Mrs. Thatcher and Ronald Reagan never for a millisecond thought that faith, family, and tradition were unimportant. So the criticism made of them in this regard from some of the new right, principally in the United States, is wide of the mark. And I will just add that Ronald Reagan never fought wars around the world to impose liberal values. And Margaret Thatcher never let in so many unassimilable immigrants that the country, to use the term for which she was so roundly criticised, was rather swamped by those who did not share our culture. Their successors were not proper conservatives, but Reagan and Thatcher most definitely were. one last observation regarding the Thatcher approach. It was all of a piece, as the expression is. It was coherent. And why is this important? Because as a result, people knew where the country was heading. Now that made for patience, which is the condition of success for conservative reformers at any time. Well, nowadays, as my CV suggests, if anybody can bother to look at it, I've graduated rather from being political hack to historian. And historians are not really meant to indulge in virtual reality. So this is doubly culpable. Because I want to ask and to answer the question, what if? And indeed to do it twice. First, what if there had been no Margaret Thatcher? And secondly, what if Margaret Thatcher had stayed in power for longer? Well, even granted that there are great men and great women who do great things, I would say that no single human person reverses the tide of history. Poor old King Canute learnt that. If they are lucky, politicians make waves, though many disappear with barely a gurgle. Some good things that happened under Mrs. Thatcher would have happened anyway. Socialism, as practiced in Britain in the 1970s, was already doomed. The issue was how would it be dismantled and what would take its place. As Mrs. Thatcher herself put it, socialists, in the end, run out of other people's money. But a halfway house could still have been sought by Labour or Conservatives or some left-of-centre coalition where, while combining corporatism with occasional bailouts from the IMF, and while enduring slow decline and stagnating living standards, Britain went, as the expression is, gentle into that good night of decrepitude. Well, she saved the country from that fate by the radical policies that we're now discussing. She turned Britain into the economic star of Europe. Mrs. Thatcher's single biggest challenge, and eventually her greatest success, was in dealing with the trade unions. And we've heard, I didn't know that we were going to, from John Lloyd about that, so I won't go into any detail, but I completely agree with what he said. I would add that I think the best description of what she faced, which most Europeans and most Americans just won't grasp, the best description of what she faced was syndicalism. That is a socialist system in which the trade unions were all powerful. The unions dominated both manufacturing industry and the essential public services, and they enjoyed privileges, legal privileges, denied to anyone else. They could hold the country to ransom without serious fear of judicial or police restraint. Step-by-step reforms were gradually brought in so that they more or less moved within a properly understood rule of law. But as we've heard, the most effective step in making Britain a country which could prosper was the defeat of that politically motivated year-long coal miners' strike. And the left have understood all this much better than what passes for the right in Britain. And that is precisely why, 41 years on, this Labour government has set up a public inquiry into it to rehabilitate the Marxism of the miners' leadership, because Marxism, Leninism never sleeps. We're looking at foreign policy. As we've heard, we can't really consider the role of Margaret Thatcher apart from that of Ronald Reagan and, as John reminds us, the great Pope John Paul II. But of course, the greatest crisis was one that Britain had to face alone. At some point, Argentina would have tried to get the Falklands back by force. And no one, and I mean no one, but Margaret Thatcher would have had the guts and the sagacity to stop them. In 1982, she and the British Armed Forces wiped the slate clean of the humiliation of Suez of 1956. And, most significantly, even the Soviet Union took note. Now, as for the Soviets, we have to say that it was Reagan and not Thatcher who was the principal author of victory in the Cold War. Reagan won that conflict without, as the phrase is, a shot being fired, or at least not a shot in Europe. Plenty of shots were shot outside Europe. And in this he received the crucial backing from Mrs. Thatcher. And it was indeed, as Charles Powell was telling us, she who found and introduced Gorbachev to Reagan. Now, we've heard some nice things about Gorbachev, but not being a very nice person myself, I feel no particular obligation to be polite. And I think that Gorbachev, we must now say, must be considered one of the West's very, very few useful idiots. He gave up on the Warsaw Pact without a fight, thinking that communism could somehow survive. And so, it's good that he did, of course, we never had to see again what Hungary endured in 1956. But now to this other question. What if Margaret Thatcher had stayed on in power for longer, let's say a couple of years? Well, Brian Griffiths, John Whittingdale and I, well, he would if he was here, well, he certainly does, certainly all remember how we thought that we were going to approach that next general election if she'd remained. Already in the last conference speech, we were trying to, as it were, leak out a few useful policies. I remember one of them was about education vouchers, that kind of recurring leitmotif from 1980 on. And as soon as she mentioned education vouchers, Kenneth Clarke, the education secretary, said there's no question of education vouchers. So it wouldn't have been an easy campaign. But I do think that it would have been won, because I don't think that Neil Kinnock could have won a general election. So if she had stayed on, what the most important change, I have no doubt, is that Mrs. Thatcher would have pursued a different policy in Europe. And I want to talk about that. Now, unlike her successor, Margaret Thatcher would never have signed the Maastricht Treaty, specifically to refute the contrary assertion which was put out at the time by the Major government. She declared in the House of Lords on Monday, the 7th of June 1993, I could never have signed this treaty. She was not a liar, and that should resolve that issue. Before leaving Downing Street, she'd become convinced that any further steps towards integration with the European community, which was about to become the European Union, must be resisted. And the documents show, and they can be found in her the Downing Street years, the documents show that she had decided that the veto must be used, or at least threatened, to prevent the plans from going forward. Opt-outs for Britain were not enough. Nowadays, people are inclined to say that because Britain did not need to give up the pound, the rest of it didn't matter. This, I must tell you, is deeply disingenuous. The reason why no British government gave up the pound was because of the chaos created when John Major tried to keep sterling in the exchange rate mechanism of the European monetary system. That's what made the change. And let's remember that the Conservatives still refused even to promise a referendum before giving up sterling. John Major's otherwise eminently forgettable memoirs state that his cabinet colleagues were not prepared to accept a referendum, as he explicitly says, because it was Margaret Thatcher who'd asked for it. Well, first, if Britain had vetoed that proposed treaty and the other countries bent on federalism, especially the single currency, had gone ahead under a new treaty, Britain would still have been, in other respects, within the European community. Now, perhaps at some point it would still eventually have been best to leave, who knows. But Britain would certainly have had the option of staying within the broader economic framework, and that would have avoided the disruption of Brexit and the unsatisfactory relationship that most people agree still exists now between the UK and the EU. Secondly, and here I get to the point which Václav Klaus made, secondly, Mrs. Thatcher was not just concerned about Europe, about Britain. She had an alternative vision of Europe, which would have avoided most of the tensions that now pit Hungary and others against the supranational elitists in Brussels. Her Bruges speech of 1988 proposed a community of freely cooperating independent nation-states rather than a United States of Europe. The rejection of that approach has condemned Europe, especially Central and Eastern Europe, to perpetual struggle over sovereignty and identity. Now, there are other geopolitical man-traps which a Thatcher-Reagan partnership, if it had been possible for just a year or two more, could have avoided. I think particularly about the dreadful events in former Yugoslavia, where I now live. But I think that's enough from me today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harris, for a very stirring recall, stirring memories of your time with Mrs. Thatcher and your thoughts on her legacy. We've only got a few minutes left, so what I thought we could do was briefly ask everyone on the panel, if Mrs. Thatcher was still with us, what do you think would be her one key area of concern? Is there one area that you think she would be concerned about, and what might she think that we should do about it? So sort of a bit of a snap reply there, but what might she be thinking about that's the most important thing for her? Lord Lilly, looking at Britain nowadays, what do you think?
She wouldn't want Britain to be swamped by migration.
Right.
During her 12 years... Just pick one up and press something. Hello? Yeah, she wouldn't have wanted Britain to be swamped by migration, net inflows of 750,000. During her 12 years, the net inflow of migrants into the UK was zero. Exactly net zero. And she thought that was too much because it consisted of an inflow of roughly 50,000 relatives of those already here and an outflow of 50,000 indigenous people to the Australia and New Zealand.
So it balanced itself out?
That balanced itself out in numbers, but
yes.
It was a changing composition. So that would have been the first thing. The second would have been the energy issue in the UK, the fact that we got the highest cost of energy in the world.
Right, so she wouldn't be a fan of Ed Miliband and net zero?
No, I think she would definitely a long time ago have come off that fence.
Right, okay. Thank you, Lord Lilly. President Klaus?
First, I don't know. You know. I don't know, and I think
if we speculate, informed
speculation is beyond my way of thinking. You know, I am not able to do that. I am absolutely sure that Margaret Thatcher would be in the year 2025 the same as Margaret Thatcher in the year 1985. That's one conviction which I am absolutely sure about. And that would be the most important achievement. I hope, at least, as someone who spent some time arguing against the nonsense of the theory of man-made global warming, you know, I think that Margaret Thatcher would have changed her positions, and because she's now sometimes misused by the advocates of global warming, because what she said 40 years ago. So at least I hope she would revisit somehow her views on all of that. Migration, absolutely sure. And that's all what I would stress.
Thank you very much, President Klaus. Dr. Harris.
It should be on. Is it? Is it on? It is. Well, I agree with Peter. It would be immigration and how to reverse, I think, not just stop, but reverse what's happened over immigration in Britain. And although I have no answer about this, clear answer about this, I do not believe that she would be anything other than deeply disturbed by what is happening in Ukraine, and not just for humanitarian reasons, which we must all be concerned about, but what actually the true and long-term intentions of Putin are. She would have been deeply suspicious of it all. That doesn't mean that she would be a gung-ho believer that there must be no concessions or whatever, but she would have been deeply, deeply suspicious, I think, of Vladimir Putin.
So you don't imagine that there would be that sort of we couldn't call it camaraderie, but sort of friendly approach that she had to President Gorbachev?
No, I mean, she was full of prejudices, but it's very difficult. I mean, one man's prejudice is another man's instinct. And so what might appear prejudices, but also her instincts was that she didn't like Putin at all. And she had absolutely no faith in him. And anybody who looked at the background of a man like that, anybody who thought that this was a humanitarian whom one could trust, should actually be sent to a mental institution.
Thank you. And Lord Griffiths?
I think two things. Is this on? Yes.
Yes.
I think two things. The first, that I think she would see President Trump as a challenge. And she would really want to manipulate him.
How would she do that?
Well, I'm not sure, but she could. I saw many times with great skills as a woman trying to get her way. This is a terribly sexist comment.
Well, if you saw it, then it happened. It's not sexist.
I saw it and it happened. It was a fact.
Can you give us a memory of that?
No memories.
But you did see it?
Absolutely. And I saw the reverse as well. So many cabinet ministers.
What was the reverse? What does that mean?
Well, I mean the men, just flattering her.
Did it work?
To some extent, it depends who the men were.
Aha, that's always the question, isn't it?
I shan't name any names.
Oh, you can if you like.
But I do think President Trump would be, because I think she would be very concerned about Ukraine. She would be very concerned about at present what's happening with all these drones. I agree with Robin completely. She wouldn't trust Putin 1 inch, and she would really be concerned at what happened in the late 1930s with British policy. And I think the second thing is she would see the British economy at present sinking lower as it's sinking under taxation and regulations and a welfare system which is simply, undeliverable in the future. And she would see that as a major challenge. And that requires the kind of radical reform which the Conservatives in 14 years did not do at all. Labour will never do it. They can't do it because of their MPs.
And their constituents. Yeah.
And their constituents. But it absolutely needs to be done.
Okay. Well, with that vision of what needs to be done for Britain, I'd love to thank all of our panel, our most distinguished panel, for their insight, for their thoughts, for their humour and their stories and their remembrances of Mrs. Thatcher. And that brings our session today, for now, to a close. It's coffee time, and please regroup in quarter of an hour for our next session, Thatcher and Thatcherism, Assessments and Verdicts.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, and welcome to panel number 3 of today's conference on Thatcher, A Life and Legacy. This is Thatcher and Thatcherism, Assessments and Verdicts, for which the moderator will be my colleague Gavin Haynes. Speaking, we have Dr. Jonathan Price, who is Metrosec Fellow at Pusey House, Oxford, and also visiting fellow here at the Danube Institute. Alexander McKenna, this historian and author of 100 Years of Government Communication. Marek Matrosek, the former Central European representative of the Margaret Thatcher Foundation in Poland, and David Campanale, who was a journalist at the BBC during Mrs. Thatcher's years in government and was the joint founder of the Movement for Christian Democracy. So, Gavin, over to you.
Thanks very much, David. And I'd just like to invite Dr. Jonathan Price to give his talk on Christian Leadership or All of a Piece. Slightly mysterious and interesting title.
Yeah, thank you. I see the throngs have come out for this, and I thank you for being part of the multitude who comes toward the end of the day at Danube to hear the best speakers who are going to follow me on this panel. I'm going to try to keep to time, but I was told by a friend that an audience can be the ruin of me, but let's hope it's not the ruin of the topic. Christian leadership has an opposition here. It doesn't always have an opposition. Christian leadership existed before there were atheist regimes, because one of the things the 20th century did invent, besides penicillin, was formerly atheistic regimes. Before the 20th century, it was mostly a question of which god or gods, maybe no god in particular in the case of classical Roman law, but not the formal denial of the existence of God or the gods as a foundational point and as a constitutional fundament of a society and of a polity and of a regime, which we saw, and I believe that's novel to the 20th century, and more should be made of that in the historical literature. Now, the denial of God as a foundational principle, rather than the affirmation or the covenant with God as a principle, has as the opposite side of it the need to suppress religion, that is, suppress practices where people often say they believe in God and do things to honor God, often above or before or alongside the temporal powers. And so, by the time that the Christian leaders that I'll mention, which you'll probably know, this triumvirate of Christian leaders from history and from John O'Sullivan's book on the three of them, that is, of course, Mrs. Thatcher, President Reagan, and John Paul II, this triumvirate where one of them is better for not being a man, even though triumvirate would indicate three men, of Christian leaders emerge toward what would become the tail end of formal atheism's reign over almost half of the planet as one competing world system, or so we thought. But the resistance at that point was not merely political, although we can tell it in political terms. It was spiritual, and I'm going to suggest that it was also spiritual in the mind of Mrs. Thatcher. I've been anticipated a little bit by Robin Harris in the last panel who mentioned this, and one of the other speakers. But Mrs. Thatcher had a Methodist upbringing, and I'm going to make a little more of this than is often made of this, including digging a little bit into what Methodism is, because I imagine amongst the people gathered here there aren't any practicing Methodists. Am I wrong? No Wesleyans? No? Okay, Methodist Youth Choir member in Alabama a few years back. We have one person who's smelled Methodism inside a chapel at one time or another. Her father, Alfred Roberts, was a lay preacher, and she and he emphasized duty, thrift, and scripture, that is the Bible learning, as a guide to one's life. And you notice duty, thrift, and scripture are very portable things. That is, one person can take them up and be dutiful, be thrifty, and adhere to the principles of Scripture, whether one is part of a Christian community or not. So it's a kind of faith that doesn't. It's a very non-sacerdotal form of faith, although her father was a lay preacher. The second thing that we should take from, well, I'll come back to Methodism, but I want to suggest that she was more overt about her faith, as was suggested also earlier, than is commonly assumed. I believe she called herself a conviction politician in an interview in Women's Own on the 31st of October, 1987, a conviction politician, which again I want to return to. But I want to note just very quickly that a conviction politician can be one or part of a group or part of a church or more, but it only would take one. Only one would be necessary. She believed freedom was grounded in the Christian moral order. The speech she gave in 1976 at the Conservative Party conference talked about the roots of freedom in moral responsibility. And often she'll use phrases like moral responsibility or things that are obviously Christian virtues or virtues prized within Christian theology as a byword for the faith, more broadly speaking. It's an unintrusive way to suggest Christian manners or morality or other things. Sometimes, like in the Sermon on the Mound, 1988 in Scotland, she overtly would speak of these as Christian manners or morals, but then that was to a Christian audience rather than to a broader audience or a lay audience. Speaking of the Sermon on the Mound, that was the Church of Scotland General Assembly, 21 May 1988, she gave a key articulation of faith and of responsibility. And if you read through the transcript, a part of which I'll quote at the end of my remarks, you might be shocked by how overtly Christian a message this is from a politician who doesn't have a reputation of being a Bible-thumping evangelical. It would read very differently to us today if a politician stood up to say that, but to her it seemed most natural, addressing the Scottish Assembly, which had had 400 years or so of cooperation inside inside the Church of England, inside a sometimes antagonistic space, and then in Britain with a peaceful establishment, which is still important enough that when King Charles took his oath, he reaffirmed this relation between the Church of Scotland and the Crown. She saw communism, because of some of this formation in Methodism and because of her conviction, she's a conviction politician, as the enemy of liberty and faith alike. That's a quote from 1991, speech in Houston. Communism as the enemy of liberty and faith alike. But she didn't see communism as the greatest enemy. Like many of us have seen since then, she warned that the West's collapse would more likely come from within, and the Bruges speech in 1988, with the loss of confidence in our moral heritage, was something she suggested. Again, she doesn't name Christianity or Christian faith here, but our moral heritage comes from Jewish roots, as our older brothers in the faith, and from the Christian church's formation of us and our nations over history. And she spoke about that often as our moral heritage, including in the Bruges speech. And this gave her sometimes things that looked like pokey forms of courage at the end of an empire, or good Cold War resolve. The Falklands War, to many, seemed a little silly at the time, but it was the defensive principle against an aggressive, if inferior, power in South America to defend citizens who otherwise would be at the mercy of the Argentinians, and the resolve to continue to push with allies who shared the same principles for the end of communism and the freedom of the peoples under communism. Charles Moore's book, Volume 2, especially Chapter 16, is very good on this. Now, very quickly on Reagan, who articulated his Christianity a little differently and was a little more on the nose about it, in part maybe because he had what he thought was a monopoly of power on balance. He was able to speak in 1983 at the National Association of Evangelicals. Again, like Thatcher, he was addressing Christians when he said it, of the evil empire. It's the 8th of March, 1983. But like Lady Thatcher, he, in his inaugural address in 1981, spoke of liberty as something from God, as a divine gift. That was his phrasing. His partnership with Thatcher, again, is documented really well by Moore, and it's, I'm sure if we had the ability to invite everyone who's done good work on this, Volume 3 of his book is very good on that, along with Lou Cannon's President Reagan. That is the 1991 book, which was written contemporaneously and I think has the flavor of something that was written contemporaneously. Very quickly, the person without political power, the person who, as Napoleon famously quipped, doesn't have any regiments or any generals under him, the Pope, had a background of having lived under these regimes, under Nazism and communism, and then having, for the rest of his adult life, after becoming Pope, lived outside of them, unable often to go back into the places where he came from. But he told the people who'd been used, including the Poles, to being history's football, being pushed around, being, especially in the 20th century, that they were his shock troops, his spiritual shock troops, which I think shocked the Poles. And as someone who's married to a Pole and lives in Warsaw when not doing my day job, it's still the refrain, "Be not afraid," is still present and still on the lips of Poles when they talk about how to deal with the future, which could involve aggression from the East, which could involve also moral or spiritual war that comes from the West. Now, he also had a role in solidarity, and solidarity, again, in the Polish context, is a byword for Christian social and moral leadership in society. And it's ironic that it's a labor union on the one side, and Lady Thatcher is not known as the greatest fan of labor unions or unionizing, but we see that this Christian witness and this hope can find itself when it's opposing formerly atheistic regimes, manifesting itself in the strangest of places and persons, and solidarity was that place in Poland. So the pattern of Christian leadership in Lady Thatcher. She was a scientist, as was really pointed out very well by Lord Lilly in the last session that we had, but she wasn't a technocrat by any means. Numbers were taken seriously, but she didn't try to rule based on a technocratic model or a plan. That is, she tried to rule, when we're going to use rule here, I'm not thinking of a monarch, I'm thinking of the rule of the supreme parliament, the crown and parliament, through moral witness. And the Christian leadership was that moral witness. The anthropology involved, meaning the theory of man and who we are, involved dignity, inherent dignity of individuals. She was very good on human rights, fundamental rights, not my right to become a woman, but my right not to be tortured, my right to basic liberty, to property, to reputation, and things of that sort, which are articulated very well in the rights and duties of Englishmen and in the common law system, but equally in the Roman law and civilian systems of her time in Europe. And that anthropology involved a dignity, a status, dignus in the Latin, a status, a special status of humans, and of course, responsibility that comes with it. The responsibility that comes with that status. So that dignity, which has freedom as part of it, always has the responsibility for our choices. And just as when I round this out, I'm going to link that back to her Methodism. Could somebody give me a warning when I'm at 2 minutes-ish?
You've got 5 minutes.
5 minutes, thank you. That's almost more than enough. Now, Reagan's moral clarity in the Evil Empire speech, I think, helped her articulate in Britain, which was still formally, and still to this day is formally Christian with an established church, but her coming from a minority position outside of the establishment in the nonconformists allowed her to anchor some of her quiet conviction Christianity onto the strength of the United States, which happened to have a Christian leader present. And the fact that John Paul II was present and embodied a spiritual resistance made it all the more realized as a sort of wall, not an iron curtain, but a sort of veil that was coming from the west to the east and would eventually cover the east. The contrast again: atheist regimes erasing God versus leaders rooted in liberty, which they believed was transcendently inspired, ordering the world for peace. That is, liberty given to us by God, which could order the world for peace. Now, as a politician of conviction, who was a scientist, faith was important. She didn't make these choices out of convenience, expediency, or what we would do nowadays, which is opinion polls or things like that. Not that opinion polls weren't important and that expediency wasn't also sometimes important, but these are deep convictions. And I want to speak very quickly about where they came from and the long history of her liberalism. My suggestion is that what makes this all of a piece for her is that the Methodism she grew up with has a buried assumption of natural liberty that resonates and is shared and is concluded in the liberalism of her age, as long as it's in a conservative register, as long as it's not libertinism, as long as it has responsibility and duty and society around it. In the Sermon on the Mount, she said, "The truths of the Judeo-Christian tradition are infinitely precious, not only, as I believe, because they are true, but also because they provide the moral impulse which alone can lead to that peace in the true meaning of the word for which we all long." Now, this year is the 400th anniversary of Hugo Grotius's publication of his Law of War and Peace. He was a contemporary of Arminius. I'm going to do a real quick historical aside and get back to Lady Thatcher. Arminius was a contemporary of his. He went and argued to King James, that Arminians were orthodox. The great Arminian in Britain was John Wesley, whose journal was called The Arminian. The Arminians taught, and Grotius especially, that God created us radically free and that we were always meant to grow up into that freedom and to exercise prudence and to be left to our own devices unless or until we promised someone else or betrayed divine law. So divine law was a side constraint, and promises in our history was a sort of a guidepost. The law of the free seas came out of this theology. Modern international law, that is, law that can obtain anywhere, on the moon, on Mars, in the desert, where there isn't a judge to take cognizance. Two persons created by God with liberty freely promise to one another they will do something, and that becomes contract, and that becomes private law, Private law, then, is foundational of public law. It's the great turn in modern law, is the turn from the private law model, from a public law model of order. Grotius and Arminius were contemporaries. By the time the Methodists take up this Arminianism, Adam Smith has already seen a simple system of natural liberty emerge in Scotland. That's because Lord Stair had taken these Arminian principles and put them into the Scots law and his institutions of the laws of Scotland at the end of the 17th century. So now you have a legal and moral order and scientists investigating at their liberty God's wonders and systematizing them and making order out of the seeming chaos of the cosmos, one investigator at a time and accruing. This long story of natural liberty eventually shows up in the man of Edmund Burke, the great liberal and conservative guys, who also was resonant with, he wasn't Methodist, but he's resonant with a very free will approach to our salvation. God made us so free, we can reject that salvation. Now, in market terms or in terms of society, that might be a non-patronizing approach to the world, or a liberal approach. We allow people to do things that are outside of their interest because they're born free, they've become adults, they're as formed as they're going to be, and we are no longer responsible except at the limits for what happens. We teach them well, and we let them list as they please. Fast forward a century or two, a century and a half from there, this is doubted by almost everyone, except those who are theologically interested in the free will, and those who've taken up a conservative liberal position, which Gladstone had for a time, and others, you can trace them through Anglo-American political history. And Maggie Thatcher comes almost at the end of what seems like an impossible, like a flower blooming in the desert, and reaffirms this really ancient, actually, by political standards, tradition of radical theological liberty. God made us all free, which now has human rights attached to it. Right? God made us free, and it means certain things with natural rights and human rights, which are now political and civil rights. And coupled to it, free markets, which have been the most successful engines of growth the world has ever seen, and a perfect enemy to clarify these things for a time. I think it's become more muddied, and I'll end with this one sentence. I think it's become more muddied because we think we're post-liberal. Whenever somebody says they're post-something, they're often even more of that thing, right? Remember the postmoderns? If we want to articulate something that's truly post-liberal, I might suggest that it might look more like liberalism rightly understood, ensconced within Christian truths. The trouble is, we don't have many Christians left, right? That's the real trouble. You can't really do this if no one believes it. So I'd say probably re-evangelization of society, which is John Paul II's route, is the only way back round to something that could give us peace, and that is all of a piece, like I believe Lady Thatcher's Methodism was with her politics. Thank you.
As we were just hearing, Mrs. Thatcher was a Methodist, but she was a preacher for the Wesleyan Methodists before she became a politician. Her faith was serious, as we've heard today, and without wearing her Christianity on her sleeve, it was an important anchor. I aim to give a short Christian democratic response to her legacy. Famously, Mrs. Thatcher's kitchen cabinet included Christians of deep faith and insights, and we've heard some of them today. But she also put Lord Jakobowitz in the Lords, and we know that the chief rabbi was succeeded in turn by Lord Jonathan Sacks. In 1973, on this day, Yom Kippur, Margaret Thatcher condemned a Tory government for failing to supply the necessary military equipment to the Israeli army for them to defend themselves. Today, I believe that Mrs. Thatcher would identify the enemy within as being those radicals who even a few hours ago were rampaging through Manchester with a car hitting a synagogue, a crowd outside, killing 2 and injuring others. This outrage didn't come out of nowhere. Rampant Jew hatred that we see in Britain and in other Western countries would have been identified by Mrs. Thatcher far sooner than the lackadaisical, laid-back approach taken by too many of our governments. And I only wish that she would have been present in government to name, identify and deal with the enemy within. And I praise Hungary for not having to require guards outside its synagogues or outside Jewish kindergartens. So well done, your government here. Christian democracy is a specific tradition dating back 150 years, comprising of Catholic social teaching and Protestant covenantal thinking. And at its core is the idea of human relationships, and that the quality of human existence ought to be measured in those terms through a Christian understanding of love and relationships. Now, my career in journalism began here in Hungary in the 1980s, but my first proper job was working in Westminster, first for Channel 4, where I covered the poll tax riots of the late 80s, and then in turn, Margaret Thatcher's resignation when I joined the BBC at Westminster, working on Radio 4's Today in Parliament programme. I was then an elected politician for the Liberal Alliance, so I note that I'm the only elected opposition figure who's present here today. So, John and Melissa, I'm grateful that you extended your welcome to me. And my period of office overlapped with the Thatcher government. I campaigned in 1982 as a social democrat in the London Borough of Kingston, which is to the west of London. Now, BBC journalism and soggy centrism, same thing you may say. But here's my point. For those who know that area of West London, it falls inside what can be described as the Surrey Bible Belt, an area of unusually high church-going. Come London-wide elections next year, the district where I served as a councillor for 8 years will have had an active Christian elected by local voters without a break for half a century. So, Jonathan, you mentioned that we have the decline of Christianity. Well, you need to come to the Surrey Bible Belt. Without forethought, you can say that whoever gets put up from inside the local church network gets elected. It was once blue, but it's now orange. The party of the church went from being conservative and Anglican under Thatcherism to Free Church, Catholic, and Low Church of England Liberal Democrats. When asked by the Surrey Comet in the 1980s, a local newspaper, my politics and how I'd taken my party from last to first in those elections, I said that I am liberal insofar as they are conservative. I'm not a conservative insofar as under Margaret Thatcher they became far too liberal. And I note that Sir Edward Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, is making a play of this when in recent weeks he talks about how he prays to God to give him guidance before he considers various political matters. The Christianity of Thatcherism I observed was that of the personal moral imperatives of Samuel Smiles and his great and wide-selling Victorian work, Self-Help. And I agree with Jonathan in many of his comments. But I found more appealing the concept of Christian democracy, which recognises class solidarity, the need to reconcile the competing interests of labour and capital. For example, we see in the German social market economy the kind of co-determinism of workers on the boards of companies that allow the avoidance of industrial strife and the possibility of long-term industrial strategy that provides the kind of stability that Lord Griffiths identified as an urgent need in the 1970s and which the Margaret Thatcher government in many regards was able to succeed, not by working in collaboration with the interests of labour, but by defeating them. So my view is not individual liberty at all costs, but we need a form of freedom where no one is left behind. And let me give you a case in point. The first law banning Sunday trading in Britain was passed by King Wictred of Kent in the year 685 AD. Harold Macmillan called the day of rest the greatest social measure known to the working man. But the second Thatcher administration tried to do away with it. Now, I worked for the Liberal Party under Chief Whip David Alton from 1985 to 85, right at the heart of the House of Commons. He regrets, by the way, that he can't be with us today. Some of you will know that he had a painful injury in the Victoria bus crash just a few weeks ago. But his wife, Lady Alton, has messaged me just now, and they both send their best wishes to this event. Now, he put me as Chief Whip to work on Paddy Ashdown's speech, Liberal Alliance Trade and Industry spokesman, addressing and opposing the 1986 shops bill that would have legalised Sunday shop opening. My question is this: how did Mrs. Thatcher square this deregulation, permitting individual choice for shoppers, though not, as Paddy Ashdown explained using Bible quotations that I gave him, that there is a real choice that didn't exist for 2 million shop workers? How did she reconcile that clash of interests with her father's Methodism? Now, the bill was famously defeated at second reading, but her actions paved the way for Tony Blair's sellout a few years later. In 1987, Adam Smith's, just one observation on that bill. Adam Smith in Wealth of Nations warned that free markets cannot be successful without Christianity, as there would be horrid outcomes. Now, in 1987, I went with David Alton to work on his private members' bill, and this is my second bit of evidence for you, that would have brought down the upper limit for abortions to 18 weeks, not the European norm of 12 to 14 weeks, but a change nevertheless. Mrs. Thatcher made clear to David Alton this was not a measure she could support, and it had no government help in scheduling, though many hundreds of MPs did back it, and it only failed due to political chicanery that saw the measure talked out. Now, contrast her laissez-faire stance with the government help that Harold Wilson, as Prime Minister, gave in 1966 to David Steele's bill decriminalising abortion. Margaret Thatcher offered no such comfort or help through the provision of government business time for David Alton's bill to proceed. Now, this is the individualism in ethics that I have a concern about, not the Christianity that prioritises the vulnerable unborn child through the collective action of the strongest to protect their right to life. Catholic social thought emphasises as well the dignity of labour, the right of unions to negotiate a fair share of gross domestic product between capital and labour, and through property right. And though property rights we recognise as central, how these are undermined when public goods like water and the railways and scarce social housing are sold off and monopoly profits privatised to the few, that needs to be more recognised. And in turn, I would say that we need to recognise that her goal in seeking and reaching prosperity through growth, which is a Christian democratic enterprise, the single market which Mrs. Thatcher helped create, was a great achievement. And I would observe that when the United Kingdom returns to the single market in the European Union, the abolition of barriers to trade will bring great benefits to Britain if and when that is to happen. On a more positive note, we recognise today the role she played in alliance with President Reagan and John Paul II in seeing the end of communism. Now, it may not be known here, but Mrs. Thatcher wrote a letter to a human rights campaign group for religious liberty called the Jubilee Campaign that saw the only printing press in the 1980s under communism sent to Moscow. Now, it was returned twice at Moscow airport and sent back to the UK. It was sent there by the Reverend Dick Rogers, a vicar in Birmingham. But David Alton went with a letter from Mrs. T, which he waved at the Moscow officials, and they, instead of sending it back a third time, actually let it be admitted. Now, that printer wasn't the first to enter the communist bloc. It was one that I sent to Fidesz in Hungary in 1988. That was where we printed Fidesz focus leaflets. So she advocated for free speech and personal religious liberty too. So as I draw my remarks to a conclusion, Lord Glasman this week at the Labour conference, that expert in Catholic social teaching, described Thatcherism in what he called Marxist terms. Thatcherism was historically necessary to show that untrammelled individualism and the myth of efficient self-correcting markets do not take us towards Christian neighbourliness and social solidarity. Though himself Jewish, Morris argues that we're entering a moment of rediscovery of Christian ideas of the common good, which would not have happened without the shortcomings, as he put it, of the Thatcher legacy, which he examples in the era of globalisation, which he observes is now ending. The great Catholic historian and thinker Christopher Dawson predicted this in similar fashions. He said the West is reaching what he has called a great civilizational moment. And that is, he argues, Glasman argues, is in large part born out of the shortcomings of Thatcherism and the priorities given in the English-speaking world to the assumptions accompanying that. For example, I would identify the Big Bang in the late 1980s being directly linked to the banking failures in 2008. Surely we are at that moment in the West, though thankfully not here in East Central Europe, where Christianity has anchored the rebirth of the nation-state and its institutions. So what is this civilizational moment that we are observing at this moment? It's a critical transition in the life of our civilization, which, as it loses its decisive connection with the dynamic that inspired it, gives us some choices. Do we see a renewal of the dynamic that inspired our civilization in the first place? Will we see a replacement of that dynamic by something different? Or will we see a decline of our civilization? And I observe that though the Conservative governments of the Thatcher era recognised the damage of the overreach of the state in the economy could do to ideas of individual responsibility, creativity and freedom, because they tackled these head on, they have not succeeded in renewing the Christian assumptions underpinning our current existing social and political covenant. Instead, the individualism of that era gave birth to another dynamic individualistic ideology that worships the vacuity of choice, the nonsense of my truth versus your truth, as everything is relative, and also gave birth to the madness of crowds of individuals believing anything rather than nothing, or the something that is English Christianity. I'm convinced that as we learn in all humility from the rediscovered Christian inspirations of the nations of New Europe, of Central Europe, that if we're to honour the legacy of Margaret Thatcher, we must lead ourselves here a return to that civilizational project of renewal. We are at that moment of national turning in the UK and Europe-wide, and it's to the Christian tradition that Margaret Thatcher first owned and proclaimed that our country needs much more than her politics alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And for anyone who didn't know, that was Mr. David Campanale, who is a former BBC journalist and now a fellow at the Danube Institute. His talk has been moved up this afternoon, the running order. We've had a few changes. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Alexander McKenna, a historian, the author of 100 Years of Government Communication, who will be talking on Mrs. Thatcher and the Historians.
Kedves hallgaim és uraim, nagyon örülök, hogy itt lehetek ezen a különleges alkalmon. Szeretném megköszönni John O'Sullivannak és a Danube Institute-nak kedves meghívását. Right, now back into safe English. So, Mrs. Thatcher and the Historians. I was meant to follow on this panel, I think, Lord Hannan, who was going to talk about Mrs. Thatcher and the intellectuals. And I had my joke prepared. I rather enjoyed the implication that members of my profession don't count as members of the intellectual club for whatever, whichever way you want to look at it. But yes, so, I mean, in these brief remarks, two key areas that I want to touch upon. Firstly, Mrs. Thatcher and her direct relationship with historians during her time as Prime Minister. And then secondly, the the challenges for historians writing about Mrs. Thatcher, writing about her government, and the phenomenon of Thatcherism. So I think beginning with that first element in terms of Mrs. Thatcher's own perspective on these things, and sort of thinking about history with a capital H for her. And I think in some ways this was quite straightforward, what we might classify as kind of the great man's school of history, notably, for instance, in Downing Street, when she redecorated it in one of the drawing rooms, she made great point of putting portraits of Nelson and Wellington in prominent positions, as kind of instructive about British historical greatness. But in terms of policy making, I think it's a far more subtle and nuanced picture in terms of the way in which the Prime Minister used the profession's expertise to shape her thinking and her government's direction. In my own area of expertise, of diplomatic history, this was particularly clear and exemplified by her Chequers seminars on foreign policy issues. One in September 1983, which featured Robert Conquest, who was mentioned already by John, and which led to her famous visit, which we've also mentioned quite a bit, to this city, and also to Mr. Gorbachev's own visit to Chequers, both of those events occurring a year after the seminar in 1984. And the second seminar of particular note, the seminar on Germany that was held in March 1990, similarly star-studded, including the likes of Hugh Trevor Roper, Timothy Garton Ash, and later this parish, Norman Stone. And it's interesting amongst those names that of those three, only the last of those could be said to have been a totally undiluted admirer of the Prime Minister. And what comes across from the record is her own receptiveness to the range of ideas that were being chewed over. Not necessarily that she was going to agree with one particular point and run with it, but the fact that this debate, this discussion, was in itself important. And her own notes on the meeting actually put it best, as ever. And I quote, don't worry, I'm not going to do my impression. I want to use our experience of the past to help us shape the future, but not to be dominated by the past. We have to enlarge our ideas. We have to build a new framework for the future, for defence, for cooperation beyond Europe, and try to see how we can bring the Soviet Union to a real Western democracy with economic as well as political freedom. We must consider Central Europe and its minorities and how security could be upset from the Middle East. Going on, but actually the key point there, not about being stuck in the past, about it being able to inform the future, but not wishing to live in it. But she goes on. We must widen the discussion to include the future of the USSR and of Russia, and whether we pursue spheres of influence or alliance, of democracy or geographical alliances. We cannot completely disregard history for the various empires and maritime skills that have girdled the globe. We must consider some of the old balance of power. But it seems to me that while in the past history was determined largely by the personalities and ambitions of the rulers of the people, in future it will be decided much more by the character of the people. However, the lesson of the past 2 years is that neither character nor pride has been suffocated by oppression. Now, as I say, even if she had this idea of sort of the great man theory when sort of talking generally about about history. She was very clearly not merely interested in history as a kind of nostalgic, palliative or comfort blanket. Likewise, she was not captured by the lazy notion of history repeating itself. Instead, it was about the osmotic, practical application of pertinent lessons in order to shape future policy. In terms of writing about Mrs. Thatcher, her government and the ideas of Thatcherism, I think the first thing that has to be said, and I don't think I'm being rude about anyone who is here today, but Charles Moore's official biography, obviously it's not the last word, but it's a very comprehensive word that will probably stand the test of time for a good long while. Obviously I say that slightly through gritted teeth because he's not a historian. Maybe it's for the best that he's a journalist, because we might have ended up with a 10-volume biography that would still not be finished by now. And of course, in terms of Charles Moore's work, so much of the material there comes from the Thatcher papers that are kept at Churchill College, Cambridge, a marvellous place. I encourage you all to book a visit. Obviously, you have to have a legit reason. You can't just turn up. But an absolute trove of things. And if you're nice, the archivist, the keeper of the Thatcher papers, Andrew Riley, who is a king amongst archivists. I've got my bribe for saying that in my back pocket. No, he's a marvellous man. He might show you the handbag and various other items that they have. But yeah, Charles Moore obviously worked at great length there, as have others. Also, it's absolutely worth examining everything online that the Thatcher Foundation has put online. It's a marvellous resource for students that I direct students who are writing dissertations on the period to it, because you can do archival work from the comfort of your bedroom as a student, which compared to the way that some archives operate is a blessing. But obviously there's a huge amount of material, therefore, that historians can draw upon. But of course, with such huge amounts of material, there is also this, I think, one of the key problems, that is to say, disentangling, and again, something that John has touched upon, myth from reality, the world historical figure from, as it were, the ordinary woman. Examples of the way that myth and reality get mixed up. Actually, Lord Lilly mentioning the Mr. Whippy element. I first heard that actually used in the TV show Alan Partridge, where he says, Mr. Whippy ice cream, one of the many wonderful things that Mrs. Thatcher gave us before she was betrayed. But also, yeah, another example I remember of, I remember hearing a Conservative politician from the era saying how they had heard another Conservative politician telling the story of Mrs. Thatcher and the vegetables, the famous spitting image sketch, but telling it as if it had actually happened, rather than it being a sketch on television. So disentangling those kind of things. But also, I think in some ways, the kind of the long-standing idea of Mrs. Thatcher's single-mindedness. And I think this often is misinterpreted. As you look at the record, yes, she was single-minded, but she was not closed-minded, going back to what I was just talking about a minute ago with regards to the seminars. At her best, she was decisive, but she was not precipitate in her actions. It's also been really interesting actually being here with regards to kind of living witnesses of Mrs. Thatcher's time in government. And the way, to use the famous Turner phrase, recollections may vary. Part of the joy of doing history is this variation and trying to work out what actually went on. And it has been so interesting observing today the subtle differences of interpretation amongst many of you. It's a real treat for a historian to see that. But of course it comes with its perils when writing history. Finally, so much of Mrs. Thatcher's career has been written about by historians in almost Schmittian terms as a series of battles against a series of enemies. General Gualtieri, Arthur Scargill, Michael Heseltine, and not forgetting Ted Heath. I thought that would have got a bigger laugh. Anyway, and this view has its merits, but it can only go so far. The bigger picture is, I think, actually, as this conference shows, far less simple, far more subtle than it, far less simple and far more subtle than it first appears. What is undoubtedly true is that there is still so much more to write about, to talk about, as we have today, and happily, therefore, to keep historians in business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexander. And now Mr. Marek Matrzek will talk on Mrs. Thatcher, Thatcherism and Poland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and once again, Melissa, John, thank you so much for this initiative. And it's been a fascinating day listening to all these aspects of this stories and of this wonderful woman. And I think it's fair to say that none of us in this room, or the vast majority of us in this room, would not be where we are today had in some way we not encountered Lady Thatcher. The trajectory of our lives going back to the 1970s would have been completely different had she not impacted on our lives, not just us in this room, but also the peoples of Europe. It would be a very, very different world had there been no Lady Thatcher. I'm going to refocus a little bit just at the end of this panel back on Central Europe. We had some incredibly interesting comments from Ministers Gazensky and Martonyi and from President Klaus on Hungary and the Czech Republic, respectively. And in my very short comments on Poland, I will also be touching on some of the themes we've heard earlier today, as well as in this very interesting panel as well. I think we're agreed that when we think of a free Poland, then we also agree that without Lady Thatcher, President Reagan, and the blessed Saint Pope John Paul II, this unique historical mix of figures, Poland would not be a free country today. And certainly that's how many Poles see it as well. They look to John Paul II as the guy, as the lodestar of moral principles. They looked to President Reagan, or looked to President Reagan in the 1980s as the embodiment of the American myth. And they looked to Lady Thatcher as symbolic of political principle, the ideology of freedom, the qualities of leadership. All of these factors together were crucial, obviously, in driving not just Poland but Central Europe to freedom in 1990. Mrs. Thatcher herself would add to that list Mikhail Gorbachev. Slightly questionable in one or two people's eyes, but nonetheless an important perspective. And I must at this moment digress just very quickly from my prepared comments, because there were some references to how Lady Thatcher would be reacting to President Putin today. It reminded me of this, and it reminded me also when Jonathan Pohl was talking about the meeting between President Gorbachev and Mrs. Thatcher in 1984 or 1985, I believe, because what hasn't been mentioned is that a singularly important figure prepared Lady Thatcher for that meeting with President Gorbachev, and that was Oleg Gordievsky. Oleg Gordievsky, as you know, as many of you will know, was an FSB or a KGB officer stationed at the time for a long period of time in London as the head of the KGB station, the Russian, the Soviet embassy in London. He went back to Moscow. He was exfiltrated by British intelligence in a daring operation in the mid-1980s and served then to enlighten Lady Thatcher, Mrs. Thatcher, I keep saying Lady Thatcher, Mrs. Thatcher at the time, on who Gorbachev was. And Mrs. Thatcher personally was involved in sanctioning his use as a MI6 asset, as well as giving blessing to this very daring exfiltration operation. I mention this because Oleg Gordievsky in 2008 was poisoned in Surrey in mysterious circumstances by thallium, a very dangerous substance. And it was clear that the man responsible for that attempted murder of Oleg Gordievsky was none other than Vladimir Putin, already president of Russia. And it is just, I think, reflective of how different Putin is from who Gorbachev was. And I think it would be, I don't think we need much imagination to recognize what Lady Thatcher would have thought of Putin in connection with her knowledge of that story. But I digress, but I felt it was important to say. And the fifth factor important in driving Poland to freedom, of course, were the Polish people themselves. History, as we heard, and we heard it earlier, sort of the Marxist sense that history is not really about people, it's about, there's a Leninist notion, actually, that history is about people, about leaders, not peoples. But nonetheless, despite those heroic figures of Reagan, Thatcher and the Pope, nonetheless the Polish people themselves were responsible for their freedom. So the direction of freedom in Poland was an interplay of both personalities and societies. But when we speak of Mrs. Thatcher, I think there is an important distinction to be drawn. It's actually hinted at in the title of this panel. There's a distinction between Thatcher and Thatcherism. And I think that's very important because it lays out the two aspects of the personality and the values embodied by Mrs. Thatcher. One is her very solid principles held by her as an individual and as a person and as a Christian, as David himself mentioned, but also Thatcherism as a broader concept, one which involves not just the personality of Lady Thatcher, but also her as a politician, a practical politician, and some people would say a realpolitica politician. And you see both sides of Thatcher and I don't mean that with any disrespect, calling her Thatcher because it encompasses the concept of Mrs. Thatcher and Thatcherism under one more generic concept. But her encounters with Poland actually displayed both sides of this, of her personality, that of principle on the one hand, and the reference to the exigencies of practical politics on the other. Principle, yes, of course, when we see photographs of Mrs. Thatcher visiting Poland in the 1980s and 1990s, there are many photographs of her in Gdańsk, symbolizing her love of political freedom. There are the very moving pictures and scenes of her visiting the grave of the murdered Polish Catholic priest, Father Jerzy Popiełuszko, in the Stanisława Kostki Church in Warsaw, again, which brings home her reference to her Christian faith. And of course, there are famous shots of Mrs. Thatcher in the Hala Mirowska market in Warsaw in 1988, which she visited. She had a particular pleasure in visiting markets in communist countries. Not only did she visit the market in Hungary in 1984, she visited the market in Poland in 1988, bought some honey, and symbolizing symbolizing very much the aspect, her economic aspect. And there's little doubt that Mrs. Thatcher herself was an anti-communist. I mean, she was under no illusion about the essence of communism. She saw how antithetical it was to freedom, the rule of law, to markets and democracy, and of course, above all, sovereignty, because what some forget, communism was not just a national ideology of the Soviet Union, but it was the ideology which legitimated the repression of the independence of the countries of Central Europe. So she was under no illusion about how how the cancer of communism had to be eradicated in order for freedom, democracy, and sovereignty to recover themselves in Central Europe. But in the Polish context, whilst realizing this, she was also supremely pragmatic in her understanding of how that freedom and independence ought to be achieved. And this can be seen in the 3 or 4 encounters, if I can put it that way, that she and Poland had together throughout the 1980s and into the 1990s. The first encounter, going back, and this was something that was referenced by a very interesting discussion between Richard Pearl and Jonathan Pole in the video this morning, was the aftermath of the 1980 to 1981 Solidarity movement in Poland. Now, of course, we would call Solidarity a trade union, and Mrs. Thatcher knew instantly that Solidarity was no trade union. She knew that it was a social movement, and she knew it was, above all, a spiritual movement. It was an expression, as she put it, of the human spirit. So she recognized it was much more than a trade union movement. And when martial law was imposed in December 1981, she reacted in personal terms very emotionally about the tragedy that had befallen the Polish people. Polish people, by the way, if you read her autobiography, she references directly to her sympathies to the Polish people in memory of the sacrifices made by the Poles in the defense of Britain in the Second World War, the Air Force, and also her encounters with Polish people who had integrated into British society in England when she was younger. But nonetheless, this was the first encounter of the history of Poland with Lady Thatcher, but it also represented the emergence of not just a moral response, but also a pragmatic response. And what is interesting about the discussion between Mrs. Thatcher and the United States over sanctions was how much it reflected her realpolitik approach. We heard about the dilemma that she faced over the attempt by the United States to impose not just sanctions on the pipeline that was being built between Russia and Europe, but also the secondary sanctions that were being imposed on suppliers to that pipeline, which included British companies, especially John Brown Engineering. And she was very upset about this, but on 2 principles. One was that this was an attack on the commercial interests of a very important British company. But actually, she also invoked the principle of sovereignty. She felt that it was improper that a policy of the United States government should affect in such a direct fashion the economic interests of a British company, as it were, without regard to the British sovereignty on their own economic decisions. The United States also imposed sanctions on Aeroflot. There was a grain embargo. And it was not really until George Shultz replaced Alexander Haig as the Secretary of State that issue of sanctions was eased somewhat. But that may have been a surprising response to the crackdown on solidarity by Jaruzelski. But it was done for very good reasons. It was only also a recognition by Lady Thatcher that the response of France and Germany to the sanctions, to the crackdown on solidarity by Jaruzelski was weak. And she was concerned about the impact that the American move might have on NATO unity. She was worried about the effect that it might have on the perceptions of Europeans on the United States, which would have undermined what she saw as one of the most fundamental things of importance, the transatlantic bond, overarching the NATO relationship. And she was also concerned to maintain the balance within Europe in relation to Germany and NATO, and also through maintaining a balance of power. So she really brought to the fore some more overarching principles, which she felt that as long as there was an aggressive Soviet Union, had to be maintained, had to be protected. The relationship with the United States, NATO unity, and the principles of sovereignty. The second encounter of Lady Thatcher with Poland came obviously at the end of the 1980s with the impending collapse of communism. This was still from 1985 onwards. But it's interesting to note that even before the emergence of Gorbachev, and even before the sense that history was moving again, she recognized that Poland required moral succor. And it was one important symbolic gesture that she sanctioned openly, much to the dismay of the Foreign Office, was the visit of Malcolm Rifkin to Poland in 1984, just after the murder of Father Popiełuszko. And in a very symbolic moment, Malcolm Rifkin, who was Minister of State in the Foreign Office at the time, laid flowers at the grave of Father Popiełuszko in the Slavakowski Church in Warsaw in November 1984. Very interestingly, he met 3 underground dissidents just immediately after that ceremony in the crypt of the church. They were Tadeusz Mazowiecki, Bronisław Geremek, and Janusz Onyszkiewicz. And of those of you who know your 1990s Polish history, you'll recognize those as the first independent prime ministers, defense ministers, and foreign ministers of Poland, respectively. And so very prescient by the Foreign Office at the time. And I'm not clear that they knew who these people would become only 6 years later. But it was very symbolic indeed. By 1988, Poland was already stumbling towards democracy. Poland, at that time, the opposition had strengthened themselves to the point where the round-table negotiations that led to the overthrow of communism in 1989 were already being planned. And again, Lady Thatcher's moral response came to the fore instantly. We've heard about the Bruges speech, but interestingly, from a Central European perspective and a Polish perspective, the Bruges speech, and Lord Griffiths was instrumental in its drafting, was seen as much as a reflection of the interests of Central Europe as it was in relation to the Britain's relationship with Europe. Because the Bruges speech talked about, and Lady Thatcher expressly said, that Warsaw, Prague, and Budapest are European cities. That Europe is a broader concept than that of just the European community or the European Union. It has a Christian foundation. And that the Iron Curtain had cut off Europe, had bisected Europe in half. And this was something this was a historical mission to overcome. And so this was something which was seen in Central Europe as a very important signal that from a conservative perspective, Poland had not been forgotten. It was as much part of the West as was Berlin, Paris, or London. Some conservatives today speak publicly about the war in Ukraine being between Slavic countries of which we know little, far, far away. That is certainly something that Lady Thatcher would not have agreed with, and I think her response to the Ukraine crisis would have reflected that. Following that immediate Bruges speech, just a few months later, there was the famous November 1988 visit to Poland, where she met with General Jaruzelski. But she was also she insisted that she also give succor to the opposition at the time. She met the opposition leadership. She met the then Lech Wałęsa, leader of Solidarity in Gdańsk. She followed in the footsteps, as it were, of Malcolm Rifkin by laying flowers at the grave of Popiełuszko, Father Popiełuszko. And when she entered the church, immediately after that ceremony, that gesture, and her autobiography speaks openly about how she felt the spiritual strength of the Polish people with the singing and the praying in the church. And that, I think, would not have been possible had she not been endowed with a sense of the divine and an appreciation of religious faith as a driver of human action. Of course, and then on the practical side, she did talk to Jaruzelski. She tried to convince him of the importance of economic freedom and democracy, but she also she gave a tutorial to the Polish opposition on how to talk to communists. She told them you need position papers, you need to have a clear plan, so how you enter the round-table negotiations, you need to be knowing what your goal is, and you need to be very well prepared with your arguments. So she actually took time to give them a little bit of a lesson in the mechanics of democratic interaction. The only issue that I would point out here is that unfortunately Lady Thatcher did succumb to some illusion about the nature of General Jaruzelski. She did struggle with the concept that perhaps he just might be a Polish patriot. but labouring under the burden of his Soviet past and Soviet education. From today's perspective, now that the secret police files have been opened in Poland, I think that version doesn't really hold much water. The secret police files show that on the occasion of her visit, the secret police in Warsaw engaged in a huge operation to try and discredit her visit. And there is a recording of General Jaruzelski speaking to the Central Committee just as the visit was commencing and just prior to Lady Thatcher's visit to the grave of Father Popiełuszko. And General Jaruzelski is quoted saying, "What a disgusting hag. I always thought that all Anglicans were anti-papists, and yet she is laying on the flowers on the grave of this Catholic priest." So a very cynical comment from Jaruzelski. History accelerated very quickly. In 1989-90, with the increasing dynamic of changes, political changes in Central Europe, and leading up to German unification in 1990. And it has to be said that Lady Thatcher at this point became less of a motor of history, but more of a figure looking to temper the risks of too rapid a dismantling of the communist order. I think Lady Thatcher was endowed with a memory of 1956 and 1968. Poland, Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia as then was, and Hungary were not yet members of NATO, and she was acutely aware that were there to be a revanchist change in the Soviet Union, the risk of another uprising being betrayed was great. She was aware of the risks of war, and she was clear about the difficulties of introducing capitalism too quickly in a country that perhaps was unprepared for it. Finally, above all, Germany loomed large, and in the summer of 1990, it was thanks to Lady Thatcher again, following on the visit of Prime Minister Morawiecki in London in 1990, that she insisted to Chancellor Kohl, much to Chancellor Kohl's resistance, of the need of a border treaty between Germany and Poland to finally, by treaty, to secure the Oder-Neisse line as the legitimate and final border between a reunified Germany and Poland. And that border treaty was signed in November 1990, the same moment that she had to leave office. Very finally, I'll just sort of say just a few words about the post-1990 period, once she had retired. But her encounters with Poland did not stop. They actually accelerated. She visited Poland 4 times. In 1991, she visited the Polish Senate, and she gave a very moving speech at the Jagiellonian University in Krakow on the 4 freedoms: freedom of discussion, freedom of association, freedom of property, and freedom of national self-determination. And she laid out her ideological credo openly. She returned in 1993. She opened the Bristol Hotel together with her friends Rocco Forte and Lord Ashcroft. And at the time, she also opened the office of the Margaret Thatcher Foundation, an initiative which was a wonderful initiative, which was strongly supported by not just Robin Harris, but also Julian Seymour and Mark Worthington. A grand ambition to establish an organisation similar to the Heritage Foundation in the United States. It didn't quite work out that way, unfortunately, but nonetheless, it was a symbolic indicator of her ambitions to retain influence on the course of policy in Central Europe. She returned twice more, in Poznan in 1996, and then to Gdańsk in 1990. And although her direct involvement in Poland waned from the 2000 onwards, along with her declining health, there were others who stepped into the breach to maintain the flag of Thatcherism. A think tank called the Windsor Group, which I had the privilege of being involved in, supporting NATO accession and the development of free markets for the Central European countries, supported by Thatcherites themselves, or people who had an affection for Lady Thatcher. Ed Fulner, the late Ed Fulner from the Heritage Foundation, Sir Geoffrey Patty, who was a defence minister, Roger Scruton, of course, and also Viscount Cranborne, were significant in that effort to carry on the flag of Thatcherism in Poland. I don't want to go on because I have just one more thing to say. Chairman, should I stop now?
I think we're at time, yes. Okay. Sorry about that.
I was going to talk about the intellectual influence of Thatcherism in contemporary Polish politics, but that may be for another lecture at another time. Thank you so much, John and Melissa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marek, and thank you to all of our panelists. How it will work now is that there's going to be a 5-minute recess, and then we're going to move on to part 2. We're going straight on. We're just barreling through. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much to the panelists, and all the best.
Your Excellency, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for staying the course, and welcome to the final panel of the day on the assessment of Thatcherism. It's a great pleasure to welcome an unexpected guest, Dominic Lord Johnson of Lainston, who is a former chairman of the Conservative Party. We also have on this panel Lord Frost of Allington, David Frost, Sir William Cash, Sir John Whittingdale, and to begin reflections, Mr. Zsolt Németh. Zsolt, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, colleagues. So glad I could get here. I'm coming from Strasbourg, and as you know, it is the most impossible city in Europe to reach and get back to Budapest, but I could make it. I'm so glad, but unfortunately, it might mean that there may have been some sentences, arguments which have been mentioned, but probably it's not a bad thing to repeat them as well. I would like to greet John and Melissa, our wonderful hosts of the Danube Institute. Margaret Thatcher about the European Commission, quote, "Yes, the Commission does want to increase its powers. Yes, it is a non-elected body, and I don't want the Commission increase its powers against ours." The two yes from her famous no-no speech we have heard. Later, Britain left the European Union. Yes, she was categorical. Yes, she was passionate and decisive, and used both her hands for speeches. She was a mother of two twins and the Prime Minister, the first woman Prime Minister of Britain in the 70s and 80s. Of course, the British Parliament is a theatrical arena in which she performed an excellent role, but she was a genuine person who kept her integrity and didn't act for the sake of the show. She was very British. Characteristics that are rare in a prime minister. Charles Moore said she was a mythological figure. So the Iron Lady might have been a model for the Iron Man. She was a fighter, and she wanted to protect Britain with all her given capacities and tools, and she would probably be disappointed to see the streets of Britain at the edge of a civil war and her Conservative Party at its present shape. We need such strong political leaders. We need strong prime ministers to defend our national and European traditions, and it seems so that Western Europe is lacking such characters nowadays, and we see the sad consequences of that in the streets and the budgets and the competitiveness of the EU and its members. As she was a forerunner of Brexit, she has a political legacy for Central Europe as well. What is Margaret Thatcher's message today to the countries once behind the Iron Curtain? I had only one opportunity to meet her personally. In the first Orban government, we paid a visit with the Prime Minister to her home, and our experience was illuminating. That was partially reflected in my previous words. My main question, my main point I would like to put here, can we call ourselves or anyone else, or even a policy, Thatcherite? Is the future of Central Europe rooted in Thatcherism? In fact, does something like Thatcherism even exist? These are legitimate questions as opinions differ, even on the existence of such a concept, which is the title of our panel today. Those who believe it does exist tend to define it roughly as Thatcherism equals economic libertarianism plus political conservatism. Opponents to the concept might argue that even if this or any other definition is accurate, Margaret Thatcher herself wouldn't have considered herself a Thatcherite, were she still alive. That's because isms tend to suggest that something is good, always, everywhere, under any circumstances, simply because the name giver of the ism did, said, wrote, or thought it. There is no indication that Margaret Thatcher was ever inclined to follow any ideology, or that her politics tended to set up any kind of fixed model to be followed. What characterized her move was a British patriotic value system. That is my reading about her. This was a kind of patriotism that thought in broader frameworks for the sake of the British national interest. In universal peace and security, see her UN policy. In the community of democratic nations, see her NATO policy. And even in solidarity with peoples excluded from democracy by force, see her pivotal role in the liberation of Central Europe. This patriotic value system also included a pragmatic, non-ideological approach to choosing the tools needed to implement her values. Some of these tools she employed, or even some of the problems she addressed, may still be relevant today. Not because Thatcher used them, or because she considered certain issues important in her time, but because we consider them important now and see them as effective tools for ourselves. This interpretation would likely align with even the proponents of Thatcherism as such, as a continuation of her legacy. In order to reverse Britain's global decline, Thatcher confronted the leftist ideological bonds that held back the efficiency of the British economy, taking her on major political and social conflicts, not only with the opposition, but within her own party. What the British economy needed at the time was a reduction in overregulation and excessive redistribution, while ensuring that the British state remained strong as a guarantor of security and economic fair play. What did all this mean for Central Europe at the time? For the generation of democratic transition, who we, veterans, with Marek Matraszek and many others are, in Central Europe, Thatcher's political success served as an argument against the social demagoguery of the communist regime and helped gain social acceptance for the opposition, as we could just hear from his lecture. It also stood as an argument against ideological libertarianism, which, under the pretext of deregulating the economy, sought to weaken the state itself, branding a strong state as inherently nationalist or dictatorial, as our then liberals suggested many times. Thatcher showed that it was possible to break socialist economic ideological bonds while strengthening the state at the same time. Her success was crucial for us, for another reason as well. The success of Central European transition required, and always requires, a strong West. Had Britain, one of the West's key pillars, continued to weaken, the global political balance would have shifted in a way detrimental to us. This hasn't fundamentally changed. Today, too, we would need a strong West. We need a strong West. Though for different reasons, today we are not trying to escape from the Soviet bloc. We are out of it, thanks God. but rather to avoid being tied by the ideologically bound policies that are spreading within the Western world. We must avoid being bound in the sense that, thanks in large part to Thatcher and the success of Central European democratic transitions, the West is now our primary market. What happens to the Western economy happens to us as well. We need a strong West so that we too can be strong. But we also must not allow ourselves to be bound in the sense of letting these progressive ideologies being imposed upon us. Because by weakening ourselves, we would ultimately weaken the West as a whole. This latter aspect makes Thatcher's attitude toward European integration especially relevant today. Many would like to see in her the icon of Euroscepticism. But this interpretation doesn't hold up. I don't want to suggest this. At critical moments, Thatcher supported Britain's accession to the European communities, and later the deepening of European integration through the Single European Act. However, she would not tolerate Brussels' bureaucratic overreach, as she made particularly clear in her famous 88 speech at the College of Europe in Bruges, where she didn't hold back from blunt wording. Thatcher's core message was, quote, "This is not the kind of Europe we wanted." I repeat, this is not the kind of Europe we wanted. European integration would align with British interests, but only if it was implemented properly, in strict adherence to the letter and spirit of the treaties. Does this sound familiar today, ladies and gentlemen? If it does, that's because Central European countries are now the standard bearers, apostles of this idea, at least when not governed by administrations that are eager to align with Brussels or Berlin at any cost. Unfortunately, now, in the wake of Brexit, Central Europeans must stand their ground without a British ally, and it is a great loss to us. Back in the late 80s, we watched Thatcher's Bruges speech with jaws dropped and a hint of confusion. It seemed like a peculiar British eccentricity from our Central European perspective. We couldn't imagine someone would truly abuse European integration, let alone to such an extent that the community's greatest power would need to rebel against it. But as we all know, Britain rebelled against it. But today we understand it much better, though the situation is different to us than to Britain. If Brussels' overreach could bind a global power like Britain, how could it not have the same impact on much smaller Central European countries? Unlike the British, we cannot credibly use exit as leverage or as an alternative due to the differences in our geopolitical weight. Britain can stand on its own as one of the pillars of the West, alongside the United States and the European Union. Even together, Central Europe cannot offer that. And individually, our countries, including Poland, certainly cannot. Without common European structures, we would quickly fall victim to the same aggressive imperial instincts of the Ruski Mir, ambitions that Ukraine has been heroically resisting for 3.5 years now. Not to mention, at this point, other threats. For us, there is no alternative to a well-regulated duality of national and communal competencies within the European integration. Only within this framework can we offer an alternative to the overreach of Brussels. Our approach is not Euroscepticism, but rather a European internal opposition, promoting the Europe of nations, a service-oriented Brussels instead of the ruling Brussels, Europe's strength comes from its member states. European structures should only deepen integration when that adds to, not subtracts from, the strength of the member states. This is, as you know, the Hungarian understanding of the European integration. Whether integration is deeper or shallower is not an ideological question for us, just as it was not for Margaret Thatcher, but a pragmatic one for problem solving. Finally, let us recall one more aspect of Thatcher's politics, her readiness to act decisively in the name of security when it was needed. From the defense of the Falklands to her consistent support of Reagan's Cold War policies, all for the sake of world peace. Thatcher was a politician of peace, but she knew that peace requires strength and readiness to use it in critical situations. As a joke of the time went, hers was the most masculine attitude in the European political elite of the time. Thatcher and Reagan were examples of pragmatic Atlanticism. From them, the Europe-North America alliance was not a vehicle for spreading ideology, but a commitment to protecting both elements of the free world, freedom and the world itself. This included supporting those, especially Central Europeans, who fell under the Soviet sphere of influence against their will, just as it includes supporting Ukraine today. This remains a relevant perspective in current debates about the Western world. What are Western institutions for? To impose left-wing progressive ideologies on the world? If so, how are they any different from the Warsaw Pact or its late successor, the Russian world? Donald Trump's political rebellion is rooted in this very rejection, a return to pragmatism, nothing else, a return to a broader, value-based patriotism pursued through pragmatic tools. We Hungarians, that's why, are supporters and participants in this endeavor, and in that spirit we will prevail, just as you once did, under the banner of our alliance with Margaret Thatcher's politics. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Zsolt. And next to speak, I'll ask Sir John Whittingdale for his remarks.
Thank you for your invitation to join you this afternoon. We've heard a number of expert speakers talk about Margaret Thatcher's achievements in office and her legacy. And I don't want to add yet another tribute because I think that subject has already been covered and I'm sure other speakers will touch on it again. So I thought I would say something rather different to you. I thought I would talk a little bit about what it was like to work for Margaret Thatcher, the Prime Minister, and the person. I was extraordinarily lucky. I'm proud to have been a member of the British Parliament for 33 years, but I think I achieved that position because of the job I held prior to my election. I was for 5 years Margaret Thatcher's political secretary, 3 years in Downing Street, and then I walked out the door behind her and continued working for her for 2 years. It was an extraordinary privilege. It was also pretty tough at times. She was demanding. She had the most extraordinary work ethic. She would begin her day at roughly 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning by going through her boxes, and she would work through until sometimes well after midnight. John O'Sullivan, myself, Robin Harris have memories of being in the flat working on speeches until 2 in the morning, when finally Dennis Thatcher, her husband, would arrive as a sort of 7th Cavalry and say, "Margaret, these chaps need to get to bed." Had he not done so, we'd probably have been there all night. But she would begin her day going through her boxes. I would see her at her first meeting, which took place at about 8:30, where we would discuss the events of the day.
which consisted of what was happening in Parliament, what were the policy matters, but also what the press was saying. The press was very important, but she never read it. Very sensibly, she believed that almost certainly it would be rude and it would be wrong. So it was a waste of her time to read the press. Instead, there was a colleague of mine called Bernard Ingham, who was the press secretary, who used to compile a compendium of roughly what each of the newspapers were saying. He used to edit it a little, and so he drew the things to her attention that she needed to know, but if she didn't need to know it, sometimes he would omit it. But we would discuss that, and from that she would issue instructions, often to government departments, as to what needed to be done, or responses or lines to take. And we talk about what the Labour Party was saying, how we should respond. During the course of the day, and this is a very different Downing Street to the one that exists today. Downing Street today is packed with people. A lot of them are political appointees. Half of them, probably three-quarters, I have no idea why they're there at all. I was a minister in the government, and I used to get told, oh, well, Downing Street says this. And I'd say, well, who in Downing Street? They usually couldn't tell me. And then I'd say, well, what's the objection? Nobody knew. And I'd ring up Downing Street, people I knew, and say, what's the objection? We don't know. It's somebody else. When I worked for Margaret Thatcher, Downing Street was very small. The private office was 5 people. 4 of them were civil servants. I was the sole political secretary, the political addition to her private office. We had as well one MP who used to sit opposite me, the parliamentary private secretary, Bernard Ingham, the press secretary, and then there was the policy unit with Brian and John and Robin, who were upstairs. I would spend probably on average about 6 or 7 hours a day with her. And the two big things that took up a ridiculous amount of time for the Prime Minister, although they had some benefits. One was the preparation of speeches, and the second was the preparation for Prime Minister's questions. Now, in those days, Prime Minister's questions lasted 15 minutes and took place twice a week, on a Tuesday and a Thursday. Margaret Thatcher spent approximately 5 or 6 hours preparing for that 15-minute session, because one of the strengths of the British Parliament, which very few other parliaments have, is that any MP can get up and ask the question to the Prime Minister. They have to give no notice, they don't have to say what the subject will be, you just have to be lucky enough to catch the eye of the Speaker. And so the Prime Minister has to be ready to defend anything. Obviously, you can predict quite accurately often what the main lines of attack will be. It's whatever is the issue of the day. But basically, in order to be able to perform at Prime Minister's questions, you have to have an encyclopedic knowledge of every aspect of government policy. And she did. And to the extent that when I was with her preparing prawn and mayonnaise sandwiches twice a week in the study, she would go through the lines to take that were issued by government departments. So during the course of the morning, we'd have rung up the Department for Education and said, you need to provide us with a line because the Labour Party are attacking us on this policy or that policy. And we'd go through these. And quite often, she would get to a particular line from the Department for Education, let us say, and she'd say, no, that's completely wrong. John, go and tell them. So I would have to walk across the study and I would ring up the private secretary to the Secretary of State for Education and I'd say, the Prime Minister's not happy with the line to take. At which point she would stride across and take the telephone from me and say in no uncertain terms to the poor private secretary sitting on the other end, this is absolutely unacceptable. And I always had this vision that around Whitehall there were people looking at their telephone in terror that it might ring at this particular moment on a Tuesday or Thursday. But the benefit of this was that she used it as a way of ensuring that she was happy with the lines to take of every one of her ministers, because she had to be able to get up and defend that line to take. And if she didn't agree with it, she would change it. So Prime Minister's questions was an absolutely fundamental part of the way in which she ran her government. But it took up an awful lot of time. Tony Blair, one of his first actions was to reduce Prime Minister's questions to once a week for half an hour, which you might say is, well, it's the same amount of time. It isn't, because it meant under Margaret Thatcher that she had to spend 2 days out of 5 working days preparing for the sessions. The second thing which took up an even greater amount of time was the preparation of speeches. Today, political speeches are much less important. I'm coming from Budapest to go to Manchester, where we have the Conservative Party conference starting on Sunday. When I first started going, it was broadcast on every television channel. The Prime Minister's speech was the big political event of the entire year, and as a result, an immense amount of work was put in to the preparation of it. It won't now, Starmer's speech last week did get headlines on the news, but it certainly wasn't broadcast live. And because of 24-hour news, because of social media, because of all the other means of communication, the set-piece political speech never matters today as much as it did in those days. But because it mattered so much, we used to spend an immense amount of time with the Prime Minister in its preparation. I worked out for a speech of 45 minutes to the Conservative Party conference, I would probably have spent 70 hours with her in preparation. And that left us, on top of that, there were all the hours not with her when John and Robin and I would be sort of wrestling with what she wanted. It was a long process. It required quite a lot of reassurance. She was actually, despite having been Prime Minister for over 10 years towards the end, she still lacked confidence, and part of our job was to reassure her about the message she was delivering. John's particular strength was the insertion of jokes into the speech. It wasn't her strongest point, and we used to have to work really hard to persuade her that the joke would work and that the audience would laugh. And she was not always convinced. John mentioned he mentioned earlier in the session with Charles Pole and Richard Pearl so I will very quickly give you one example which perhaps best illustrates that. For those younger members, you may not recall the television programme, a British comedy called Monty Python. One of the most famous sketches of it is called the Dead Parrot sketch, and it is about John Cleese coming into a shop to return a parrot that he has purchased on the basis that it is dead. And it is a classic of British comedy. At the time of the speech, the Liberal Democrats, the third party of British politics, had just launched their new logo. It was a bird. It was against a yellow background, and John's brilliant idea was to compare it to the dead parrot of Monty Python. And so he inserted almost the entire of the sketch into the speech. Now, Margaret Thatcher had plainly never seen this sketch. And so when we got to the run-through and we read this part, she looked at it and said, "What is this?" And all of us said, Prime Minister, this is one of the most famous sketches, everybody in the audience will know it. They will think it hilarious. And she looked profoundly unconvinced by this, to the extent that I was then sent off to obtain a copy of the original sketch, which we sat in my office and watched with the Prime Minister, who plainly was still not entirely persuaded that this was going to be funny. But through real effort, we persuaded her that it should stay in the script. Every time we went through this speech, she would look up and say to us, "Are you sure this is funny?" And we would say, "Yes, honestly, Prime Minister, it will be a huge success." And it stayed in the speech until the actual day of delivery. One of my jobs was to prepare the text to make sure that it was all done. And she used an autocue, so she could read from glass panels, and it meant that you wound through the text of a speech which projected upwards. And she plainly was not entirely sure about the wisdom of including this speech in her speech. And you could see this thought suddenly went through her mind just as she was about to go onto the platform. And she turned to me and she said, "John, Monty Python, are you sure that he's one of us?" To which there was only really one answer. I said, "Yes, absolutely, Prime Minister." And she went on to deliver that speech. But those speeches were of huge importance because she did set out in every speech not just the policies of her government, but the philosophical basis. There was always a section within the speech in which she laid out the principles of what is now Thatcherism, free enterprise within the rule of law. And they stand actually the test of time. And all credit to John and Robin, who were some of the principal architects of those. But I spent 3 years serving her as Prime Minister. And then I left with her. As the only political appointee, I left behind her and helped her set up her office. And it was a tragedy, in my view, for Britain that she was brought down in the way she was. But she left in a blaze of glory. And one of the things I would say, my job was the politics of the office. The civil servants would come to me and say, we can't do this, it's party political. So anything to do with elections or the Conservative Party came under me. And her achievement in British politics, which hasn't really been talked about today, but is absolutely extraordinary, was firstly to become leader of the Conservative Party and then to become Prime Minister as a woman. She was one of the first women ever to be elected, and not only to be elected and to be a success, but then to go on to win 3 elections in a row and to become possibly our most successful Prime Minister in recent years. And in a way, whilst her manner of her departure was terrible and very upsetting for those of us around her, she always said that she was brought down by pygmies and she had never been defeated in an election by the people. And I think that actually was a better exit in some ways. Who knows what would have happened if she'd stayed in office? Ultimately, governments reach the end of their time and governments change. But the fact that she could leave office having never lost an election, I think, is a tribute to her, and also is a reflection of the extraordinary connection that she had with people. She had this instinct for how people would respond, which meant that, with 1 or 2 exceptions of policies which John touched on earlier, generally she was so in tune with what people wanted. It was that which I think contributed to the extraordinary success that she had in general elections. And I was fortunate enough, I'll finish with this, she came to support me in my constituency 4 times. When she came as an ex-Prime Minister who had left the political stage, essentially, she came and gave a speech for me, and she walked down the high street of the town I represent, and they were 5 deep the whole way down, cheering. And that was Margaret Thatcher, and I have to say it was one of the greatest privileges for me to have spent 5 years working for her.
Thank you very much, Sir John, for those insights and reminiscences. And now I'd like to invite to take the dais David Frost, Lord Frost of Ellington.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. Thank you, everyone. I feel I'm here as a bit of a fraud, to be honest, because I think I'm probably the only person, maybe not completely, but one of the very few people here who not only never worked for Mrs. Thatcher, but in fact never even met her. So if you're expecting a lot of anecdotes from me about what she was like and what I learned from her, I'm afraid step outside now, because you're getting something slightly different from me. But I came to sort of learn what she was like, I guess, when I first joined the Foreign Office, which was back in the late 80s. I'd spent the early 80s at university, and being a bit of a lefty then, I had maybe even joined the odd demonstration against the Thatcher government in Oxford. But I came to change my mind for a set of hopefully pretty obvious reasons. And one of them was really my early days in the Foreign Office. My first year, I was put on the Afghanistan desk, my first year, and this was the time of the Russian withdrawal from Afghanistan, and a lot of policy was up in the air, and we were asked to write a new policy about how we were going to deal with whatever government was left in Afghanistan after the Russians had gone. And without going into the detail of this, we spent a long time working in this. My department, all my bosses, all the people I worked with in the Foreign Office, we really worked at this. We consulted, we talked to people, We talked round the department in Whitehall, and we produced, it took a month or two, and we produced this beautiful long policy paper, as we did then, and proudly sent it off to number 10. And then there was silence for a couple of weeks. And then we got back what everybody dreaded, which was the letter from Charles Pole telling us what the Prime Minister thought. And it said something like, the Prime Minister is very grateful for all this work. She doesn't agree with any of it. She would like you to do it again, and she would like it to say something like the following. And I remember it was just one paragraph letter telling us, it's all wrong, you better start this again. And that was really my first introduction, I guess, to the kind of forcefulness, clarity of thought, and her willingness to kind of go up against the instincts of the bureaucracy in a very visible kind of way. And of course, that became very familiar to all of us later on. I think, with that in mind, I think there's maybe just 4 things, perhaps I will say, sort of looking back as somebody who admired her and has drawn a few lessons, I guess, in the things I've said and done over the years from what she did in a very minor way. And I think there are 4 things, at least in my mind, there's a lot more, but there are 4 things which strike me, which we can still learn and are still highly relevant to us today. First of these, I think, is simple refusal to be daunted by political obstacles and administrative complexity. And we're always being told nowadays that everything is very difficult and it's impossible to change anything in Britain. And I don't think that would have landed very well with Mrs. Thatcher. And I think it is easy to forget, though it's maybe mentioned a few times, just what state Britain was in the late 1970s. There are echoes of the 70s now, but I think in many ways it was a lot worse. Now, there was a report done for Mrs. Thatcher in opposition, I don't know whether it's been mentioned already, called the Stepping Stones Report, a team of people she, I think, semi-reluctantly asked to put together a set of ideas for how government should be conducted. And there's a lot of mythology about this report, and I think it was not anything like as influential as people say it was, but nevertheless a very interesting document. And one of the things in it is a very clear description of just how bad things were in Britain at the time this was written in 77. And just to bring it home, what Lady Thatcher was dealing with, I'm quoting the report now. John Hoskins, who wrote it, said, and I quote, "Our minimal goal," that is the British government's goal, "our minimal goal is to have halted the relative decline of our economy to 1/3 of the level of West Germany in GDP per capita." He then goes on to say, even that minimal goal is not necessarily possible. So that's how he was thinking about Britain in the 70s. And he goes on to use a phrase which I quote quite often, and I think it symbolises what Lady Thatcher sort of took to government and to politics. And he said, again, I'm quoting, "It's not enough to settle for policies which cannot save us on the grounds that they are the only ones which are politically possible or administratively convenient." In other words, it's no good just doing what you can. You must do what is necessary to solve the problems. And I keep quoting this today, or something like it. And I think it's something we do need to have in mind, because it symbolises her approach to things. You have to deal with the problems. It's no good just doing what you can. You must do what you need to. And that's so important if we're going to dig ourselves out of the mess that we're in Britain at the moment. Second point, something I always think of about Lady Thatcher is the amount of, I guess you would say, pedagogy she did to the country. I was a teenager in the first years of the Thatcher government, went on to university. But what I remember, even in that, I was somebody who was interested in politics, obviously. But even now, what I remember is her and her government constantly telling the British people what needed to be done, trying to land some facts about how a market economy works, what the trade-offs were, what could be done, what you can't do. You can't pay yourself more than you earn. Your productivity, you can only pay what your productivity will give you. You can't run industries without profits. All this kind of stuff endlessly repeated. So it sank into the popular consciousness in this very simple way. And doing that made it much easier for her to win the specific arguments because she had a grounding. She had given people a grounding in how the basics worked. And we coasted on that probably for 10 years after she left office, and then government stopped doing it, both Labour and Conservative governments, unfortunately. And people have forgotten. I think in Britain people have forgotten to a large extent how market economies work and why and what the trade-offs are, why you can't just keep paying yourself what you want, and so on. And we could learn, I think, that lesson. You've got to communicate. You've got to communicate simply. You've got to keep saying the same facts over and over again and sink in, get the grounding right. People will follow you. And we haven't done enough of that in recent years. Third point. I go around trying to argue for something which I call in my shorthand free markets and nationhood. And what I'm trying to get across with this is that the mix of policies that will get us out of our mess are free markets to revive the economy and nationhood to try and revive the country, a sense of the nation, the institutions, its history, its culture, ability to control the borders, all this kind of thing. And a lot of people seem to think that those two things are not really compatible. That if you're a free marketeer, you must also, in some sense, be a globalist and like international economic institutions and taking decisions outside the country and so on. And if you are a patriot, nationhood, nationalist, if you want to use the term, though I don't really like it, if you're on that side of the argument, you probably are a bit of a big government person. You think the state should be allowed to run bits of the economy. You're not really into free markets. And you see this kind of trope shaping debate the whole time. And the answer to that, and actually, Joel, you gave the answer, is Lady Thatcher. She advocated both of those things, and nobody at the time thought there was anything particularly unnatural about it. It's perfectly natural to have a well-run, well-organised country with a sense of its history, its culture, its institutions, and to run that country in as free market, liberal, economic way as you possibly can. And it was done. It was successful. It got us out of the rut we were in, and we can do it again. So, again, she is the answer to that. You can do these things. You don't have to listen to those say it can't be done. It has been done. It was done. We can do it once again. Final point, really, I draw from the Thatcher experience, goes back to what we call in Britain, the British politics at the moment, the realignment, which for those who don't follow this day to day is shorthand for partly politics being a bit more about culture than economics, and partly a geographical rebalancing of political support. You know, the conventional wisdom being that the Conservatives do well in rich southern England and Labour do well in relatively less well-off northern England, and so on. And that Boris Johnson in 2019 broke that pattern by a different pattern of arguments. He got Labour voters into the Conservative tent and won a majority. And since then, it's all filtered away, but that's beside the point. It was regarded as something kind of quite unprecedented and unusual, and many people seem to see it as politically kind of odd somehow that you could meet these two audiences. once again, Lady Thatcher did this before. In 1983, the 83 election, the Conservative Party won large areas of northern England. And I just jotted down a few places before I came on. Places like Barrow, York, Darlington, Halifax, Bolton, my hometown, Derby North, Bradford, incredibly Newcastle Central was a Conservative seat in 1983. And we held on to quite a lot of those in 1987 as well. And how did she win them? She didn't win them by offering them Labour policies. She won those seats by offering Conservative policies and aspiration and taking the voters in those places and what they wanted seriously, listening to them and taking them seriously and telling them it didn't always have to be like it had been. You could improve your lives. Things can be different. She won as many working class votes in 1983 as Boris Johnson did in 2019. So what he did in 2019 is not something unprecedented and new. It is something that Lady Thatcher brought off extremely successfully in the 1980s and can be done again if we get the offer right, offer people conservatism, aspiration, the ability to get on, improve their lives themselves. That is what worked in 2019, and it can work again, I think, now. So those are the things that I personally draw from Lady Thatcher's time in government and experience. They're all kind of obvious things, in a way. And that's not surprising. To conclude, she was once sort of accused, I think in an interview, of saying the same old thing all the time. And she said to reply, of course it's the same old thing. The truth always is the same old thing. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Lord Frost, for those notes on praxis and also for some optimism. I'd like to ask now a close ally of Mrs. Thatcher, Sir Bill Cash, to give us his reminiscences and recollections.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, to John and to the team, thank you so much for arranging this and also for the hospitality and everything that goes with it. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to concentrate on the subject which I know most about, I think, probably, and that is the European issue, which really brought me into a sphere of relationship to her, which in a way was somewhat unexpected if you look at her life from the very beginning, except to say that she was 15 when the war broke out, I think I'm right in saying, 1940. I was born in 1940, and I went through the war, and she did too. And I think it defined her in terms of her instincts. And I think that her father and her relationship with the people who she experienced during the war period had an enormous impact on her. And to summarize it, I would say it was a patriotic instinct about Britain. So it wasn't really for her so much about Europe, it was much more about Britain. And she went on a gradual journey, and it was a very gradual, but nonetheless a very, to me, clear journey towards ultimately what assassinated her, or what she was assassinated by, because she came to the conclusion at the end of her time, when she did retire, when she resigned, I prefer to use the word retire actually, because she knew that what was going on in her own government was something that she could not stand any longer. And over those years, in the 1980s, I was basically became a member of Parliament in 1984, and I was put on the European Scrutiny Committee, then called the European Legislation Committee, where we had rows on a massive scale almost every week. They were in private, but my God, they were pretty rowdy events. The whole of that team of people were Heathites, actually, Hugh Dykes, all that sort of thing. And basically, I discovered when I got into Parliament, John Wakeham suggested that I might go on this committee, and he once said to me it was the best and the worst thing he ever did, because it was inevitably going to produce a conflict of attitudes between the establishment, which had then, by that time, settled on the European issue, with all the big beasts being absolutely, completely committed to it, and she herself having taken part in the 1975 referendum and being very positive about it. And I can understand why, because there was a point at which many people believed that Dean Acheson was right, that we had actually lost an empire but hadn't found a role. There were the negotiations, which we didn't really know anything much about in the time when I was starting out on my journey on this subject. And that, of course, was the fact that these negotiations, which had been conducted by Con O'Neill, which he wrote about, were not published, actually, until 2001 or 2002. So we didn't actually know necessarily, in any public form, exactly what the form took. Supranationality, the complete domination of our legal system, our constitutional arrangements, the manner in which the laws were made. It may surprise people, but it's a fact, that between 1972 and 2024, as long as that, we never rejected or amended a single word of any European legislation which was passed by the Council of Ministers. There was a claim that we were influencing what was going on. I don't believe that was the case from my experience. We had virtually no option. And of course, during her premiership, she did not know at that point in time whether or not we were actually going to be able to resolve the dilemma which was facing her and, in my opinion, the government, as to what you do about a constant movement towards political union, certainly after the Single European Act in 1986, and the progression from that to Maastricht. And what you may or may not notice is that she was on a gradual journey. She was not prepared to argue to leave the European Union at the stages in the early 1990s, but she felt it. That's my opinion. I think she had a sense that instinctively this was not something that she was going to be able to live with. And even as early as Fontainebleau, which I think was around about 1984, but she'd mentioned, we want our money back, she said, I think even in 1979. Instinctively, she knew that there was something going wrong here. We've heard some talk, too, about the German question, and I'm not at all convinced that she was wrong about that. I think that she understood that these pieces of paper which were being generated over this period of time was increasingly tending to create a more dominant influence by Germany over the entire European policy, which was not, in her view, bearing in mind that she'd been in the war, she'd seen this, she instinctively thought this was not the way we needed to go. She couldn't bring herself yet to say she wanted to leave. But during the Single European Act, and then, of course, the exchange rate mechanism, these were pivotal moments, and she was forced into, in my opinion, ERM, I don't think anyone would dispute this, by an ambush at Madrid and various other things. She was with Alan Walters on the subject. She didn't like it, but she was forced into it. And of course, it was John Major, who was Chancellor, actually brought it in. And then by 1992, it had blown up on the 15th of September, I think it was. And the whole of that policy was completely disintegrated. Her instincts had been right. Anyone who reads her memoirs, and there are people here who helped to write them, will recall that she was had reservations all the way through. So when any pivotal moment arose, in my opinion, on the European issue, she was continuously battling in her mind between whether or not this was in British national interest or not. That, I think, is the sort of bottom line that I would present. Then, of course, we've heard much about the 1984 visit to Hungary. And I think that was I don't need to repeat what you've heard already, but it was a very significant moment for her when she went to Eastern Europe for the first time. And then in 1988, you have the Bruges speech. Now, I know something about what was going on at that time. I was writing papers for her, unbeknown to many other people, about what I thought was really going on, based on my experiences being a member of the European Select Committee. And it was not consistent at all with what I believe she was being told by the civil servants and by the Foreign Office and all that. It was a very important watershed moment, because although she didn't say we've got to leave, she gave a lot of good reasons why we should. And the rolling back of the frontiers of the state and words like that sent shockwaves throughout the whole of the European Union. People realized that she was on a turning point, if I can use that expression. So, but interestingly, it wasn't until 1989 that I think the moment of truth came to her, when she saw what was going on, somewhat based in Hungary, what was going on. But in September 1989, Hungary was the first country to actually take the steps to leave the Soviet Union. It was followed by the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the issue of Germany itself and the reunification questions that went with it. And that prompted her even deeper into the question of which way are we going to go. And you heard already from other speakers, it's true, I'm certain, that she did not feel that reunification was the right way to go, certainly to begin with. However, she had to come to terms with it because everybody else disagreed with her, but that reinforced her sense of uncertainty. And I mentioned the war again, the Second World War, as part of the background to this. I think she was in a dilemma about what was to be done. Then, of course, we had the Czech Republic, or Czechoslovakia at that time. Václav Klaus spoke about this too. And I think he spoke correctly about her view about all this. In my opinion, she was increasingly uncertain about it. But what is astonishing is that within 1 year, we're talking November 1989, within 1 year she had gone. She went in November 1990. So in 12 months, she'd gone from a position in which she was a leader, coming here to Hungary, having also at the same time witnessed the fall of the Berlin Wall and the rest of it. And I remember I was in the Reichstag in early October 1989, and I was at a conference in the Reichstag. It was a pretty tatty building at the time, and I think I was the only English politician there. And I heard the most extraordinary things being said from the platform about how wonderful my heart and soul rages with fervour and passion, I heard from a German representative, at the thought of a single government and a single parliament in Europe. And I warned them, I said, this is not the language that we ought to be hearing at all. And I wrote to her about that at the time. In 1990, in April, I'd become chairman of the Backbench Committee on European Affairs. And I got rather bigger vote than some people thought, largely, I think, because it was a secret ballot. I think if it had been an open ballot, I might have got 5 or 10 votes at the most. But I'm told it was as much as 63% of the backbench vote. But it was a secret ballot, that was the point. And she asked me in to speak to her on many occasions around that time. And she did eventually face her Armageddon, if I can use that word. And she was deeply troubled by the fact that she had been forced to resign, which she had. And I saw her shortly afterwards. She was in a state of complete trauma. She was put into a room at the bottom of the House of Commons. I seem to recall it didn't even have a window. She had a sort of temporary secretary. She was dressed in black. She had that famous diamond brooch. And she was completely traumatized by it. It was terrible to see. And I have to admit, I've only wept once in my entire political career. But it was on the day that she resigned. And I was called much earlier than I'd ever imagined in the debate on that day. And I said to her, I wrote her a letter, and I said, there are many of us in this chamber who would say to you now, in the name of God, stay. But unfortunately, that was not to be the case. So after that, she then set up in Chesham Place, and I then set up this Maastricht Rebellion. And I'm jumping a year or two now. But in March 1993, I created the Maastricht referendum campaign, and I asked her if she would participate. I said, would you be patron? Definitely, she said, definitely. And she's actually, I was looking only the day before yesterday at the Maastricht Treaty petition, because we did them all over the country. We got hundreds and hundreds of thousands of signatures to defeat or try to put pressure on the government to withdraw from the Maastricht Treaty. And John Major asked me, what would I do if I was Prime Minister, which is rather an old question for me. And I said, well, you have to veto this. And he said, but why? I said, but look what's happening. Germany is dictating interest rates all over the whole of Europe. I said, the situation is out of control, but you're offering them a European government, and you're offering them a completely new institutional framework, which is a complete reversal of everything that Margaret Thatcher believed in. Although, as I said, she was always in a dilemma about it up to that point. She would never have signed the Maastricht Treaty. And I have to say that with great respect, because Charles Pole was the person who said that she would have done in 2016. I have a letter which I still possess and treasure, in conjunction, may I say, with many other letters from her, including many in handwriting as well, about what she felt, where she would talk about our judgment on the Maastricht Treaty was always right, things like that. But actually, the petitions and the referendum campaign were accompanied, because she was in the House of Commons until the general election of 1992. So she was actually in the House of Commons when all these things were being put into place by John Major. I was running the rebellion with my friends, and we fought a huge battle, but basically it eventually did go through. But during the course of this, in 1991, we had a referendum bill, which I put together with somebody, a former member of Parliamentary Council. It was a bill to have a referendum on the Maastricht Treaty. And Richard Shepherd, my great friend, was with me on this, and so were many others. And when it came to being presented to Parliament, she did something which was very significant in my view. She actually not only turned up for the debate, but voted against the Maastricht Treaty by virtue of wanting the referendum, which was yes or no. And she actually instructed or persuaded Michael Allison, who had been previously her private secretary. And people don't know this, but it's just very strongly indicative of what was in her mind. She actually said to him, I want you to be a teller. Now, that is actually, in parliamentary procedure, quite a significant thing. she was completely determined about it. And when she went to the House of Lords a few months later, she railed against the Maastricht Treaty and shocked a lot of people by the vehemence with which she actually called it a recipe for national suicide. That was the kind of language I was prone to take. And I can only say that hearing this was a fantastic change in her determination to stop it. And so she continued. And I did meet her on many occasions after all this, but I just wanted to give you a flavour of what I thought. She was on a long journey, and her convictions, which were basically often spiritual convictions, as a matter of fact. I use that word very cautiously, but I believe it's true. She had a belief in Britain. She had a belief in our institutions. She really, really believed it, and it came from her early childhood, from her experience in the war period, and it never left her. So when people criticised her for having been less than clear, for example, at certain points, I believe she was deceived, effectively, over a single European Act. And I'm writing a book at the moment, and I shall reveal more later on. But there are recordings which somebody took of what was said to her, like that bloody woman had to be removed, and things like that, which came from some of the civil servants that she was working with, who spoke privately to other people about her attitudes to the Single European Act. She was never easy about it. She spoke up for it. It was guillotined. I put down my first sovereignty amendment in 1986. And in a nutshell, I was not allowed even to debate it at that time. So I'll conclude simply by saying this. She was a patriot. She had instincts which she carried through as far as it was practically possible to do so, given that she was completely hemmed in. And eventually, she lived and she died, ultimately, as a patriot. And I would say this too, finally, that the moment when she was, as I call it, assassinated, as I believe that is the right word to use, I think that she was so traumatized because she had done everything in her power to look after British national interests. Our constitution, our institutions would all have come to nothing if any of that had gone through, as eventually we defeated it. Political union died when we got Brexit. And as far as I'm concerned, that was the best thing that ever happened in Britain. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Bill. For reasons of time, Lord Johnson has kindly agreed to defer his comments until later, so I'd like to invite to the stage the President of the Danube Institute, John O'Sullivan, to introduce Sir Mark Thatcher.
Well, I'll make the introduction brief, Mark, because I realise you have to... Go on, sorry. I'll make the introduction brief because I realise you'll have to move on. But first of all, we've known each other a long time, but we worked closely together in something that your mother was doing after she left office, which was the running of the institution of her foundation. And I think that did great things. And among the great things is that all of us now can actually follow. We can delve into the archives through the website that is established, and it's a profoundly important piece of work for scholars and for people who really want to know what happened and can go to the sources. She was a great woman. She was somebody who, and therefore she had an awful lot to do, as well as bring you and Carol up. But I'd like you, if you would, just to give a few words about how you feel now about her time in office and about today's meeting.
Well, John, thank you very much indeed. Ambassador, many faces I know here, thank you very much indeed, and it's a great pleasure for me to come once again to Budapest. It's, I think, 20 years since I was here. I recollect the last time I came here was for a Formula One race. This, of course, is completely different. It's very difficult. It's very difficult for me to talk about my mother's life, obviously, but there we are. But I would like to say, and I thought about what I want to say. This is an august conference with many of her friends and many of her co-believers. First of all, she will be enormously proud the fact that so many people are here to talk about her policies, how she ran the government, and the impact it had. And also, she'd be enormously proud of the fact that so many people are trying to continue or propagate her legacy. And I think that's absolutely fantastic. And it's a pleasure, and she would be absolutely thrilled by it. I'm not sure how, to be honest, I'm not sure how you would like me to sum up, but let me say a few words. My mother always had the view that the cost of freedom is eternal vigilance. And that eternal vigilance comes in many, many ways. And one of the ways is that people come together in the way that they are coming together today to discuss many of the things, to continue in some way or other to promote those things that she believed in, particularly the freedom of private enterprise, which she thought was absolutely critical. And so in that regard, I think this is a fantastic thing, and I'm extremely grateful to be here. And David, you mentioned aspiration, and I think that amongst the younger people today, if our community, our society, our country, or in whatever we live in, if we are unable to give encouragement and aspiration to the younger generations, then there is a real problem going forwards. And I think that's one of the most important things that we can do going forwards. We all have to instill a sense of encouragement to the younger generations. Otherwise, they will cease to be aspirational, and that in that lies the future. Of course, Hungary is why we're here. We're here because, amongst other things, Hungary has, since it's emerged from the Soviet times, it has done an extraordinary job in managing its economy, in creating the environment where aspiration does matter. Free enterprise has been allowed to flourish here, and to the benefit of everybody, and that can only be a good thing. I think what I'd like to do is just to repeat a few of some of the things that I believe my mother held to her very heart. And they were the core, and they started off as the core of her political philosophy. Yes, born of a Methodist father who gave her the fundamental principles of spend only what you have, borrow what you only can repay, and strictly. And then from that idea, she developed the principles that she held, which was smaller government, the better. And the role of government was to get out of the way and allow people to prosper in their own way. So I'm often asked, what were her fundamental truths, if you see what I'm saying? And I just want to go, I think, from my perspective, I just wrap up in 2 minutes what she held to be sacred and why, and that's fine. And the Stepping Stones, you're absolutely right, was as a document which was created by all of her political friends and co-thinkers in the late 1970s, and that became the rubric for the first 2 years in government, and that was the basis of everything. But what were her fundamental truths? I think that her fundamental truths were the following. I think a man's right to work as he will, to spend what he earns, to have the state as a servant, not as a master. These are the basics of her own economic freedoms, upon which all other freedoms depend. If you don't have an economic freedom, then nothing else can grow from it. Unless we produce wealth, there will be none to spend on essential services. Nothing to spend on hospitals, pensions, other things, education and the like. Unless we produce wealth, we can do nothing without it. And I was in a discussion today with some people, and the amount of money, I mean, the last bond offering in the UK, I think, was 120 billion, of which 80 billion is being used on interest alone. So we have to take it carefully, and those principles about only to spend what you can, I think, is important. So own your own property, to have the state as a servant, not a master. That was the very foundation of everything. Unless we produce wealth, we have nothing to spend. And much as any socialist government would like it, yes, no government can create money or create wealth particularly. Governments can destroy wealth by disincentivizing people, but government itself cannot create wealth. It's only private enterprise that creates wealth. And all that government can do is stay out of the way and allow people to do this as they wish. And that's the way to taxation. Increased taxation only provides disincentives to work. And for instance, where the government at the present time in the UK is discussing a further round of tax rises in the not too far distant future. We all believe that that's fundamentally wrong, because in an aggressive taxation environment, people will leave. They will go and they will do other things. And the tax yield, that is, say, the amount of money which is raised by the government, yes, will decrease. So next year, there will be more tax raises, whereas my mother's view would be, let's get a grip of expenditure. And we must get a grip of expenditure. And it doesn't matter whether it's in the United Kingdom or any government, anywhere. You can't spend more money than you have, and that is her fundamental policy. There is no such thing as government money. There is no such thing as public money. There is only taxpayers' money, and it's your money, it's our money, and governments must have that view. We have to do it that way. Taxpayers' money is the only way that we can go forward, and that is the way, if we believe that the money that government spends is taxpayers' money, then essentially we should be slightly careful how we spend it. And those were the fundamental things in which my mother's entire policy, entire thought process was developed. And John, you were with her for a long, long time, and I'm sure you would agree that. And the cost of freedom is eternal vigilance. Yep. And eternal vigilance takes many, many forms. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. It's a great pleasure to see so many friendly faces, so many people that I haven't seen for a long time. Thank you very much indeed, John. My congratulations to you and Melissa. You've done an extraordinary job here, as always, to bring like-minded people together for what I obviously think is an extraordinarily good purpose. Thank you very much indeed. The panel, I've seen most of you before. Bill, lovely to see you again. And I'm sorry we haven't had a chance yet. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for being here. And please, John O'Sullivan, thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sir Mark.
Do you want me to answer any questions?
Well, I think if you're...
If you want me to answer a question, I can. I don't mind.
We have 5 minutes.
No, I think we have to have more than that, because I think if you will allow us, forgive me, Mark, we should turn to...
Absolutely, of course, yes.
So that is the final panel of the day, and I think you will all agree, an excellent day's reflection on the life and legacy of an extraordinary woman. Thank you all, lords, ladies, gentlemen, ambassadors, for your participation, for those of you who have given comments. And on behalf of myself and the Danube Institute, I'd like you to join us for some hospitality in the gallery where you had your coffee earlier, and to continue the discussions about Thatcherism as it was and as it is now. Thank you all so much, and good evening.